It was an ordinary, unremarkable weekday. Everyone was rushing about their business, some to work, some to study. Our hero was no exception. Suddenly, a man passing nearby noticed strange clouds. Other people also looked up at the sky when they noticed that it had become too dark. Suddenly, a girl passing by pointed her finger upward and screamed in surprise, asking what it was. Mark didn't understand what everyone was looking at, so he turned around and looked where the girl pointed. The next moment he realized what exactly had caused such great surprise and bewilderment among the people around him. The entire sky was covered with black clouds, through which a bright, strange light leaked in one place. Many people got scared and started to run away. Others fell into a daze. They all thought that the end of the world had come. Suddenly, a strange white vapor descended on the city. Mark became wary when a strange blue ball appeared in front of him, gradually increasing in size. A few moments later, it transformed into something similar to the system window in video games, causing the hero to recoil from it in bewilderment. Looking around, Mark realized that not only he alone saw this, but also others. He decided to touch this window and see what would happen. The inscription that appeared there horrified Mark and others. The system reported that a world of chaos would open very soon. All healthy people between the ages of 15 and 50 from all over the world will be transferred to it. And in this world, you can also find many fierce giant beasts, monsters, or even demons. Although this place is full of murders and all kinds of disasters, there are also many treasures and various opportunities for increasing strength. Thanks to this, in this world you can acquire simply unprecedented strength and even eternal life. But do not forget that here you can lose your life at any moment if you are not careful enough. The next moment, many strange rays shrouded in lightning discharges fell to the ground. People who did not understand anything were trapped inside these rays, which did not allow them to go outside. Someone desperately knocked on the invisible wall, asking what was happening here, but none of those present knew the answer to this question. Some parents were separated from their young children and were in panic. Mark was no exception, and was also enclosed in one of the beams. Suddenly he felt that he was beginning to be pulled somewhere. When he heard a strange voice, he said that this was the only chance to save this world, after which the teleportation was completed. When the hero suddenly found himself in the sky and began to rapidly fall down, an unknown voice greeted him, informing him that the population of each of the villages in this world was 1,000. Looking down, Mark saw many roofs of houses peeking out from under the lush canopies of trees. A few moments later, he was already flying past these very trees, inevitably approaching the ground. Suddenly a crash was heard below him, and he fell into one of the houses. Lying on the wooden floor, the first thought that came to his mind was that this world was not very friendly to its guests. A couple of minutes later, rubbing his bruised back, the guy got up and sat down, leaning against one of the walls. Immediately after this, many notifications appeared in front of him, from which he learned that he was now in the newcomer's house, which no one could enter without Mark's consent, and resting here doubles the rate of restoration of physical strength and energy. When a notification appeared in front of him saying that from now on the tornado screen was available to the hero, he was surprised and assumed that it looked like a game interface. Turning around, he noticed another window displaying his personal information. From there, he learned that he is now at the first level. His combat rating also has 1 star. There are no awakened abilities. As for his physical indicators, his agility is rated at 9 points, strength and endurance at 8, and energy at 28. Mark studied everything carefully, then decided that he should look into the general chat channel and see what other people were writing there. He clicked on the general chat button at the very bottom, and immediately after that, a dialogue box appeared in front of him, in which people wrote that, like Mark, they found themselves in houses unfamiliar to them, and did not understand at all what was happening. Many were scared to death and were afraid to even move again. Someone panicked, thinking that they had been abducted by aliens in order to carry out various experiments and that they would all end. Suddenly, someone wrote in the chat that everyone should calm down, reminding them that the voice they heard earlier said that this place is a heavenly world of chaos. After which the stranger advised everyone to log in and look at information about themselves, and then they will decide how to get out of here. When everyone started comparing their fight ratings, it turned out that everyone had 1 star, until John wrote that he had 2 stars, The rest of the indicators were also much higher than others. He explained this by the fact that he is a boxing fan and trains a lot. Based on what was written in the chat, Mark came to the conclusion that the combat rating depends on all 4 indicators. By increasing them, you can increase your combat rating, thereby increasing the chance of survival in this world. After analyzing the performance of others, it also became clear that the average value of each indicator of an ordinary person is no more than 10 points. The hero's own indicators of strength, agility, and endurance did not even reach 10 points, but his energy indicator was higher than that of the others, and no matter what he influenced, it was definitely to the hero's advantage. Suddenly, the dialogue box disappeared and a notification appeared that Mark would now awaken his innate talent based on his 4 stats. The guy couldn't help but be interested in this. The system told him that in this world, innate talents are divided into 9 ranks: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SAS, respectively. F rank is the weakest, and SSS rank is the strongest. When a window appeared in front of the hero to choose whether he wanted to awaken his talent, he clicked yes without a doubt. The next moment, the space surrounding him changed again. Only now he was not falling anywhere, but was simply hovering in weightlessness, and around there were many blue balls, from afar similar to stars. He looked around, trying to figure out what these balls were. Based on his many years of experience reading fantasy novels, Mark came to the conclusion that these balls were somehow related to the awakening of talent. When one of the balls almost flew into him, Mark managed to dodge it at the last moment. He was sure that a strong talent must be contained in a ball with a special color, and he needed to find it. As soon as the hero thought about this, many balls surrounded him. The next moment, another ball flew out of its place and rushed towards Mark. When the ball flew into his stomach, it seemed to the guy that all his insides were about to turn into mush. But a few seconds later, the ball disappeared, and the pain disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. Before the hero had time to realize what had happened, several dozen more balls began to circle around him, and having come into contact with his body, dissolved into it. When it was over, Mark was breathing heavily. His head was now a complete mess. A system window appeared, congratulating him on awakening the SSS rank talent, Endless Extraction. This talent allowed him to use extraction on any target. Receiving a random effect, Mark decided that in the future he would need to experiment to determine the limits of this talent. A few moments later, the text changed again, and he read that the awakening of the newcomer's talents had been completed, and it also said that 787 people had awakened F-rank talent, and 194 had awakened E-rank talent. After that, the discussion began again in the chat. Mark just read the messages, thinking that most of them had F-rank and E-rank talents, and less than 2% of the people had received a D-rank talent. Only 2 people had awakened a C-rank talent and above, including himself. At that moment, when the hero was thinking about who this second person was and what his rank was, someone named Alexander wrote in the chat that he would awaken a C-rank talent, which was to control magnetic fields. Having learned about this, everyone else began to crowd into Alexander's team, remembering that there must be another person with strong talent. Others suggested that he might even have an S-class, which caused an even more violent reaction in the chat. Mark was sure that if he revealed his rank, not everyone would accept him with open arms or stab him in the back. In this world full of murders, his SSS rank talent is his main trump card and support, so no one should be allowed to know about it. A window appeared, informing them that from now on they could all leave their homes and enter the newcomer's village, and in exactly 10 seconds, their first test would begin, and those who did not meet the necessary requirements would be immediately eliminated. When the system reported that newbie weapons had become available for them to equip, Mark hurried to check and reached for the system window, more and more amazed at the similarity of this world to the games. Pulling out the sword, he meticulously examined it. The system reported that this weapon gives 2 additional points to the attack power. The attack power itself is determined by the strength indicator. Mark decided to test the sword in action and waved it a couple of times in front of him. After that, the hero looked at his sword in surprise again, swinging it a couple of times. It seemed to him that he was capable of killing even a bull, and if in the future he was strengthened by 30 units, he could become incredibly strong. Thinking about how to improve the sword, The hero came up with an amazing idea to test his talent on this sword. The hero's energy instantly enveloped the weapon. When he waved it again, a large amount of dust rose into the air. In the next moment, the system reported that the endless extraction was successful. Mark managed to extract the rust and sediment from the sword, so it turned into a refined steel sword that adds 5 points to attack power. The hero carefully examined his updated sword, amazed that just one use of his talent not only increased the level of this sword from 0 to 1, but also increased the attack power. He decided to use his talent again on this sword and see what would happen. For a minute, Mark stood with his sword raised, expecting that something was about to happen. But contrary to his expectations, a miracle did not happen. The system reported that the quality of the target was too low. The extraction limit had been reached. Exhaling in disappointment, the guy thought that he could have guessed that a skill might have a limit. If he could constantly improve an item using his skill, then it would be cheating. Mark gripped his sword tighter, intending to test what he was capable of after the upgrade. After one swing of the sword, a deep cut appeared on the wall opposite which the hero was standing. With a satisfied smile, Mark looked at the sword, confident that his weapon was much better than everyone else's. Voices coming from the street attracted the hero's attention. Turning his head towards the door, he listened carefully to the conversations. After standing like that for a couple of minutes, the guy decided that he should also go outside and look around. The next moment, holding the sword, he took the first step into a new world unknown to him, full of hidden dangers. Once outside, Mark looked warily at the other people. Nearby, someone was complaining that this world was too cruel, since they were given only 7 days to complete the test and increase their level to 10. At some point, the hero realized that all the people were flocking to a large blue portal a couple of 100 meters from their houses. No one dared to go inside. The bravest ones came closer, hoping to hear some sounds from the other side in order to understand how dangerous it was there. Mark followed the crowd, approaching a mysterious portal. He assumed that this was the exit from the village of newcomers, beyond which lies a world of murder and bloodshed. Looking at the alluring blue glow, he wondered who would be the first to dare to step into the unknown. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from behind, as if something was collapsing. This attracted everyone's attention, and people turned around, anxiously peering into the distance through the rising column of dust. As it settled back to the ground, people could see a man standing in the middle of a small crater. Having looked closely, Mark recognized him as Ivan, whose combat power from the start was 2 stars. The people who approached him looked at him enthusiastically, shouting that he was very strong and tough. The man was flattered by such attention to his person. He smiled and said that his D-rank talent of frantic strength could triple his strength when used. Mark remembered that Ivan had previously said that he had 18 power points. If they were tripled, then this figure should increase to 54. With such abilities, it was not surprising that he was able to destroy the boulder with one blow. People continued to approach Ivan, admiring his strength, forgetting about the portal. The man smiled contentedly, listening to their praise in his direction. Remembering all his hard daily training, he thought that in this world all his work would pay off, and he would have the best time of his life here. Suddenly, a boy standing nearby remembered that there was also Alexander here, who had a C-rank skill. He was interested to know how strong he was. Ivan grimaced with displeasure. He did not understand what was so special about a C-rank talent, in a world where the fittest survive and the strongest are those who have more brute strength. He raised his hand up, drawing all attention to himself, and asked for a minute of attention. The next moment, he shouted out that he was going to volunteer and go out of the village to see how strong the monsters were outside. Everyone cheerfully supported him, shouting that his courage knew no bounds. Ivan stepped inside the portal without hesitation. Looking at his retreating back, Mark thought that this jock has absolutely no brains. He should not try to lead everyone if he does not have complete confidence that they will be able to survive. Meanwhile, Ivan wandered through the forest located on the other side of the portal. He was sure that this world was ruled by brute force. When he killed the beast, he would return and show everyone who was in charge here. Suddenly, he heard some rustling nearby. The man turned around, looking for someone. Confident that the enemy was nearby, he took a defensive stance. Suddenly, he felt danger coming from something behind him. Ivan slowly turned around, trying to suppress his feeling of fear. He attacked a monster that was several meters taller than himself, but it didn't seem to feel anything. A system window suddenly appeared, reporting that Ivan had been killed by a level 1 beast, a bloody rabbit. Afterwards, the system reported that the animals also have a combat rating. The first level is equal to 3 stars, the second, 4 stars, the third, 5 stars, and so on, and that now they are being held back by a protective barrier installed around the village, but in 7 days it will disappear. Mark was surprised that Ivan was killed by the weakest level 1 beast in less than 5 minutes of being there, which means that the difficulty of surviving in this world is much higher than he originally thought. He also realized that the system would not allow newcomers to simply sit in the village, having previously reported that soon the protective barrier would fall and monsters would penetrate here. Mark also realized that there had to be some way to successfully pass this test. There was no point in the system giving them something they couldn't handle. Suddenly, someone raised their weapon up, attracting attention, and shouted that they could not just sit and wait for their death. They needed to kill monsters and become stronger. Someone supported him and suggested that they create groups. After that, everyone began to voice their skills and characteristics, uniting in suitable groups. After some time, several teams approached the portal. Some who had not yet chosen their partners stood on the sidelines. Having made a plan, one of the teams decided to go in first. Mark was among the singles who had not yet decided who they should team up with. A guy approached him and suggested joining a group. But the hero refused this offer and resolutely headed towards the portal. Squeezing the hilt of his sword, he thought that working together was undoubtedly a good option, but not for him. He had to hide his skill until he became strong enough. He counted down 15 minutes after the first team entered, and deciding that this should have been enough, decided to go in next. His goal was to raise several levels and become stronger. After he passed through the portal, the hero found himself in a dark forest. Mark carefully looked around. He did not know what dangers could await him in this unfamiliar world, except for ferocious monsters. The further he walked, the more it seemed to him that he was in primitiveness. He wouldn't even be surprised if a dinosaur appeared from the nearby bushes. Suddenly he smelled a strange smell, but he couldn't figure out its source. Walking forward to where the smell became stronger and stronger, he saw someone's body in a pool of blood. Taking a closer look, Mark realized that it was Ivan who entered here first. The hero was not surprised by something like this. The man acted too recklessly and overestimated himself, which led him to such an end. But seeing the corpse made Mark realize that he too could die here at any moment. After standing for a few moments, he turned around and moved on. The hero thought that if he wanted to stay alive, he needed to be extremely careful and increase his strength. Suddenly a thought came to him that made him stop and turn around. Mark approached Ivan's corpse and, squatting down, decided to try to implement the idea that had come to his mind. He placed his hand on the man's stomach and used his extraction talent. A few moments later, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the extraction was successful, and now Mark had received a D-rank talent, Violent Power, which couldn't help but make the guy happy. Looking at Ivan's corpse, he thought that if previously his strength increased threefold when using this talent, then his own should now increase from 8 points to 24. Mark smiled at the thought that he could instantly become twice as strong as the average adult. The hero realized why his innate talent had such a high rank over time. He would be able to acquire hundreds, no, even thousands of innate talents of other people. He was confident that with all these talents he could reach the very top of human capabilities. Mark looked contemptuously at the corpse of the man lying in front of him. Noticing a sword next to him, he decided to pick it up. By applying extraction to it, the rust was removed from it and the sword was turned into a refined steel sword. During the short time that Mark spent in the forest, he realized that thanks to his talent, he could get rid of all his weaknesses, becoming the strongest in this world. Having walked a little further, the hero came across the corpse of a giant hare, which killed Ivan. He knelt down next to the dead carcass of the monster, and after carefully examining its wounds, came to the conclusion that the hare could have died from blows to the back after being surrounded. He decided to try using extraction on the monster, when a few moments later, the system reported that he had gained 2 power points as a result of extraction. Mark was pleasantly surprised. Having risen, the satisfied guy thought that if he uses frantic strength, his strength points will increase to 30, and if he meets even more similar monsters, he will receive more strength. The hero tried to use his extraction ability on this hare again, but the system informed him that extraction could only be used once on a target lower than the 20th level. Mark sighed in disappointment and decided that while he still had the opportunity, he should look for other corpses and use his talent on them. Remembering the group that had entered here earlier, the hero assumed that they should have already killed several monsters along the way, and if he simply followed them, he would find more corpses. Looking carefully at his feet, he found the path that had the most tracks. Sometime later, he suddenly stopped when the system reported that one of the newcomers had been killed by a level 1 rodent. Mark was wary of this information. He remembered that this person was in the group, in whose footsteps he was now following. At that moment, he remembered that when he applied the extraction to Ivan's corpse, he received his talent, and the rabbit gave him 2 strength points. This made him think that level 1 beasts were too weak. They had absolutely no innate talents and relied on brute force, so he only managed to gain a few stat points. When he thought that it would be better for him to find the corpse of a murdered person and gain another talent, an idea came to his mind. A couple of moments later, he climbed onto one of the branches of a tall tree. Mark looked around, not entirely sure where exactly the group had gone. After standing like this for several minutes, the hero decided to stick to the path he had walked along earlier. When the system again reported that another member of the group had been killed by a rodent, Mark was perplexed. Despite doubts and fear, he decided to continue his journey. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a beast coming from somewhere ahead. Mark no longer doubted the chosen direction and resolutely jumped down, thinking that if he wants to become stronger and survive in this world, then he should take a risk and look fear in the face. A few seconds later, the hero landed successfully. Soon the forest ended, and Mark was making his way through the thick field grass. He constantly reminded himself that this world was dangerous. If he stumbled even once, he would no longer live. Therefore, he tried to move so as not to attract unnecessary attention from the monster if he was still somewhere nearby. Suddenly, he smelled a faint smell of blood. The further he walked, the stronger the smell became. Mark decided that he was almost there and decided that he should stop and take a closer look. A few meters ahead, he saw the body of a dead man and assumed that he was the first victim of the rodent. A little further away, the hero noticed a dead girl. Mark understood that the monster that killed them was still somewhere nearby, and it was not worth sticking out of its hiding spot yet. The next moment, he noticed something that shocked him. Ahead lay a rodent of the first level, the size of which was in no way inferior to that huge hare. Mark smiled faintly, thinking that this was the right opportunity. Normally, he is no match for a 3-star monster, but now he is seriously injured and his legs are broken. The hero was sure that in this state it would not be difficult to kill him. Approaching a little closer, he jumped out of his hiding place and, activating violent power, raised one of the swords above his head. The rodent heard a rustling behind him and turned towards Mark. The next moment, the monster raised one of its clawed paws towards the approaching guy. Mark quickly reacted and threw one of his swords at him. The rodent was pinned to the ground in the blink of an eye. Having landed on the monster's carcass, the hero forcefully drove the sword blade deeper into its body. The rodent let out a furious roar. However, Mark was not going to stop there. Gathering strength in his fist, he punched the monster in the face. Jumping off his body, the hero exhaled tiredly, noting that he had underestimated this wounded rodent. The idea of sneaking up on him turned out to be much more dangerous than he had imagined. Suddenly, Mark noticed that a strange blue vapor began to emanate from the monster's body. He froze warily, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, this steam enveloped his hand, and the system reported that for killing a level 1 rodent, Mark received 30 energy points. After that, a window with his characteristics appeared in front of him. Having carefully studied the information, he noticed that not only his strength indicator had changed, but the status of his first level had changed from 0 out of 100 points to 30 out of 100. When the window disappeared, the hero approached the rodent, taking out his sword from its carcass. He thought that a good start had already been made towards increasing his strength. He then used extraction on the monster. The extraction was successful, and the system reported that the hero received 2 agility points. Mark noticed that the attribute points received from first-level monsters were too small, and he needed to look for monsters at a higher level. Remembering why he came here in the first place, the guy headed towards the dead bodies of the newcomers from his village. After applying the extraction to the man, Mark received an F-rank talent, an enhanced sense of smell. Although it was a low-rank talent, thanks to it, the hero would be able to find corpses much faster. After thinking a little, he pulled off the man's apron. To his surprise, the apron slid off the corpse quite easily. Mark spread it on the ground, thinking that the acquired talent would also help him smell monsters in advance and avoid danger. When everything was ready, he placed his swords on the apron folded on the ground. Then he used extraction. The system reported successfully removing rust and sediment from the short sword, causing it to be transformed into a purified steel sword. Mark wrapped his swords in cloth and rose from his knees. Then he threw the weapon behind his back, tying the laces of his apron together to a knot on his chest. After looking around, he activated his sense of smell enhancement talent. Immediately afterwards, his nose was filled with a variety of different smells. At some point, he felt an admixture of something nasty. He took a deeper breath, trying to catch the smell, and he succeeded. A strong stench seemed to fill the entire surrounding space. Mark deactivated this ability and immediately covered his mouth with his hand, fighting the urge to vomit. He stood there for several seconds and then decided that he needed to relax as much as possible and get used to it, learning to distinguish each smell. The hero again used the talent he had received and tried to relax as much as possible, focusing only on the smells around him. At some point, he felt a very light, pleasant aroma. When he tried to understand what it was, this aroma was mixed with another, sharper and stronger one. Mark realized that it was dirt. A few moments later, he managed to catch that pleasant aroma again, and the hero guessed that it was the aroma of flowers. Suddenly, he smelled several other aromas, but the guy could not understand what they were. The next moment, he heard people screaming in the distance. Mark realized that someone was approaching here. At the same time, Nico was trying his best to escape from the angry giant rodent, which was chasing him at incredible speed. Suddenly, the monster jumped straight at the guy, shrouding its claws in electricity. Nico got lucky, and the claws landed on his side, digging deep into the ground, causing the guy to fly into the air. The man sitting in ambush shouted for everyone to attack. After that, several people jumped out of the tall grass, raising their swords above their heads. A few moments later, the rodent fell dead, after which the system reported that the group received 30 energy points for killing it. Looking at the dead carcass in front of him, Douglas said that their group was unlucky to come across 2 rodents at once and lose several members of their group. One of the guys took out his anger by slashing the dead body of the monster several times, which is why Douglas looked at him displeasedly and said that they should hurry up and finish off the other wounded rodent. After his words, everyone hurried after their leader. Our hero was sitting nearby all this time, hiding in the grass. Overhearing their conversation, he realized that the 2 killed on whom he used the extraction were their comrades. Based on this assumption, it was not difficult to guess that the rodent he killed belonged to them, so Mark decided that he should get out of here as quickly as possible before he got into trouble. The next moment, he activated his speed enhancement talent. The hero mentally apologized to those guys and rushed in the opposite direction with amazing speed. Thus, for several hours, he wandered around, assessing the situation on this plane of newcomers. From what he saw, he noted that in addition to the giant rodent and the bloody rabbit, there were other types of first-level beasts here, such as the plain wolf, the rabid boar, and the poisonous snake of the 9 rings. Having stumbled upon another carcass of a rabid boar, Mark tried to use extraction on it, but the system reported that the extraction was unsuccessful, because after 3 successful extractions of the same animals of the first level, the limit was reached. The guy sighed in disappointment and remembered that he had already used extraction 3 times on all the animals except the snake of 9 rings, and now he needed to focus on finding it. Then he turned his gaze to the dead body of one of the newcomers. The hero knelt down next to him and began the extraction, reflecting on the fact that 7 deaths had been announced in the last hour. But he only managed to find 1 corpse. Although he found it strange, he decided not to dwell on it. The extraction was successful, and he managed to acquire the talent for improving vision. After looking at his stats window, Mark saw that his strength, agility, and endurance parameters had increased greatly, and his strength was now rated at 2 stars. The hero smiled contentedly, Now he was confident that he could defeat the first-level beast alone. Suddenly, he smelled a strange smell and became alert, trying to figure out what it was. However, when Mark realized that it was the smell of the 9-ringed snake, he relaxed and smiled contentedly, thinking that luck was favoring him today. Using his acceleration skill, he ran, following the scent. Along the way, the hero smelled something else, similar to flowers or fruits. A few minutes later, he saw a huge snake on one of the tree trunks, and below there was an unusual flower, from which this pleasant aroma emanated. Mark stopped and hid behind a tree at a safe distance from the monster. He suggested that since this snake of 9 rings protects this plant with an unusual aroma, then it is clearly here for a reason. Turning his gaze from the flower to the snake, the hero thought that this was a pretty good opportunity to try his strength on this monster, which is the strongest among other first-level monsters. Mark smiled to himself and reached for the swords behind his back. At the same moment, the snake of 9 rings, who had been peacefully sleeping until then, opened its bright azure eyes, noticing someone else's presence. Rising up on the branches, she began to peer in the direction where our hero was. The next moment, she rushed straight at Mark. He managed to jump away when the snake approached him and broke the tree trunk. The hero did not understand what was happening and why it was so slow. After a few seconds of thought, he assumed that this snake was so sluggish because it had recently eaten its prey and was now digesting it. Mark decided not to hesitate and pulled out one of the swords. Using the strength enhancement talent, he turned towards the 9-ringed snake and attacked it. But these blows did not cause her any damage, and she continued to rapidly approach her prey. Mark did not expect this and fell into confusion. When the snake came close to him, opening its mouth, he struck it again, but the scales of the monster were too strong and did not give in to his sword. Suddenly, a powerful tail of a 9-ringed snake appeared behind him, which the hero noticed too late. Mark didn't have time to do anything when he felt a strong blow to his back and fell to the ground. When his back, burning from the impact, collided with a hard surface, the guy let out a short cry of pain. Before he had time to really come to his senses, the snake of 9 rings again opened its wide mouth over him. Mark prevented the snake from devouring himself by plunging the blade of his sword into its roof. Furious with pain, she threw her head high into the sky, pulling the guy along with her. To prevent himself from falling from such a height, he grabbed one of her front fangs, still holding onto his sword. Finding the right moment, he pulled it out and cut the body of the 9-ringed snake. While in the air, he attacked her body several more times, cutting it into many pieces. Lastly, he attacked the snake's head, finally finishing it off. When he was on the ground, the system reported that he had received 40 energy points for killing the 9-ringed snake. Mark looked at the monster's chopped body, thinking that if it weren't for his full stomach, he would not have been able to deal with this snake so easily. He decided to cut open her stomach and see what was there. The next moment, Mark saw a man covered in the monster's gastric juice. Looking at the dead man, the hero was once again convinced that in this world of chaos, everyone can die. The only difference is how exactly you die. The predator feeds on prey and the fittest survives. These are the laws of this world. After standing there for a while, Mark sat down next to the corpse and used extraction on it. The system reported that he had once again received the talent for improving vision, and 2 identical enhancement talents would be automatically combined, as a result of which the hero not only improved this talent, but also received the skill, the eye of true vision, capable of seeing the true essence of things. Mark didn't even suspect that something like this was possible, but it only worked to his advantage. He decided to use the skill he had learned to find out how it worked. Looking at the plant in front, the guy saw a system window, from which he learned that it was a red snake fruit of the first level, which increases stamina and resistance to poisons. Mark approached the flower and picked the fruit from it, smiling contentedly. Thanks to his new skill, he will be able to easily obtain information about all things unknown to him and will give him a great advantage in the future when collecting useful resources. Without much thought, he took a bite of the fruit. It turned out to be very sweet and pleasant to the taste. A few seconds after this, the hero felt a strange feeling spreading throughout his body, after which the system reported that Mark had received 8 stamina points and his resistance to poisons had increased by 100%. The hero thoughtfully touched his stomach, thinking that 8 stat points could be obtained after extracting from 4 killed monsters. so it would be great to find more such fruits. Mark used the Eye of True Sight skill again to check if this plant had other uses. The system reported that this spiritual plant accumulates the essence of heaven and earth. After collecting the red snake fruit, the leaves of the flower will automatically wither and become useless in a few days. The hero decided that he could not let the spiritual plant disappear just like that and knelt down next to it, using extraction. The extraction was successful and a red ball of spiritual plant essence appeared in his palm, the use of which would give Mark 2 stamina points. He smiled. His guess was correct. The plant on which the red snake fruit grows cannot be useless. The hero ate the red essence ball without hesitation, after which his power level was raised to the peak of the 2nd star. Mark was pleased. He did not expect that he would be so lucky and be able to reach the top of the 2nd star in the shortest possible time, and now he could try to fight the 3 monsters of the 1st level alone. He gripped the sword tighter as an idea came to him, which was to use the 9 rings extraction on another snake, and then he could leave the rookie village. Mark decided to head to larger lands to find other monsters and become stronger. Suddenly, he noticed several impressively sized stones flying towards him. The hero jumped to the side, leaving the line of attack. He jumped onto a nearby tree, intending to determine who had set up the ambush. However, once he was on the highest branch of the tree and looked ahead, Mark realized that no one had ambushed him. Another 9-ringed snake was fighting someone nearby. On her head was a boy unknown to the hero, holding a sword stuck into the snake's muzzle. At the same time, a man in the air raised his sword above his head, intending to cut the monster's body. His comrades stood below, holding their weapons ready. One of the girls held a beam and tried to aim at the weak point of the snake. Sam, who was their leader, shouted for everyone to attack, and everyone followed his order, plunging the blades of their swords into the body of the 9-ringed snake. Mark watched closely what was happening. He was surprised when he saw Sam here. The hero remembered this guy because he was one of the 17 people with a D rank, and also with the ability to control light. Their combined attack only angered the snake more, and Sam was thrown back as its body flew upward. The girl with the bow hurried to her leader, excitedly asking if he was okay. He replied that she should not worry about him, and quickly finish off the snake while there was such an opportunity. After his words, everyone again rushed to attack. Standing aside, Mark came up with the idea of using his eye skill on the living snake of 9 rings. Thus he learned that the only feature other than the fact that this snake was extremely poisonous was the chance of prey equal to 1/10 of 1%. Mark was disappointed with the information he received. He expected to find something more useful. A sudden flash of light forced him to cover his face with his hands. A few moments later, everything stopped, and Mark was able to see Sam's group standing near the corpse of a huge snake. Some were annoyed that they received too few energy points compared to others. Alicia, who was near her leader, began to bandage his wounds. Mark considered this the right moment and decided to climb down from the tree. His landing was not noticed by any of the guys. At some point, Sam's body was enveloped in a green glow, and all his wounds were healed. When his group members asked what happened, he replied that his level had increased. Everyone began to joyfully congratulate their leader, who was finally able to break through to the 2nd level. During this time, Mark managed to get closer to them and hid behind one of the tree trunks, where it would be difficult to notice him. Having used the Eye of True Sight on Sam, he learned that his strength, agility, endurance, and energy parameters had 20 points each, so he assumed that, combined with his D-rank talent, his overall strength barely reached 3 stars. Even though the hero has not yet reached the 2nd level, his combat strength is at the peak of 2 stars, and considering all his talents, his overall strength should be somewhere at the level of 4 stars. Based on this, Mark was confident that he could easily defeat Sam with the 2nd level, being at the 1st. George, the youngest of them, proposed to avenge their dead comrade, who was still in the stomach of another snake of 9 rings. When Sam asked what exactly happened to Pierre, the boy replied that they were scouting the area together and came across 2 snakes of 9 rings. They immediately rushed to run, but Pierre tripped and fell, because of which he was swallowed by the snake, and George managed to escape for the talent of increasing speed. After listening to his story, Sam changed his face and took a step forward, saying that they would definitely avenge their dead comrade. Mark became wary when he realized that these guys intended to find the snake he had just killed and decided that it was better for him to sneak out of here on the sly. Walking close to the tree where the hero was hiding, Alicia heard a strange rustling sound and without hesitation released an arrow. Stunned, Mark froze in place when the arrow pierced the barrel, flying a couple of centimeters from his face. Alicia pointed her bow at the tree she thought someone was behind and shouted for the stranger to come out. Mark had no choice but to howl, because most likely she had the talent of improving hearing. At the sight of the hero, surprise appeared on the girl's face, and she lowered her bow, saying his name. He asked in surprise how she knew his name, if they really knew each other. Sam looked at Alicia, asking if she knew this guy. She was embarrassed and actively waving her hands in a denying gesture, answered that it was not so. She just saw him in the chat. Mark was suspicious of her answer. There were about 1,000 people in the chat, and you need to have a phenomenal memory for her to remember it. He stood and waited for them to leave so that he could apply the extraction of 9 rings on the corpse of the snake. However, to his displeasure, these guys were in no hurry to leave. Alicia broke the long silence between them, asking the leader if Mark could join them since they had lost one of their comrades. It would be good to take him to their team. Sam looked at the hero appraisingly, thinking that the difference in the fighting strength of people and the local monsters was too great, so it was necessary to work together, so he needed as many people as possible to join him. He nodded to his thoughts and asked Mark to show his characteristics and talent. If he turns out to be useful, he will be taken to the team. Alicia looked at the guy with enthusiasm, saying that he was lucky to meet them, because Sam has a D rank and a 2nd level. If you follow him, you don't have to worry about anything. Mark spread his arms to the sides, answering that he preferred being alone. Having said this, he turned around and walked in the opposite direction. When Alicia wanted to follow him, Sam stopped her, saying that they do not force others to join against their will, and if he does not want to, then let him go. When all the members of her team turned around and moved on, the girl lingered for a couple of seconds, sadly looking at the back of the retreating Mark. Even though he doesn't remember her, she hoped that he would survive in this world. When their group approached the place where the other snake was supposed to be, everyone froze in shock. Someone chopped this monster into pieces. Among them, they noticed the body of their dead comrade. The amazed guys began to put forward theories about who was capable of something like that. One of the guys approached one of the stubs of the snake's tail, carefully examining it. After a couple of moments, Pavel called the leader over and said that, judging by the dryness of the bloodstains, it can be assumed that the snake was killed about 15 minutes ago, and not just killed, but with one blow. Sam walked further, looking around and noticed that there were only traces of one person. Although he did not know who it was, he was sure that this person was a loner and simply incredibly strong. Hearing her leader's words, Alicia excitedly asked if it could be Mark, since he was the only one nearby, and he refused to join them. Sam did not have time to answer anything, because at that moment a system window appeared, informing him that someone had already reached the 3rd level, and the top 100 rating by level was now available. When he saw that Mark had only the 1st level and was in 47th place, he thought disappointedly that they had made a mistake in their assumptions earlier, and he could not kill this monster alone. The hero himself was also disappointed that he was only in 47th place. Stretching, he looked at the leaders in the table and saw that 8 people had already received the 2nd level and 1/3. He also needed to push. Since the extraction of 1st level monsters had reached the limit, it was time to go hunting. Suddenly, the system made another announcement, saying that the first one to reach level 10 would receive a gold chest, the second would receive a silver chest, and the one who reaches this level 3rd will receive a bronze chest. Mark was interested in such a reward system. In conclusion, the system added that the first 100 newcomers to reach the 10th level will also receive a chest as a reward, but they have their own ranks from the lowest, dark steel, to the highest, mythical. The hero was sure that the higher the rank of the chest received, the better its contents. Therefore, he set himself the goal of getting 1st place. Using the acceleration talent, Mark went hunting for monsters. Luckily for him, he didn't have to look for his first opponent for long. On his way, he came across a 1st-level silver wolf with 4 stars. In battle with him, the hero activated talents for increasing speed and frantic strength, dodging his deadly claws and inflicting equally dangerous attacks on him with his sword. But to his surprise, it didn't help. His skin was too tough and his attacks had virtually no effect. He urgently needed to figure out how to get out of this situation and defeat him. Many thoughts were spinning in the hero's head, trying to form a shaky plan as the monster slowly approached him. Although Mark didn't know it, this wolf he encountered was very unusual. He had his own mind, and the animal was unhappy with the invasion of his territory, and he was wary of this guy, who was stronger than any person of the 3rd level, being on the 1st. When the wolf jumped on the guy, he assumed that his weak point should be his belly. Mark did not miss such a great opportunity and placed his blades right under the approaching monster. The next moment, he ran straight into the blade of his sword, and it went right through. The hero staggered when the huge carcass of a wolf hung on him. He threw the wolf off him onto the ground. Looking at him, Mark said that the wolf was the strongest monster he had ever encountered, and he was very sorry that he would die today. After these words, the hero raised his sword above his head, delivering the final blow to the wolf. Immediately after this, the system reported that Mark had received the 2nd level, and all his characteristics increased by 10 points. At the same moment, his whole body was overcome by a pleasant sensation. When everything passed, he felt that he had truly become stronger. All his wounds had healed, and his state of mind had been restored. A few moments later, a dark steel rank chest appeared in front of him. Mark closed his eyes and prayed that he would get a rank 2 weapon. After that, he opened the chest that appeared in front of him. The chest immediately flew up and a beam of bright light enveloped the hero. A few moments later, a 2nd rank weapon appeared in front of him, a Blood Wolf combat sword, increasing the chance of injury by 100%. Holding his new sword in his hand, Mark was confident that now he was not afraid of meeting other stronger monsters. Just as he thought this, a few moments later he was surrounded by a whole pack of wolves. The wolves approached him, growling angrily. But Mark was not afraid. He just grinned, thinking that these wolves had come very well, and he would be able to try his sword in battle. The next moment, he swung his sword, attacking one of the wolves at the same time. Sneaking up from behind, another attacked Mark. The hero noticed this wolf when he almost overtook him. Quickly turning around, he plunged the blade of his sword into the monster's chest, piercing right through it. Giving the wolves a contemptuous look, Mark said that they were no match for him, after which he launched several lightning attacks when several wolves rushed at him at the same time. Not even a minute had passed before the entire flock was killed, and among the many corpses stood only Mark, who had not received a scratch. He noted that after leveling up, his speed and strength increased significantly. But the guy was annoyed by the fact that he still had not had the opportunity to reveal all the secrets of this place, but this world over and over again never tires of reminding him that this is not a dream, but the real world. Taking one last look at the wolves he had killed, the hero turned around and moved on in search of other monsters. He was determined to gain strength and become the strongest person here in order to find a way out of this nightmare. At the same time, Sam's group came across another monster. But the guy was able to deal with him in a couple of moments, without receiving a single injury. The leader's increased strength was admired by other group members. When the system suddenly announced that Mark was the first to kill a mutated monster and received 1 prestige point, everyone was shocked and did not understand how he did it. Someone suggested that mutated monsters are not that strong. Even their leader can easily deal with one of them. However, a few moments later, several system notifications arrived, reporting the death of 4 newcomers from the clutches of mutated monsters. Sam was amazed that among those killed was a person with level 2. In fact, these monsters are quite strong and they should be more careful in the future. When the next window appeared, from which they learned that the ranking had changed and Mark was now in 5th place, everyone was even more amazed. But Sam decided not to focus on this strange guy and told his guys that they needed to continue hunting. If they didn't, they want to fall behind. Meanwhile, the tired hero sat on the mountain of corpses of the wolves he had killed, raising his head up and watching the clouds passing by, the color of which changed from orange to red. Suddenly, a notification came from a group chat. Someone asked for help. All members of the group of the boy unknown to Mark died, and only he managed to escape. The next message described in more detail that a person of the 2nd level and 4 of the 1st were killed. The strength of the beast that attacked them was simply terrifying. It was much stronger than the beasts of the 2nd level. The message also indicated the location where the survivor was located. Mark imagined a map in his head. The place was not that far from him. If he hurried, he could get there in 5 minutes. He was wondering whether he should go there or wander around here some more. In the end, the fact that it was a mutated beast outweighed all his other speculations, because for killing it, the hero would receive 2 to 3 times more energy than for killing ordinary animals. Using acceleration, Mark arrived there in even less than 5 minutes. Sniffing, he recognized another smell, besides dead bodies and a fanged boar, although he did not encounter it so often. But this smell definitely belonged to a bloody rabbit. The hero decided that he was simply mistaken, because different types of animals usually do not appear in one place. Before looking around, he decided that it was worth using extraction on the corpses. Mark was perplexed when he managed to extract only 2 agility points instead of talent. This seemed strange to him, and he decided to reapply the extraction. Contrary to his expectations, a red system window appeared, indicating that the extraction had failed. Mark looked at his palm in confusion. The last time something like this happened was when he reached the limit of level 1 wild beast extraction. But what's the matter now? He tried to extract the talents of others, and he managed to once again acquire the talent of enhancing smell and increasing endurance. Mark assumed that he had previously failed to extract the talent because he already had one, and this person had this talent of a lower rank than his. For a long time, he decided not to bother with it and just take everything he could, after which he reached for the sword lying nearby. Mark was thinking that with the new stamina enhancement talent he had acquired, he now had all the innate talents for all 4 stats: strength, agility, energy, and endurance. His reasoning was interrupted when the hero noticed a staff a little further away from him, and nearby there were traces as if someone was being dragged. Mark frowned. It seemed strange to him because a fanged boar has no need to drag a person somewhere. A sudden realization made him horrified. A boar would not drag the body of its victim somewhere unless he was going to eat it. Applying acceleration, Mark rushed towards the beast's hideout, hoping that he would be able to find the body and extract the innate talent of this person before he was devoured. In a matter of moments, the hero found himself at the entrance to a cave that emanated danger. Mark decided that he was just making things up, because the fanged boar was only a mutated beast of the 1st level. With its current strength, it would not be so difficult to defeat it. Sensing someone's approach, the 9-ringed snake instantly reacted and rushed towards the entrance with a terrible hiss. Mark managed to dodge her attack, however. The system window that appeared put him in a stupor. In front of him was a mutated snake of 10 rings of the 1st level, which not only had 5 stars, but also the ability to create a poisonous cloud. The hero reached for his sword. He was at a loss. For the first time, he came across a beast with 5 stars. The mutated wolf he killed was at the same level, but its strength was only 4 stars. Dodging another furious attack from the beast, he decided that he should be extremely careful. However, the next moment the snake released poison from its mouth directly into Mark's face. He instantly covered his face with his hands, trying not to inhale the poison. However, the next moment, Mark felt terrible pain in his eyes and dropped the weapon, covering his eyes with his palms. Feeling that the victim was vulnerable, several different animals simultaneously rushed at the hero. Mark heard that someone was approaching him. When he tried to see who it was, he realized that the snake's venom had affected his eyes, and now he could see practically nothing. The next moment, a strong roar was heard from the cave. The hero was unable to repel the attack and flew into the wall. The situation in which he found himself was taking a very deplorable turn. Randomly waving his sword in front of him, Mark shouted that even if he couldn't see, he would never die here. At the same moment, somewhere ahead, he heard someone's carcass fall to the floor. When one of the animals let out an enraged roar and ran towards Mark, the guy activated his sense of smell enhancement talent and jumped forward. Thus, he managed to kill the fanged boar and the bloody rabbit blindly, while the rodent was able to escape without being noticed. Mark tried to locate another monster, relying only on his sense of smell and hearing. When the snake attacked him, he was able to jump away because he was expecting it to attack from behind. Grabbing his sword tightly, Mark ran straight at the monster with a furious cry. He managed to jump on the snake's head and plunge his sword into it. With every second, the blade pierced deeper and deeper into her skin, causing her to hiss painfully. When she fell limply, Mark got off her and, leaning his back against her body, sank to the ground, thinking that if it weren't for his talent of endurance, he would have died long ago. The hero's eyes began to close from fatigue, and the guy himself began to feel sleepy, although he understood that it was dangerous to fall asleep here, but he no longer had the strength to resist. However, the next moment his strength began to return and his vision began to recover. Mark looked at his hands in surprise, not understanding what was happening. When the hero paid attention to the system window in front of him, he laughed loudly, covering his eyes with his hand. He was incredibly lucky because his level was increased after the death of the snake. Even if he lost his legs and arms, they would be restored with an increase in level. Having laughed off, Mark looked again at the system window, the message on which had already changed. For killing a snake of 10 rings, he received a chest with a reward. He decided not to hesitate and opened it immediately, and was very happy when he received something useful. Afterwards, Mark rose to his feet and walked into the depths of the cave, carefully looking around. A few minutes later, he came across a spatial gate. As he approached them, he had a hunch that all those monsters he encountered here came from this portal. After some hesitation, Mark went inside, confident that with his current strength, he no longer needed to fear surprise attacks from the monsters here. As soon as he found himself on the other side of the portal, he saw in front of him many different plants that grew directly from the stone. Using the eye of true sight, Mark learned that these were all first-level spirit plants. Suddenly, he felt a terrible pressure. Looking in the other direction, the guy tried to determine the source of this strange force and saw several monsters and a dead man surrounded by them. The system reported that he had entered another dimension. Mark was attracted by a strange monster sitting on a mountain of bones. Using the eye of true vision on it, he saw that this monster was of the 4th level and had a combat strength of 6 stars. The hero was surprised. He had never met a monster with 6 stars before. If we also take into account the fact that the skills and talents of this monster are hidden, then we can assume that its strength is equal to 7 stars, if not more. Mark couldn't help but pay attention to the strange weapon of this monster, which made him feel uneasy. The scythe emanated too much of an ominous aura. The monster itself also looked very intimidating. The hero decided that it was better for him to leave here as quickly as possible and return when he became a little stronger, because now he definitely would not be able to withstand a battle against him. However, before he had time to take even a step, he again felt this pressure, not allowing him to take even a step. Siegfried noticed Mark and, pointing at him, said that since he had come, he should stay. His body would be used by the monster for rebirth. At the same moment, the animals surrounding him simultaneously rushed at the guy. The hero reached for his sword, realizing that he had no other choice to get out of here alive. When the chains released by the monster attacked Mark, he managed to jump away, avoiding the blow. But the chains continued to pursue the guy. No matter how much he dodged them, the hero assumed that they were the skill of that monster. At some point, attacks from animals also connected to the chains, which made it more difficult to avoid attacks from several sides at once. During one of these moments, Mark was too distracted by the beasts and fell into the grip of the monster's chains. He tried to free himself from the grip, but the chains only tightened on his body, not even allowing him to move again. Siegfried smiled contentedly and said that these animals are too stupid and can only drag him a couple of corpses, but not a living person. So all this time he supported his body, counting only on the blood of corpses. But today a miracle happened, and he can finally to be reborn in a living body. After his words, the animals rushed at Mark, suspended in the air. Looking at the predators approaching him, the hero was sure that if he did not free himself from these chains now, he would definitely die. Using his talent of frantic power, he managed to break the chains that bound him, throwing the monsters back. After which he rushed towards the monster, causing him surprise. Usually the mind of people from the small world was at the level of 30 points, but this guy somehow managed to get out of his mind control. When Mark jumped on him, raising his sword above his head, the monster continued to sit calmly on a pile of human bones. The next moment, many sharp needles pierced the guy's body right through. Fairly battered, he sank to the ground, limply lowering his sword. Siegfried smiled and said smugly that no person could resist his ability to penetrate the mind. When he said that Mark would be honored to give his body to him, the guy just grinned. Looking up at Siegfried, he replied that this would not happen, after which he told the system to add all his stat points to his mind. The monster's smile became even wider, and he said that he would throw his soul into the flames of hell, tearing it into small pieces and turning it into ashes. Throwing the hero into the wall with all his strength, Siegfried ordered the fanged boar to kill this boy. Although the monster could not see Mark because of the rising clouds of dust, he felt that his mind had become stronger. The hero managed to hold off the attack of the beast with the help of a storage ring, which he received as a reward for defeating the snake of 10 rings, from which he can get his weapon. Suddenly he felt someone else's influence on his own consciousness. Siegfried said that even if Mark was able to temporarily escape from his control earlier, he was still no match for him. At the same moment, the animals rushed at him again, terrifying the hero. He needed at least a couple of seconds to get rid of Siegfried's influence. He watched what was happening contentedly, absolutely confident that a little more and he would get a new body. When his animals simultaneously fell to the ground, Siegfried was in a stupor. Mark was glad that a little earlier he had guessed to pick up the poisonous gland of the 9-ringed snake he had defeated. Even then he assumed that it might be useful to him and applied poison to the blade of his sword. Having finally freed himself from the monster's influence, Mark said that he realized that Siegfried could not move, and now that all 3 mutated beasts were dead, he would not be able to protect himself. The monster said irritably that the hero used some dirty methods to gain an advantage over him. The next moment, he pointed his staff at the guy, still sitting on a mountain of bones. However, Mark was faster and dealt with the monster in a couple of precise swings with his sword. The system informed him that for defeating the evil creature, the hero received 200 experience points, 10 justice points, and completed a hidden exam, as a result of which he became a first-level judge. The guy was surprised to receive so many bonuses. When he wondered what the title of judge allowed him, the system explained that he could kill evil beings and those who violated the rules of the gods. This calling is available to only 1 out of 1 billion people. The next moment, the text changed, and the hero learned that he had acquired a new skill, taming animals. Noticing a strange glow from the side, he turned around and saw some object come out of Siegfried's body. Mark took it without hesitation, rejoicing that he was able to acquire such a useful skill. With it, he will even be able to order animals to hunt other animals, which will greatly simplify the collection of experience. When he tried to activate the skill, the system reported that the necessary conditions were not met. Only a D-rank innate talent of mind enhancement combined with a beast-taming pill could activate the beast-taming skill or talent, related 6 senses. Mark thought about it. These conditions for activating an acquired skill are too difficult to fulfill. Even the lowest level of this skill will need a mind enhancement talent and a pill. He decided to rummage through the corpse's belongings in the hope of finding this pill, or at least its recipe. After going through all the things, Mark still couldn't find anything, which made him very angry. Sighing heavily, he decided to move on to extraction. After using extraction on the monster's corpse, he received a D-rank talent, mind enhancement, 3 points of strength, and 3 points of agility. The hero suspected that this monster's talent was related to the mind. In the future, he needs to beware of such attacks on the mind, because dealing with them is much more difficult than dealing with animals. After activating the mind enhancement talent, he moved on to creating a divine seal, and with another new skill, he moved on to creating a divine seal. The system reported that the creation was successful, and he received the 3rd rank skill, taming the beast. But this was not enough. He still needed to acquire the talent associated with the 6 senses or find a way to create a pill to activate it. Placing his hand on the floor, he applied the property of your ring to the flowers in front. When all the plants were successfully obtained, Mark was delighted. His experiment was successful, and with the strengthening of his mind, he can directly control the storage ring, collecting everything into it at once. Looking at his hand with the storage ring, the hero thought that it was quite convenient and could give him an advantage in battle. Having used the extraction on the corpse of a guy he didn't know, Mark acquired the talent of controlling fire. The hero smiled contentedly, thinking that if he became stronger, then in the future he would not even have to engage in close combat. he could simply attack with fire from afar. Without calculating the force, the flame in his hand increased in size and spread to Mark's clothes in an instant, spreading throughout his entire body. An hour later, the hero was already sitting by the fire he had made in the same cave and roasting the meat of one of the animals he had defeated, reflecting on the fact that everyone in the chat was too animated, discussing the hanging of levels. It all started when August told everyone that he had become one of the few to reach level 3 and returned to 9th place in the rankings. Other newbies started sending congratulations to the guy and admiring him for being able to overtake Mark, some speculating that because Mark's name was grayed out and his rankings were starting to plummet, he might already be dead. Reading this, the hero remembered that the system warned that there was no access to the ranking table in this dimension. He decided that while he had the opportunity, he should take a break and recuperate in this place, and then continue the hunt. When Mark ate a piece of meat, he noticed that he not only gained several stamina points, but also regained his strength. The next moment, everyone received a system notification, which said that Mark had found a little trick: eating cooked meat restores strength faster. As the discoverer of this trick, he receives 10 reputation points. No one had time to recover from the shock that the guy who was considered dead suddenly showed up when the system reported that from that moment, the trading clan became available. Someone began to wonder how they could eat cooked food if they had absolutely no fire. Someone asked for help, those who had the skill of handling fire. While devouring another piece, Mark wondered if he could sell the cooked meat. A few minutes later, other newcomers received notifications that the hero was ready to exchange 3 kilograms of cooked meat for the corpse of one beast. Those who had the bodies of dead animals on hand decided to make the exchange. Some were distrustful of this, but when the corpse of the beast actually began to disappear and then the promised piece of meat appeared in its place, all doubts were dispelled. People began to massively exchange the corpses of animals they had killed for cooked meat. Mark was incredibly happy that his adventure was a success. He extracted skill points from the animals he received while sitting in one place. If this continued, he would not even need to hunt the animals himself. Suddenly, August wrote to him, asking him to send him 6 kilograms of cooked meat, because he was several positions higher in rank than Mark. The hero didn't like this guy's brazen request. Smiling, he wrote in the chat that the amount of meat was limited and whoever had time ate it. The chat was again bursting with the number of messages. Everyone was surprised, because for the first time Mark wrote something in the general chat. The hero himself watched this with a satisfied smile on his face. For a couple of moments, he felt like a merchant with a hard heart. One of the newcomers decided to borrow Mark's idea and wrote in the group chat that he would exchange 50 kilograms of cooked meat for first-rank equipment. The hero looked at this message in bewilderment, thinking that he was mistaken. Considering himself a merchant with a hard heart, this guy has a much larger appetite. While another argument flared up in the chat, Mark decided that he should try to sell other things. By announcing that he was exchanging a rank 1 rookie's weapon for 3 spirit plants, 1 spirit fruit, or other rank 1 equipment, Mark drew attention to himself again. Many without hesitation decided to make such an exchange with the hero. Mostly everyone offered fruits or plants, but there was one person who offered rank 1 equipment such as a power bracelet in exchange for a sword. Having put it on, Mark received 7 additional strength points, which made the guy very happy, because among all the characteristics, his strength was the lowest. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred in one of the newcomers' villages, covering a fairly large area. The system reported that village number 137 placed a bet on newcomer village 911, to which Mark belonged, which made it possible to bet on resources. The village whose newcomer would be the first to reach level 5 would be the winner. The hero did not understand what was motivating the guys from another village, because the risk of losing half of their resources and 20 stat points was too high, even if they promised 50 stat points and a chest as a reward. Afterwards, the system announced that the ratings of these villages would be hidden for a while, and the chat channel would be merged into one. Many were unhappy with what the 113th village was doing, because losing half of the resources would lead to a decrease in the rate of leveling up, and they would not be able to pass the test for beginners. Suddenly, one new person joined their chat. Introducing himself as Baron Edward, he said that he was on the 4th level, and, as a noble member of the blood tribe, would lead them to victory. As everyone began to praise his strength, the man grinned, answering that the blood tribe was strongest at night, and now he could deal with a level 4 monster alone. Mark's face showed horror when he saw this message. He had no doubt that this man was a vampire. He could not even imagine that there could be other races here. The hero decided to calmly think about everything. He knew that everyone in his village was from the country of the Blue Star Dragon, which means that in this world, residents of certain countries were deliberately gathered in each village, but the reason was unknown. Having created a flame in his hand, Mark was worried that the conflict emerging between the villages could mark the beginning of a conflict between countries or continents in his real world in the future. Clenching his fist, he decided that none of this mattered for now. The most important thing right now was winning the resource bid. He needed to reach level 5 faster than Edward, so he should start killing monsters in the higher-level hunting zones. Having escaped from another dimension, Mark used the talents of improving vision, speed, and smell, and went hunting, rejoicing that with the help of his talent, he could see at night as well as in the morning. At the very beginning, the system rewarded everyone with a map showing the places of the highest activity of animals, which allowed the hero until that moment to move faster and more accurately to different zones. Now he decided to head to the 4th-level beast zone. Thanks to his high speed of movement, he moved between animals with lightning speed, delivering accurate and deadly blows with his sword. One of the animals that Mark was rushing past was able to notice him and rushed at the guy. The hero looked at him in surprise, not expecting something like that. A couple of quick swings of the sword and another beast was defeated. Having used the eye on it, Mark learned that it was a 5th-level golden-eyed half-tiger. The guy approached him, carefully examining the dead body of the beast, noting that he was lucky that this half-tiger had only the 5th level, because his heightened sense of smell did not work, and if it had been someone stronger, he could have had problems. Taking the clawed paw and meticulously examining it, Mark thought that for the first time he was meeting an animal that was half-human, and assumed that animals above the 5th level gradually acquire human features and are no longer ordinary animals. While examining the corpse, the hero suddenly felt a familiar smell. Peering into the distance, he tried to remember where he had encountered this smell before, until he remembered that a spiritual fruit guarded by a snake of 9 rings had a similar aroma. If he follows the trail of this smell, he will reach the 6th-level beast zone, although their level will be higher. But this also applies to spiritual fruits, especially since he will be able to test his guess about the half-beasts. A few minutes later, he found himself in the level 6 beast zone and almost immediately came across a huge 3-headed beast guarding a spiritual flower. Using the eye of true sight, Mark realized that he had serious problems. This beast was the king of bears, whose strength was 12 stars, also had the talents of enhancing endurance, strengthening blood vessels, and an insane thirst for blood. Having studied the information about him, the hero was sure that it would be very difficult to defeat this bear, but he had no other choice but to take risks if he wanted to be the first to get the 5th level. Gathering his strength, Mark attacked the beast. He instantly woke up, sensing a threat, and attacked the hero with his large clawed paw, growling menacingly. The guy, who did not expect this, flew several meters away and fell to the ground, hitting his back hard on a hard surface. The angry Bear King slowly approached Mark. Clearing his throat, the hero realized that he had acted too carelessly and had not even thought that this beast could be so fast, given its considerable size. Stopping near him, the bear attracted Mark's attention by speaking. All 3 heads simultaneously said that they didn't want to waste time on him, and he should just leave. Today they would be generous and spare the life of the reckless kid. Mark rose to his feet and put his sword in front of him, answering that it was better for the beast to leave if it did not want to die by his hand. After the hero's words, the heads simultaneously let out a furious roar, after which one of them said that he would tear Mark into pieces. The next moment, the bear attacked the hero with its powerful paw. The hero realized that he could not hold back this attack. Therefore, the next moment he jumped up, avoiding the blow. Noticing that its prey had soared upward, the beast raised its head in bewilderment. Mark wanted to use a surprise attack to get rid of one of his opponent's heads. One of the heads realized the hero's plan late. Turning around and snarling furiously, she threw Mark away. He did not have time to evade the paw of the beast and was hit. The beast growled furiously, cursing all the pathetic people. Rising to his feet, Mark realized with horror that this bear's neck was much stronger than he had imagined. Even if he used all his strength, he could only chop off one head at a time. Suddenly, the beast's heads emitted a long, loud roar, and a strange glow enveloped its body. The system informed Mark that the Bear King had gone into a rage that lasted 10 minutes. The hero decided not to hesitate and jumped into the air before his opponent took active action. At the same moment, the ground under the powerful body of the Bear King began to crack. Mark raised his blade above his head, praying to all the gods that his plan would work. However, his pleas had no effect, because in this state the beast's defense became much stronger and he could not even scratch it. The bear didn't hesitate either and raised his paw over Mark. Grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, the beast made sure that the guy could not dodge his next attack. When the hero turned around, he was horrified to see a wide-open mouth approaching him. One of the heads shouted that Mark would pay for daring to anger him. Pulling himself together, the hero created fire and wrapped his sword in it, after which he attacked the beast. He was unable to dodge and looked at the flames in horror. A few seconds later, the bear fell to the ground dead. Mark breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was finally over. As he sheathed his sword, he thought that fighting the Bear King was much more difficult than fighting ordinary mutated beasts. Approaching the body of the bear, the hero suddenly stopped a couple of steps away from it, realizing that the system had not yet announced the death of this beast. The guess that the king of the bears had not yet died instantly came to Mark. Sensing danger from behind, he miraculously dodged. The next moment, he cut off the last of the monster's heads, engulfing his sword in flames. As a reward for killing the Bear King, Mark received 500 experience points and a bronze treasure chest. He decided to immediately open the chest, and the next moment the system reported that he had received a second-level item, the Bear King's battle armor, which adds 25 additional points to defense, 100% resistance to fire and cold. Touching the sword, he moved it inside the ring. When Mark applied the extraction to the slain monster, he received the E-rank blood evolution talent. It awakens the power of blood, increasing strength, speed, and defense by 30%, and it can also be combined with the blood of gods or the blood of demons to facilitate awakening. Mark glanced at the dragon blood spiritual plant growing nearby, thinking that its fruits would also be able to increase his strength. However, when he ate the fruit, his whole body was in pain. When he heard a voice behind him, his eyes widened in surprise. The dragon standing behind him asked how such a weak little man dared to come here. He grabbed Mark in one of his scaly paws and lifted him high off the ground. The hero couldn't help but cry out in pain as the dragon clenched its paw. He was sure that this was just a hallucination caused by the eaten fruit. Mark bit the monster's paw. He couldn't let some hallucination get the better of him. The dragon shouted at the guy to stop because he was a real dragon and could teach him the secrets of dragons. But the hero did not listen to him, continuing to devour the dragon's flesh. A few minutes later, the dragon disappeared, and the system reported that Mark had successfully used the dragon blood fruit, and his 1/10% of his blood had evolved into true dragon blood. Lying near the tree trunk, the satisfied hero studied the information window of his characteristics and abilities. His strength had already reached 115 points, agility 121, and endurance 122, and the number of stars had reached 11. Despite the fact that he really wanted to sleep, the hero could not afford it, because he only had one beast left to kill in order to finally reach the 5th level. As he reviewed the progress of the other participants, a predator snuck up behind him, intent on devouring him. Marcus wrote that his leader had almost reached the 4th level, and their village was one step away from victory. To this message, they responded that Edward had just killed a high-level beast and received a lot of points, so there is no point in rejoicing ahead of time. Meanwhile, Edward told his team members that they could relax before dawn. He would reach level 5 in no time and lead them to victory. They praised Edward's strength, glad to have someone so strong on their side, while the enemy village could not boast of the same, judging by the fact that the highest level there was 3rd. The system window that suddenly appeared confused everyone. It said that Mark from the 911th village became the first to reach the 5th level, and his village wins this challenge with a bet on resources. The guys from our hero's village could not help but be happy about this message and breathed a sigh of relief. Others fought the beasts when their stats increased by 20 points, greatly increasing their chances of winning. At the same time, the newcomers of the enemy village began to lose their 20 stat points and turned against Edward, shouting that it was his fault and that he needed to be killed. Mark received a notification that he received a golden treasure chest for winning the bet. He smiled and thanked the monster, who had stuck a sword in his neck, for coming to him at such a timely time. When the beast's carcass fell to the ground, the hero extracted 2 power points from it. Suddenly, he received a message asking him to exchange a resource bid token for a refined level 1 steel sword. Mark considered this a rather lucrative offer and decided that there was no way he could miss it. He clicked on the button to accept the exchange. Having received this token, the system informed that this token appears only once in each newcomer village and only the strongest have the right to use it. After reading this, Mark understood the reason why Klaus decided to sell him this thing. He simply would not be able to use it. Also, if they lost, then the punishment for losing for him would be increased several times. A couple of minutes later, Klaus asked when the hero planned to start the next bid for resources. Other newcomers also expressed their interest in this matter, offering to use this opportunity and defeat the other villages while they were in a mess. Mark was pleased that everyone believed in their next victory. After contacting everyone via video, he replied that when morning came and everyone was fully recovered, he would begin the next bid for resources. Everyone supported this decision and proclaimed him their leader. After cutting off the connection, the hero sighed, thinking that those guys thought too highly of him. The reason he decided to start the bet in the morning was because he wanted to reach the most dangerous area with the 10th level beasts. The guy threw his sword at a bird flying by. A few seconds later, the system reported that he had successfully killed a level 6 Dark Night Owl. An hour later, the hero found himself in a new zone. He had been wandering around for several minutes, but had not come across anyone. There was only sand and a strange fog. Mark was sure that the 10th level beast zone must be here. Even the activated talent of smell did not help him smell a single animal. The hero was confused and thought that something was wrong with the system. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from under his feet, and he fell into a deep hole. Mark did not understand at all what was happening. Just a moment ago, he had not felt anything unusual or dangerous nearby. Looking around, he realized that due to the lack of walls, he didn't even have anything to grab onto. He urgently needed to figure out how to stop the fall, otherwise he would simply fall to his death. The next moment, he managed to roll over and activated his fire control skill, enveloping his entire body in it. As he approached the ground, he noticed a fairly large village in the distance. A terrifying aura emanated from this place, screaming of danger. A few seconds later, the hero was able to successfully fall to the ground. For about 20 minutes, he wandered around an unfamiliar place, and doubts crept into his mind that this was a zone of animals of the 10th level, because in addition to the absence of animals, there was a terrible smell of corpses, from which the hero almost vomited. Touching one of the dilapidated statues, Mark was very surprised because his hand went right through. He guessed that it was an illusion. Looking at the village behind the statue, the hero assumed that this was one of the abandoned newcomer villages, because in appearance it was very similar to his village, and if he was right, then if the test failed, the same fate would await the newcomer village 911. Mark believed that it was too cruel to give every person the opportunity to level up and gain power. But if someone lags behind, then a sad fate awaits them. Suddenly, armed animals walked through the wall of illusion. One of the dogs said that they are soldiers guarding this place, and it doesn't matter whether it's a man or an animal. But whoever comes here will face only one fate, to be killed. The other guards standing behind him gave Mark a death glare as they clenched their spears. Using the eye of true vision, the hero learned that the animals standing in front of him were creatures of evil, hellish soldiers whose level was much higher than 15, and when defeating them there was a chance of dropping a treasure chest. Mark had absolutely no idea how to escape from this strange place, so he could only fight them and took out a 4th-level blade obtained from a silver-level chest. He hoped that this weapon would give him strength and help him cope with these beasts. The dog that had spoken to him earlier rushed to attack. The attack inflicted by the beast was very strong and hit one of the nearby dilapidated houses. Scraps of stones and bricks flew into the air. Mark was able to avoid this attack by jumping upward. Jumping from rock to rock, he landed at a fairly safe distance from the enemy. However, the beast was very fast, and a spear was already flying at the hero. Jumping up again, dodging another attack, he decided to take advantage of the moment while the enemy's back was open and strike with a fiery blade. But the animal quickly reacted and blocked his blow with its spear. All this time, his comrades were watching the battle. One of the dogs asked if their brother needed help. The other dog replied that he should take a closer look at what was happening. He was sure that their brother was playing with this man, deliberately missing the mark and revealing his flaws. The purpose of such actions was to make the boy think that he could really win. Mark was noticeably exhausted, trying to inflict at least one scratch on his opponent and constantly dodging his retaliatory attacks. He did not have time to notice when the enemy approached him too quickly, and the fanged paw of the beast fell on his face. Mark was sure that for a few moments the beast simply disappeared, a second before the hero could strike him. And at that moment, when he froze in bewilderment, this clawed paw appeared as if out of nowhere. Having pinned Mark to the ground, the beast said that although the boy had some skills, it was time to end their fight, because they did not have much time. The next moment, the beast swung its spear at the hero. The sharp blade was already a couple of centimeters from the guy's body when the beast was pierced by the sword summoned from Mark's ring. The comrades of the dead dog, who had been watching calmly until that moment, could not believe what had happened, that their brother, and even lost to some weakling, was the first time in their memory that this had happened. Rising from the ground, Mark applied the extraction to the beast he had killed. The extraction was successful, and the hero received a D-rank talent, Dark Manipulation and Hellfire talent. He also rose to the level of a second-level judge and received a fragment of the Dark Seal. Looking at the seal shard in his palm, Mark said that he had gone through hellish training to learn how to control the weapon at a high level. He spent hours training with the sword, coming up with more effective techniques. After several thousand attacks, he finally managed to learn the perfect killing technique. Having said this, Mark looked bloodthirsty at the animal standing in front. Meanwhile, they were arguing among themselves about which of them would go and kill this impudent guy. But no one was eager to do this, coming up with various excuses. Looking at this, Mark realized that something was wrong. Their comrade had died, and they were acting as if nothing had happened. A sudden guess that the animal he had killed earlier was still alive came to the hero's head, but then he remembered that the system had already informed him about the death of this dog, so this was impossible. Suddenly there was a roar, and Mark felt warm currents of air behind him. His first thought was correct. That beast was still alive. When the animal released a powerful stream of air from its mouth, the hero managed to duck down. Having run a few meters back, he turned to the revived enemy and pointed his sword at him. His comrades who approached him said that his caution had become worse. He, stretching his neck, replied that he had not encountered people for a long time and acted a little carelessly. Mark watched in surprise what was happening. He was sure that he had killed him. Turning his gaze to the guy, the dog said that he must be amazed because he received a notification from the system about his death, but the Eye of True Sight should have shown Mark their true name. The hero was horrified when he realized that this beast knew about the Eye of True Vision. Picking up his spear, he said that they were the guardians of hell, which meant that they came straight from there, and also that they could not be killed. After this, their bodies were covered with a green glow, and their faces changed into a menacing grin. Mark was not at all frightened by these words, and he said that for a bunch of watchdogs, they had too much self-confidence. Enveloping the blade of the sword in flames, the hero ran towards the beast, shouting that if he could kill it once, he could do it a second time. The guard also rushed towards the guy. Once at a sufficient distance, he deflected Mark's attack to the side with his spear. A few moments later, he caught the hero off guard by moving behind him as he was about to strike. At the same moment, the first rays of the dawn sun appeared, attracting the attention of the guards. They decided not to linger and headed towards the portal, shouting to their brother, who was engrossed in battle, that their time was up and it was time for them to leave. He did not finish off the boy and simply threw him towards the tree. After which he turned around and finally said that he was a very interesting person. If fate decreed it, they would meet in their dreams. Wiping the dirt from his face, Mark thought that he had underestimated these guys too much, and that he was very lucky that he was not killed. A system window appeared, reporting that the lost village connects hundreds of thousands of newcomer villages and appears in the darkness of the night, and disappears at dawn. Looking at the seal fragment, Mark assumed that everyone with this seal will be able to enter here. He was distracted from his thoughts by an incomprehensible noise. A huge centipede appeared behind him. Mark used the eye of true vision and found out that this was a 12th level animal. Although she was blind, she was extremely poisonous and had unusually good hearing, and the hero cut her massive body with one blow. And when the system reported that 2 newcomers with the 5th level had appeared in the village and they would have access to the regional communication channel, then 3 more equally huge centipedes appeared ahead. As Mark rushed towards them, a huge hand appeared from the sand directly below the hero. At the same time, the regional chat was bursting with messages. Some residents of other villages congratulated the 911th village on their achievement. Someone, on the contrary, wrote that they were too slow and the weakest among them. Less than a couple of minutes later, the residents of the 446th village wrote that their Lord Adam would deal with these weaklings in no time. Many supported this idea, wanting to get rid of their rivals while they were still too weak. When Mark was already killing the 5th stone golem that had emerged from the ground, Adam forcibly joined our hero's village to the resource bet, making reaching the 8th level a condition for winning. As soon as the 5th golem fell motionless to the ground, the system announced that Mark from village 911 was the first to reach level 8 and was the winner of the resource bet. The residents of village 911 were perplexed. All their characteristics increased by 20 as proof of their victory, although not even a couple of minutes had passed since the bet began. Having recovered from the shock, everyone began to write about what an amazing person Mark is. If this continues, they will be able to raise levels very quickly, becoming invincible. At the same time, the residents of the 446th village were in a far from joyful mood. Annoyed, Adam said that he could not allow others to look down on their village. He would certainly take revenge on these upstarts. For this, he decided to contact the area channel and look for help there, because they also hate people from the land of the dragon. A couple of minutes later, he wrote that Village 911 used dirty tricks to win the bid for resources, and now they have become stronger and more dangerous. If they are allowed to grow further, they need to get rid of this village immediately. The team, led by the Saint, received Adam's message. One of the guys suggested that Mark must have an S-rank talent if he was leveling up so quickly. Marcus was sure that talent of this level was their divine gift, and could not believe that someone from the insignificant country of the dragon could gain the patronage of a god. A man and his grandson in the northern part also received this message. The boy was amused by Adam's pitiful behavior after his defeat to the people from the land of the dragon. The man replied with a smile that he was not surprised by what had happened. Nothing else was expected from people from the land of the dragon. Dragging the carcass of a huge monster behind him, he explained that once he had already met people from this country, they were invincible. The group located in the 6th zone contacted their village leader and offered to use the bet token against Village 911. Jacob replied that first he needed to find out more information about Mark and asked to find a guy named Roman from Village number 5 to complete this task. He would easily agree because he was afraid that the people from the dragon country might surpass him. The residents of our hero's village were outraged that they were up in arms out of simple envy. They hoped that Mark would intervene and answer something, but no messages came from him. At this time, Mark was reading the chat, carrying the carcass of a huge centipede. When he received a golden chest for winning the bet, he hoped that in the near future he would be able to get a water or ice-type talent, because without it, it would be difficult for him to survive in this hell. By using the chest, the hero received a C-rank token, thanks to which he can receive a C-rank mission without a time limit, upon completion of which an incredible reward will be given along with a dark gold chest. After analyzing the information received, Mark assumed that this mission would be quite difficult, since such a reward was given for it. Looking at the token, he decided that since the mission had no time limit, why not start doing it slowly? Immediately after this, The system reported that his mission was to open the seal of the 5 elements. To do this, he needed to collect the 5 foundations of the kings of gold, earth, water, fire, and sand. After completing this, you need to go to the Dragon Slope, find the altar of the 5 elements, and open the seal of the Village of Beginners, 911. Once the seal is released, the villagers will be able to enter a more open world. In addition, every newcomer village of the first area will be able to enter the larger world. After studying this message, Mark realized that this mission was related to the opening of the map, and whichever village entered the big world, it would receive a great advantage and more resources. The system recommended that he start from a place called the Abandoned Semicircle and defeat the ferocious mammoth there, as well as get the base of the Sand King. Mark decided to follow this advice, since this place is not so far from him. Meanwhile, Alicia was trapped and her life was in grave danger. A high-level mammoth wandered a couple of meters from her, sensing a person nearby. The sound of the axe that the beast was dragging along the ground instilled even greater horror in the girl. Suddenly, he froze in place, sniffing the air. Having discovered where his prey was hiding, he shouted out that he had found it. Alicia was frozen with fear when the mammoth raised his huge axe over her. A second before the blade could touch the girl, she was snatched straight from the clutches of death. Mark appeared on time and, plunging a sword into the monster's back, saved his old friend. Alicia looked at the guy in surprise. He asked why she came to the 10th level ferocious beast zone alone, but she was too shocked to hear his question. The hero lowered the girl to the ground. She asked in disbelief what he was doing here. Mark ignored her question and asked where her group was, and at the thought of this, the girl was again overcome with horror. Holding back tears, she replied that some of her comrades were caught and eaten. The guy was not surprised by this news because these are the rules of this world. Nothing can be done about it. Taking him by the hand, she looked at him with hope and asked him to help her save her surviving comrades who were captured by mammoths. They said that they were going to eat them today. Mark replied that he first needed to assess the current situation in order to decide something, and he advised Alicia to run away from here as far as possible. She objected, saying that there were too many opponents and she would help him. The hero stood his ground, no matter what excuses the girl voiced, and she had to take a risky step, offering herself as bait, because those mammoths love human meat. Mark asked with incomprehension whether she was afraid to suggest something like that. Alicia replied that her comrades were there, and he was not obliged to save them. They could not constantly blame everything on Mark, simply because he was strong. She said that her help would definitely not be superfluous in a battle with a large number of enemies. The hero smiled, looking at her persistence. He thought that this girl might not be so useless. At the same time, music was playing in a clearing nearby. Graceful Nagas danced joyfully to a simple tune. At the same time, Sam and his boys were tightly tied to a post and watched everything in horror. Suddenly, the ground under the guys began to shake. When many mammoths joined the dance, their movements were completely out of tune with the music, and some even let out joyful screams. A few minutes later, a group of mammoths surrounded Sam and his comrades. One of them immediately began to make a fire, and the rest sat on the ground, calmly watching everything. A mammoth standing a little further away was dissatisfied with the fact that they only managed to grab 6 people. This is too little. Even if divided, they might get nothing at all. A mammoth that approached him said that if these people had not entered the teleport, then there would be nothing to eat at all. Suddenly, the first mammoth noticed that something had slipped behind the boulder in front. Turning to his brother, he said that he had heard rumors that the king had promised to give them an extra leg when dividing the food if the escaped person was brought to him. When he nodded, confirming the veracity of this rumor, the mammoth took the club in his hands, saying that today was an extremely lucky day. At the same time, the pit for the corpses of mammoths, found by the hero, was filled with more and more bodies. Alicia was delighted. Although she served as bait, she also received experience for the animals killed by Mark. Turning to the girl, the hero asked him to step away and close his eyes for a couple of minutes. She agreed to fulfill his request without any questions. Mark waited until Alicia was far enough away. A couple of moments later, he began to extract. From the corpses of the killed mammoths, he obtained several identical E-rank endurance enhancement talents, which evolved to D-rank, Furious Endurance. Having created a hellish flame, he threw it into a pit to burn the corpses, after which he said that Alicia could already open her eyes. When the girl approached him, Mark gave her a ring of protection that he had just received from a killed mammoth. She looked at the ring in her hand in surprise. Observing her reaction, the guy said, so that she would not misunderstand him, Alicia would still remain bait and her death would be very unfortunate. The girl thanked the guy and hurried after her savior, joyfully thinking that he had not changed at all, still tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. When they came across a mammoth, Mark immediately blinded his enemy using the venom of the 9-ringed snake. Thanks to this, it was not difficult for him to finish off this beast. From time to time, the hero gave Alicia the opportunity to level up, allowing her to finish off mammoths. He had already discovered that their weak point was on the back of the neck. Suddenly, at one of these moments, approaching voices were heard from the side. 5 enraged monsters ran towards them, shouting that they would eat them alive. Mark smiled contentedly. New objects for his research came into his hands. Pointing their weapons at the hero, the mammoths decided to get rid of him first. Suddenly, the sand in front of them began to move, taking on a strange shape. A few moments later, the sharp spines of a sand centipede emerged from the sand. The mammoths did not have time to react in time and fell under this sudden attack. Mark watched everything from the side. He assumed that the animals would notice the disappearance of their comrades and come here, so he set traps around in advance. When all the mammoths except one were killed, the hero looked at the last one in surprise. He didn't expect that this mammoth could easily cut through thorns comparable to a second-tier weapon in terms of strength. Having gotten rid of all the thorns, the beast attacked Mark. The hero did not even move and covered his sword with hellish flames. The next moment, they crossed their weapons. Mark realized that this mammoth was much stronger than usual and hastened to retreat. Finding himself behind him, the hero immediately attacked him and saw that the skin of this beast was also many times stronger, but not so much that he was invulnerable. The beast turned to Mark, saying that all his efforts were in vain. Stretching his shoulder, he said that his body had received the king's blessing, and now all his wounds were instantly healed, so the hero could not win. Mark was happy when he heard these words. If he gains the ability of regeneration, his growth will be even faster. Pointing his sword at the beast, the hero said that this is simply an amazing ability, so he has a question. The next moment, he approached the mammoth, asking if she had a limit. When Mark attacked him, the beast took a step back and raised the axe over the guy. The hero managed to avoid the retaliatory attack by jumping up and tried to attack his opponent again, but he covered himself with his hand, holding back the attack. When the beast swung his axe, Mark had to retreat again. After several minutes of battle, the hero learned that it takes up to 2 seconds to regenerate moderate wounds, 3 seconds for serious injuries, and 5 seconds for lethal ones. At some point, the mammoth weakened and dropped to one knee, leaning on his weapon. During the battle, his back was covered with many scars from Mark's sword. The hero himself dropped down behind the monster a couple of meters away from him, and smiling, asked if the enemy's regeneration had reached its limit. The next moment, he snapped his fingers, creating a hellish flame. A few seconds later, powerful blue flames surrounded the beast, blocking its vision. Mark decided not to hesitate and finally put an end to this mammoth. With one swing of his sword, he cut off the head of the beast. The Mammoth King's face changed. His advisor noticed this and excitedly asked what happened. Sighing heavily, the king replied that his faithful guard had been killed. At the same time, Alicia was watching Mark, completely not understanding what was happening. The irritated hero furiously punched the air, creating a powerful shockwave. There was nothing left from the place where the mammoth had been a couple of minutes ago, except for huge pieces of earth that soared into the sky and a rising column of dust. The girl didn't understand why the guy's mood deteriorated so sharply. She had never seen him so angry. The hero was very annoyed that no matter how many times he tried, he could not extract the much-desired ability of regeneration. Alicia decided to come closer to her companion and ask what happened. However, the next moment, he slammed his fist on his palm and smiled strangely. A solution to the current problem came to him. Since he cannot extract this ability from the defeated mammoth, then he just needs to find its king. A few minutes later, our heroes approached the clearing where the mammoth celebration was being held. Alicia carefully looked out from their shelter and told Mark that there were more than 30 enemies. Although the guy was unusually strong, even he could get hurt here. Watching the hero apply the venom of the nine-ringed snake to his sword, the girl suggested that they try to just save her comrades and return to the newcomer village through the portal. Having finished with the poison, Mark replied that not everything was as simple as she might have thought. He asked her to look carefully to the right, where the animals gathered around the fire and danced joyfully. Then he pointed in the other direction, where her comrades were sitting tied to a post, guarded by two mammoths. Afterwards, he said that the situation might indeed seem very advantageous for them. They could attack those two using the effect of surprise and save Alicia's comrades, which would be very successful and simple, but in reality it could turn out to be a trap. Without taking his eyes off the animals, Mark said that earlier the herd had already noticed the disappearance of their 8 comrades, so they sent that group of mammoths. If this group of mammoths did not return, then the king would definitely suspect something. He explained to the girl that the mammoths deliberately left her comrades in a visible place, where there was little security, pretending that everyone was busy with their own affairs in order to lure them into a trap. Alicia was at a loss how simple animals could come up with something so complex. Mark replied that the higher the level of the animals, the smarter they are, and it's common for them to come up with a trap, so he advised the girl not to underestimate her opponents if she doesn't want to lose her life too early. The next moment, the guy stood up from his seat, saying that it was better for her to stay here and not come too close. Hearing this, the girl shouted that he couldn't go there, especially alone. Grinning, the guy replied that they had been so diligently preparing this trap for him, and it would be a shame if he didn't come. Having said this, the hero came out of hiding, leaving a confused Alicia behind. Mark moved forward decisively, thinking only about how he could gain the ability to regenerate. His appearance did not go unnoticed by the mammoths. They did not take their red eyes off the approaching guy. The animals rejoiced that their plan worked and their prey came into their clutches. A few moments later, all the mammoths parted on both sides, opening the way for Mark to reach their king. The hero walked past them, not paying attention to their glances and whispers behind him. He was able to count 67 mammoths and 3 guards. The mammoths began discussing the fact that it was this boy who killed their brother, who received the support of the king. Their voices became louder, and a lot of insults rained down towards Mark. He could not simply ignore this, so he released his aura and looked at the mammoths with a murderous look. The animals standing nearby fell silent and recoiled, feeling the strength of the boy standing in front of them. The king of the mammoths, sitting surrounded by 2 graceful beauties clinging to him, drew the hero's attention to himself, saying that he was very glad that Mark was finally here. Mark replied that he was glad to finally meet the Mammoth King, known for his fierce temper and strength. While saying this, he activated the Eye of True Sight and discovered that the king's strength was only 6 stars higher than his own. The king was amused by the guy's words. He laughed and replied that Mark was an excellent flatterer. The next moment, the former amusement was gone, and his gaze became more serious. He said that the words he had spoken would not change the fact that Mark had killed 14 of his subordinates, including 1 loyal guard. He could not tolerate such humiliation from a simple man. Looking at the king, the hero assumed that since they even set a trap for him to lure him out, then a simple murder would not suit the king to avenge those killed. The king nodded, saying that this was indeed the case. When the advisor wanted to intervene, he stopped him with one gesture of his hand, after which he said that Mark was much more useful than all the rabble he had killed. Therefore, he invited the hero to join him. Mark was amazed by the king's words. He expected anything but not this. Meanwhile, the king continued, saying that he would forget about the guy's crime and give him the title of guard, animals, medicine, women. He could give him anything Mark wanted. The hero was in no hurry to answer, and asked if he could ask one question before making such an important decision for him. Having received the king's approval, he said that he had previously heard that in another world, everyone is unusually strong, capable of flying on the clouds like the wind, moving mountains, and even destroying half the world with just a wave of his hand. The king had not heard of such a world before and asked if his advisor knew anything about it. He replied that he also knew nothing. He could only assume that this man was talking about ordinary rumors. The red-haired beauty, clinging to the king, laughed, saying that only heaven is capable of moving mountains and destroying the world. But the king himself replied that in this meadow the world ends, and the world that Mark speaks about does not exist. The hero folded his arms across his chest, thinking that this king could not recognize the eye of true vision, and also knew nothing about the other world. He was simply stuck in his own little world. This disappointed Mark. He hoped that he could learn a little more from this king. Apparently, he will have to try his luck elsewhere. The next moment, a sword shrouded in hellish flames appeared in his hand. Looking at this, the king displeasedly asked whether this decision of Mark was final. He replied that if he agreed to serve the mammoths, he would have to turn away from all of humanity, and he was not going to become a traitor. Smiling, he added that he might change his mind if the king could defeat him. The beast gave Mark a hard look, and the next moment his body began to be enveloped in yellow energy. At the same time, Roman was hunting animals with his guys when he was contacted. Adam managed to contact the man via video link. Roman asked what happened, that they needed to look for him. Adam replied that a newcomer from Village 911 with a C-rank talent is increasing levels at an incredible speed. He is also a resident of the Dragon Country and can become #1 in an instant. If this happens, then the R country will have difficulties. Suddenly, Roman cut the system window with a swing of his sword, saying that this was the 5th person to contact him through a direct call. Michael said that he heard that Adam recently lost to Mark and is now seeking revenge, so Roman should be careful. Those people do not have good intentions. The man replied that he didn't care. They could do whatever they wanted and activated the resource bet token. The system immediately announced the start of the bet, the winner of which would be the one who prevailed in the battle of the first numbers in the ranking of both teams. At the same time, a fierce battle between the Mammoth King and Mark took place in the meadow in the 10th zone. The king's attacks were strong, and the hero could only dodge them. By striking, he tried to discover the weak points of his opponent, but everything was unsuccessful because the king's defense was too strong. Dodging the king's next attack, the hero thought that he needed to come up with something to find out if this mammoth had the ability to heal. The king did not give Mark time to formulate a plan and attacked again, creating a strong shockwave by swinging his scythes. The hero managed to create a physical barrier, shielding himself from the attack. The king did not stop there and struck another blow directly at the guy's shield. The shield could not stand it and cracked, and Mark flew into a huge stone, causing it to become covered with deep cracks. When the hero fell to the ground, he barely managed to rise to his knees, leaning on his sword. As soon as he did this, he was pierced by severe pain in the chest area, and he coughed up blood. Looking at the guy, the Mammoth King said that he has very high potential, and his skills suit their clan, so he will give Mark one last chance to change his mind. The hero was well aware of his deplorable condition, but he was not going to give up so easily, so he prepared a backup plan in advance if something went wrong. Slowly rising to his feet, Mark said that if his opponent wanted him to join his clan, then he would have to give up the post of King of the Mammoths to him. As soon as the hero said this, blue energy threads stretched from his fingers. The next moment, the sand around the king began to move. The created sand spikes rushed towards the beast. When the sharp thorns of sand centipedes appeared from them, the king quickly got rid of them, not allowing them to touch his body. Such an act of the guy greatly angered him, and he shouted that Mark should prepare for death. A second after he said this, the hero was horrified when he felt the ground begin to pull him down. He remembered too late that the king had the ability to control the earth. The quicksand sucked him deeper and deeper, enveloping his arms and legs, making it impossible for Mark to even move. As the sand swirled around his neck, he realized that the king was now truly determined to kill him. Using all his strength, he tried to break free, but the sand did not want to let him go. Then Mark decided to use the ability to influence the sand with his mind, ordering it to harden. To his great luck, the sand obeyed him, and having hardened, began to slowly crack and crumble. When this happened, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that if not for this ability, he would have died in these sands. Mark was not allowed to relax for a long time. Noticing that his technique was interrupted, the Mammoth King rushed at the guy. Hearing the whistle created by the weapon cutting through powerful gusts of wind, the hero turned around. Mark managed to dodge the attack, jumping high into the air a couple of seconds before the beast plunged its scythes deep into the ground where the hero had previously been. Taking advantage of the moment, he created many sand centipede spines and threw them straight at the king. He didn't dodge or fight them off. The spikes rushed past him, some breaking when they collided with his armor. Mark's face became more gloomy as he realized that this attack did absolutely no damage to the king. He had no choice but to try to break through his shield with his sword. However, before he could take a step, his opponent knocked him down again. Mark was not happy about the prospect of once again flying into stone, so he plunged his sword into the ground, slowing himself down. When the guy froze in place, the king said that all his attempts to inflict damage on him were too pathetic. Mark shouted that sooner or later he would be able to win, and then a powerful hellish flame appeared in his hand. As soon as he pointed his palm at the Mammoth King, a huge ball of blue flames flew towards him. The beast put his hands in front of him, protecting himself from the hellish flames. Suddenly, he heard his armor begin to crack. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He was left without protection, and the first wound appeared on his left arm. Mark was pleased that he finally managed to break through the king's defense, and he also noticed that his regeneration rate was much lower than that of the defender. The king decided to use his ability to control the earth again, and within a few moments the earth began to crack and large pieces slowly rose into the air. Mark watched in amazement as a huge stone fist created from many fragments appeared high in the sky. Once the fist was complete, the king brought it down on the annoying boy. The hero did not have time to escape and had to hold back the huge stone fist with his own strength. He tried to use his mind on the sand again, causing it to harden and crumble. A system window appeared, informing that due to the fact that the hero's stamina is currently too low, the use of the talent is impossible. The king of the mammoths approached him and said that he admired Mark, but because of the kindness shown to him earlier, he imagined too much about himself. At that same moment, the stone fist stopped putting pressure on the guy, simply hanging in the air. As soon as this happened, the hero's hands dropped powerlessly. He tried to come up with at least something, but almost all the talents that can be used in battle spend too many stamina points. A few moments later, many sand fists appeared and rushed towards Mark, striking one after another. Alicia watched what was happening from behind a stone. She was afraid that a little more, and the guy would simply be beaten to death if she didn't urgently come up with something. Tears appeared in her eyes when she realized that it was her fault. If she had been a little stronger, then Mark's life would not be in danger now. When heavy thoughts began to weigh on the girl's head, a suddenly heard voice said that if she doesn't calm down and pull herself together, then only death awaits her. At that moment, she remembered Mark showing her one of the spiritual plants, saying that if the stats dropped too low during the battle, they could be restored by eating a spiritual plant or a spiritual fruit. The memory of this helped the girl to come to her senses and regain her cool mind. She turned to the residents of her newcomer village for help, saying that she was now with Mark, and the situation was extremely difficult, so he now needed spiritual plants and fruits. The hero tried to somehow resist the sand fists. While a heated discussion began in the chat, someone was ready to immediately rush to the rescue. Someone was suspicious of the girl's request, asking her to prove the veracity of her words. Alicia replied that she would not deceive everyone using such a serious reason. Others had no choice but to help her, because Mark was their only hope, and they did not want to lose her. A few moments later, a lot of spirit fruits appeared in front of the Mark. The Mammoth King looked at it in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Mark decided not to hesitate, and taking advantage of the king's hesitation, grabbed one of the fruits. Bringing it to his lips, he took the first bite. Having eaten this whole fruit, its stat points were restored with amazing speed. The king who was watching him asked in bewilderment what kind of trick he was up to. Mark ignored the question, and the next moment he was surrounded by powerful blue flames. The Mammoth King was amazed. He was sure that just a moment ago this boy did not have the strength to resist him. When Mark emerged from the pillar of flame, his body was covered from head to toe by this hellish flame, without causing him any harm at all. He looked at the Mammoth King with hatred in his eyes. The next moment he moved with lightning speed behind the back of the beast and raised the blade above his head. He only managed to turn around when the hero pierced his chest with a satisfied smile on his face. Holding his hand on the mammoth's chest, Mark said that a simple sword would not be enough to kill him. After these words, a powerful flame pierced the mammoth's body. Mark said that he initially planned to cut off his head with one blow, but changed his mind. All the mammoths froze in bewilderment. Their highly respected king fell dead by the hand of a man. Immediately after his death, a small ball appeared from the king's chest and flew up to Mark. The system reported who he received the core of the king of the earth element. System notifications that appeared in front of the hero reported that for killing the Mammoth King, he received 4,000 points and moved to the 9th level, and also won the bet on resources, being the first to receive the 9th level. At the same time, the mammoths were seized by a thirst for revenge. Raising their weapons upward, they began to shout that they must kill this little man who dared to kill their king. Enraged animals began to approach Mark, surrounding him on all sides. When the hero tried to escape, he was thrown back. Mark had no choice but to get rid of all the mammoths. Rising, he attacked the nearby mammoths on the legs. As soon as they were killed, the hero asked the system to distribute his stat points. It added the received points to strength and agility. As a result, he had strength, 230 points, agility, 256, endurance, 217, energy, 270. Mark jumped up, raising his sword above his head, and said with a smile that the feeling of becoming stronger is unusually pleasant. After distributing the points, killing monsters became much easier for him. The advisor to the former king standing nearby watched as Mark killed the mammoths one after another. Turning to his subordinates, he said that they should hide behind their brothers and attack only when the guy kills them. They nodded and immediately rushed to carry out his order. Finding the right moment, the mammoth approached the hero from behind and was about to attack, thinking that he would not be noticed. But Mark noticed him and turned around and directed a powerful stream of hellfire at him. He increased the flow of fire and it spread to nearby mammoths, killing them almost instantly. The hero realized that this entire herd was commanded by an advisor, which greatly hindered him. Finding him with his eyes, Mark decided that it was worth getting rid of him first and ran in his direction. The advisor flinched in surprise when he noticed a guy rapidly approaching him. As soon as the advisor extended his hand in front of him, one of the mammoths appeared in front of him, exposing himself to the hero's blow. Looking at the dead body that had fallen, the guy assumed that the advisor also had the ability to control animals. The advisor trembled with rage when he saw that his faithful guard had been killed. Pointing somewhere behind Mark, the mammoth gave the order to immediately attack the enemy. The hero turned around, looking in the direction the advisor pointed, who took advantage of this moment and ran away, shouting that he would definitely return with an entire army of mammoths and kill him. Mark did not allow the advisor to accomplish his plan and jumping up threw the sword at his head. The system reported that for killing this mammoth, he received a bronze treasure chest. Looking around at the remaining mammoths, Mark decided that it would be faster to kill them at once. The next moment, he hit the ground with all his strength with his fist engulfed in hellfire, redirecting it to the ground. A few seconds later, the clearing was filled with the painful cries of animals being burned alive. Multiple system notifications informed the hero that he had successfully killed the mammoths and received another bronze chest and 600 experience points for each beast he killed. Hiding behind a rock nearby, Alicia was deeply shocked by what had happened here. The tied-up guys were no less shocked than the girl and looked with all their eyes at Mark, who single-handedly defeated a whole horde of mammoths. The thought simultaneously flashed through their heads that this guy was just a monster. When Sam and his guys were freed, they thanked Mark and offered him the spirit fruit they had as payment for his help. They had nothing more valuable, so they wanted to repay the hero with at least this. They looked at their savior with admiration in their eyes, waiting for him to take these fruits. However, their mood plummeted when Mark said that all these spiritual fruits were of low level. Looking at their upset faces, the hero smiled awkwardly, saying that although they were of a low level, they were also pretty good. Having said this, he reached for one of the fruits lying in Sam's hand. When he touched it, a toy chicken suddenly squeaked from below. Everyone looked in bewilderment at this toy, which was still making a nasty squeak. Sam apologized to Mark and, holding the toy's head, said that recently they accidentally dropped this useless spiritual item and he completely forgot to throw it away. The hero looked carefully at this toy. Using the eye of true sight, he learned that this chicken's level, as well as strength, was 0, but in its characteristics it was noted that it was incredibly noisy. Just one of its voices could be compared to a whole 100. Mark decided that this toy could still be useful to him in the future, and activating the ring, moved the fruits Sam offered along with this chicken into it. After that, he turned around and headed in the opposite direction, saying that the level 10 monster zone was not the place where they should be, so Sam and his team should get out of here as quickly as possible. The guys stood for a couple of minutes watching Mark's retreating back. Although Alicia did not spend much time with him, she realized one thing for sure. Mark is the one who decided to become stronger than anyone in this world. She was also aware of the fact that the place where he would go next would be inaccessible to ordinary people like her. But it will be enough for her to simply watch Mark from afar and pray for his health. Approaching the tent where the king of the mammoths had sat an hour earlier, the hero with steel in his voice asked the Naga what he should do with them now. The girls shuddered in fear when they heard his voice behind them. Having embraced, they answered with a trembling voice and hesitation that they were ordinary dancers and had never harmed people, so they begged the guy to let them go. Using the eye of true sight, he saw that their combat strength was at 0, and there were absolutely no abilities other than dancing. He drew attention to the hair of the blonde Naga, or rather to the plant woven into it. Having applied the extraction to it, Mark became convinced that it was not his imagination, and that this plant was indeed from the ground. The next moment he said that he would let the girls go if they answered his questions. Looking at the hero, the Nagas actively nodded their heads with tears in their eyes. Having received all the answers, Mark, as promised, released the girls. Looking at the window with the characteristics, the hero thought that there was absolutely no point in killing these Nagas, because their dancing abilities would be of no use to him. He tried to imagine how he would use their enchanting dance ability in battle. A shudder of horror immediately ran through him and he pushed these thoughts away. Having applied the extraction to the mammoth corpses, Mark decided that he should head further to complete the mission of the 5 elements, and along the way, he would look at all the awards received in battle. Suddenly, a message came into the chat, making the hero frown. The guys from his village reported that other villages began accusing Mark of cheating. Mark smiled predatorily after reading this message. He couldn't allow those losers who couldn't admit defeat to slander him, so he decided to personally teach them a lesson by activating the resource bid token. As soon as the token was activated, Mark was transported into system space. She immediately warned him that each village had 1 token, and that only 100 tokens could be used in each zone, and this was already the 79th bet. Mark was surprised that there were restrictions on the bet. Taking another closer look at the message, he surmised that it was meant to spur people into action by making the cowards hungry. He immediately remembered his past opponents who dared to activate the tokens. According to his observations, those who receive the resource bid token are usually weak and do not dare to activate the token out of fear, so they give them to the strongest in the village. Mark smiled, glad that he had used the bet token at the right time. Otherwise, they might have missed such a good opportunity. When the system asked him to choose a team or single bet method, he was happy to learn that in a team bet, you can select many villages as enemies, and you can also enter into an alliance with other villages. Mark's smile became even wider. He simply had to teach a lesson that his haters could never forget. The hero chose the team bet. He chose villages number 34 and 77 as allies, and villages number 5, 446 and 21 as his first opponents. As soon as he covered all the villages, thunderclouds thickened in the sky and lightning appeared. All the villagers raised their heads in surprise when the system reported that Mark had used the resource bid token, also the first time a command bid would be held in this area. Afterwards, it was announced that the resources of the losing side would be reduced by 70%, and 50 stat points would also be taken away, while the resources of the winners, on the contrary, would double, and each would receive 50 stat points. At the very end, the system announced that the winner will be the camp that is the first to score 1,000 points by killing animals alone. A team kill will not give anything. For killing a beast of the 5th level, 1 point will be awarded. For the 6th level, 2 for the 7th, 3, and etc. The inhabitants of our hero's village were delighted when they learned about the new rate. They were sure that Mark would instantly crush the inhabitants of the countries M, R, and U. When one of the guys expressed his concern that in their village there are those who are still at the first level, and if they lose they can simply be killed by the system, his comrades advised him to relax, because Mark is on their side and he will definitely win. The next moment, 2 windows appeared in front of them, through which the guys saw that there were only 3 villages in their red camp, while as many as 24 villages had entered the enemy blue camp. When they saw this, the guys were dumbfounded with horror. At the same time, Roman and his guys were discussing strategy. One of the guys said that they had 12 people of the 5th level, 4 of the 4th and 6 of the 2nd. When Liam said that due to the previous loss, their strength had decreased significantly, and among them only 5 people were able to defeat the beast alone, the man interrupted him, saying that last time Mark cheated, but this time victory was guaranteed for them. With only 3 allies' villages, that kid won't be able to do anything. The next moment he took his sword out of its sheath, saying that it was time to make him pay for what he had done. Looking at Liam, Roman said that if he were defeated again, he would pay with his life. Then he patted the guy on the shoulder, saying that he was the only one he could trust with the future of their country. Mark was still in the system space, retrieving all the rewards he had received from the chests during the battle, when the system announced that the bet would begin in 10 minutes. The first thing he got was mammoth cuffs, 20 defense points, 5 stamina points, and 100% sand resistance. He also received a ring of enormous power, adding 25 points to strength. From the next chest, he received a mammoth belt, which gives 70 points to defense, 5 points of stamina, and the armor of the Mammoth King, which adds another 110 points to defense, 10 points to stamina, and 100% resistance to sand. Finally, he received Spiritual Fire Liquid, which provides 100% fire resistance. Now Mark's talent for controlling flames has evolved to C rank into True Flame. The hero smiled contentedly, feeling that his combat strength had increased significantly after the equipment. Looking through the window with his data, he saw that his strength, agility, and endurance indicators had increased to 300 points, and his strength had reached 28 stars. Satisfied, Mark decided that he could now challenge the next king. The system advised him to head to the Ant Mountain and kill the gold-eating Ant Queen to obtain the king's golden core. When the system reported that this gold-eating Ant Queen was level 13, and that a team of at least 10 level 10 people was needed to kill her, Mark realized that his future enemy was twice as strong as the Mammoth King. Looking at the timer, he saw that there were still 5 minutes left before the start of the bet, which he decided to spend on preparation. Mark decided to resort to poison in the upcoming battle. Poisons were one of the greatest equalizers in the history of people in his hero. With its help, even a weak girl can kill a strong man. One single person is able to get rid of an entire group only by using strong poison. One of the most powerful poisons Mark knew was ricin, which is 6,000 times more toxic than arsenic. 1 milligram is enough to kill someone. In his world, centuries ago, the ricin-using assassin first appeared, an international spy using the tip of an umbrella coated with poison to quietly and undetectably hit his target's shoes with it. When Mark saw hemp seeds on the blonde Naga's hair, a plan immediately matured in his head. Thanks to the information received from those girls, it was not difficult for him to discover the place where the hemp grew. Using his innate talent, he began to extract the poison. When everything was ready, Mark decided to try mixing the poison he had just obtained with the venom of the 9-ringed snake to get a more interesting poison. The mixing of poisons was successful, and the system reported that the result was an unknown poisonous object. Mark looked thoughtfully at the resulting mixture and thought that it would be nice if there was an animal nearby on which to test this poison. The next moment, the hero heard a rustling in the bushes and, raising his head, met the gaze of a 10th-level beast passing by, begging for mercy. Mark's eyes lit up like stars, and he headed towards the beast, which had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. As soon as the hero used poison on it, the beast immediately fell dead to the ground. Mark smiled contentedly, rejoicing that 1 drop of his poison could instantly kill a strong beast. He decided that he needed to prepare as much of this poison as possible, and only then go to the mountain of ants and kill them all. As soon as he completed creating the required amount of poison, he left that meadow and moved into the territory of the ants. Once there, the hero almost immediately came across a large amount of iron ore. He decided that this resource could be useful to him in the future, so he moved some ore to the ring. Quiet sounds nearby attracted Mark. The next moment, the hero realized that these sounds were made by ants dragging ore. Hundreds of ants dragged stone ore into their houses, which were powerful tree trunks dotted with many small holes. Some particularly zealous individuals carried 2 stones at once. Using the eye of true sight, Mark learned that the combat power of these ants is at the level of 16 stars. In particular, it was noted that they are able to devour any metals and have absolute protection. The hero decided not to attack all the ants at once, but aimed at single targets. Finding the right moment, Mark attacked the ant using iron spikes. When the ant deftly dodged them, the hero threw several stones at him, but they flew past. The ant looked around, trying to understand what was happening. Taking advantage of the fact that the ant was distracted, Mark repeated the attack with iron spikes. This time, the ant was unable to dodge, and one of the thorns pierced him through. The hero noted that although his strength had increased, more energy was now required. Looking at the corpses of the animals he killed, although they are not particularly intelligent, they have a strong will to live. Having created a sword, he pierced the head of the ant he had just killed, because if the brain of these animals is not killed, they will continue to attack, even though they are missing half of their body. This killing process took too much time, and using poison would be faster, but there are too many ants here, and they move in large groups, and there is no way for him to cope with so many alone. He had an idea of how he could attract the attention of all the ants to him. The next moment, he picked up the head of one of the ants he had killed and took aim. He threw it far forward so that all the animals could see it, and then shouted for them to all come to him. As soon as they saw the head of a relative that had fallen nearby, they lowered the stones, and their gazes were filled with bloodthirstiness, making furious squeals which were accompanied by a militant raising of the front paws. Mark smiled contentedly. He managed to attract their attention, although he did not understand what these ants were talking about, but one could definitely say that they were angry. All the ants, quickly moving their paws, crawled towards the hero. He extracted the poison he had created from the ring. The next moment, he dropped a ball of poisonous liquid down, right on the ants. Before reaching the ground, the ball exploded, and like rain, a lot of splashes fell on the animals. The ants climbing up the stone began to fall down, succumbing to the action of the poison. But the poison did not affect everyone. Many still stubbornly crawled towards Mark, intending to avenge the death of their relative. However, after a couple of seconds, the poison also affected them, and for each killed ant he was awarded 620 experience points. Mark smiled contentedly. Having killed all the ants, he would definitely be able to emerge victorious from the resource bet. The system window that appeared made him flinch in surprise. It said that Mark had already received 3,000 points, and if his team won, he would receive an additional reward. Concentrating again on the poisonous ball, he said irritably that it was not at all necessary to constantly remind him of this, because as long as there was a reward, he would do anything to win. The new smell made Mark look away from his poison again. When he raised his head, there was a look of confusion on his face. A beast appeared ahead, which reeked of danger. Using the eye of true vision, the hero learned that it was a commander ant, whose strength was equal to 23 stars, especially in sanity and absolute protection. The ants that arrived with him very quickly reached the wall and began to climb it. Mark created iron spikes and doused them with poison. The next moment, he pierced the bodies of the ants approaching him with these thorns. Once they were killed, the thorns went back into the ground, and the bodies of the ants fell limply to the ground. Looking at this, the rest of the ants decided to scatter to the sides and, climbing up the wall from different sides, surrounded Mark, who immediately understood their plan. Grinning, he said that this was too naive. Even if they scattered in different directions, they still would not be able to avoid his thorns. Suddenly, Mark noticed that a stone was flying towards him from below. The hero froze in surprise for several seconds. When the stone landed a couple of meters away from him, causing the ground beneath it to become covered with cracks, Mark realized that these beasts were not so simple. Nothing else was expected from high-level beasts. Having come to his senses, he began to attack the ants with his thorns. Having appreciated the well-coordinated teamwork of the animals, Mark realized that ant commander was very smart. He not only complicated his defense by coordinating the movement of everyone, but ordered them to close their eyes to avoid the effects of the poison. Stones began to fly at the hero from all sides at the same time, and dodging them while fighting the ants became more difficult. Mark assessed the situation and decided to change tactics, moving into close combat. However, something happened that the hero did not expect at all. One of the ants managed to get up to him from behind. Looking at him, Mark guessed that the ants that were crawling along the wall were simply distracting him all this time. As soon as this thought occurred to him, the hero turned back. Because of the stones thrown at him earlier, ants crawled out. Mark used the Mammoth King's equipment and, using a sword, began to cut down the ants without fear of being hurt because the armor absorbed all the damage. Going downstairs, he shouted to the ants that he would become their worst nightmare. However, when the animals attacked him from all sides, it became more difficult to fight. While he was fighting off some ants, new ants clung to him, restricting the movements of his arms and legs with their paws. Mark realized that he had made too hasty a decision to so thoughtlessly descend into the midst of his opponents. A few moments later, all the ants came together in one big pile, literally burying the hero under them. Mark couldn't let some ants get the better of him, and the next moment, he created a hellish fire that enveloped this whole bunch of ants. The commander ant did not expect that this man would destroy his entire plan by destroying his relatives. Mark emerged from the blue flames with a satisfied smile. Looking at the remaining ant, the hero said that he would suffer the same fate as the others. The next moment, a powerful stream of hellish flames burst from his palm, which rushed straight towards the ant commander. When the flame went out, there was nothing left of the ant. Approaching the tree trunk, Mark looked at the passage in bewilderment, not understanding why the queen ant had not yet come out. Approaching a little more to the entrance, he began to peer carefully into the darkness. Suddenly, a yellow glow appeared in the darkness, emanating from the bright eyes of the beast. An angry ant crawled out of the cave, intending to deal with the violator of his peace. Mark didn't even have to make any special efforts. It only took one iron spike to kill this ant. Shaking off his clothes, he thought that now he already had 800 personal points, and the village in total had 867. If you add this together with the points of the other two villages, then very soon they would have 1,000 points. This news pleased Mark, and he turned around and looked around, checking if there was anyone else left here who could give him more points. But all the ants were dead. Mark went inside the ants' cave. He illuminated his path by creating a fire in his palm. Walking a little further, he felt the delicious smell of chocolate. He remembered that in one book he read, it was written that ants secrete an alarm pheromone from their glands when they are in danger. It is this that gives the chocolate-like smell that informs others of danger. The further he walked, the brighter the smell became. A few moments later, he found himself in a fairly spacious place where a queen ant lay on a pile of iron ore. With the appearance of each new egg, she let out a loud, drawn-out moan. The ant below carefully took the eggs in its front paws. Then he handed it over to his brother. He will have to pass this egg on so that it can be added to all the eggs. The grown ants hatched from their eggs and immediately headed to the ore stones, which actively devoured others. Mark watched in amazement at everything that was happening here. Not noticing the ant that jumped on top of him, he carefully looked at the queen. With the help of his eye, the hero learned that she had telekinesis and the ability to bend metals, and her strength was equal to 30 stars. When the ant got dangerously close to Mark, touching his shoulder with its paw, it instantly cut the animal into 2 parts. Touching his shoulder, Mark said that he should be more careful. If he had not reacted in time, this could have ended badly. Suddenly, a strong ultrasonic wave threw him off balance. The queen could not help but notice the stranger's appearance and used the power of her voice against him. At the same moment, all the ants present here turned towards Mark with bloodthirsty glances. Suddenly, the ore near them took on a more elastic shape and covered the ant's paws. Watching this, Mark thought that the queen was quite smart if she decided to strengthen her servants in this way. Pointing at the guy, she gave the order to the ants to attack him. Jumping into the air, the hero created many iron spikes, shouting that outside he had already killed more than 100 of their relatives. Smiling contentedly, he pierced the ants one after another with his thorns. Those who managed to get too close were cut by the hero with a sword. He fed one of them the poison he had prepared. That ant immediately fell dead, and the rest of it gathered nearby were killed by Mark's sword. The queen watched in bewilderment as her faithful servants died one after another. The smile never left the hero's face. He was happy when he received new notifications about receiving experience points. He had very little left to rise to the 10th level. When all her servants were killed, the queen fell into confusion. She could not believe what had happened. Meanwhile, Mark, having dealt with the last ant, headed towards the queen, shouting that she needed to accept her fate and fall by his hand. She looked at the approaching guy for a few seconds, trying to figure out what to do. When Mark was at a sufficient distance from her, she began to create an acid ball. The next moment, a strong stream of acid was directed towards Mark. The hero covered himself with his hands, taking all the damage to his armor. This attack from the Ant Queen caused him to fly back. Having dropped to the ground, Mark noticed that there was practically no effect from this attack and suggested that it could be a decoy. However, when he looked at his hands, he was very surprised. Formic acid corroded his armor. Having created a flame, the hero grinned, realizing that this ability was the Queen's trump card, and said that she was very unlucky to encounter it. No acid could help against fire. After that, he created a fireball and directed it at the Queen. The Queen, in turn, again created an acid ball. When he was ready, she pointed him towards Mark. At the same moment, he threw his ball at her. A few seconds later, their balls collided. The fire engulfed the acid, merging with it into a sphere that began to grow incredibly quickly. When this sphere exploded, the Queen smiled contentedly, hoping that the explosion had caught the guy. But he was still unharmed, and jumping out of the cloud of dust, raised his sword over her. The next moment, her painful cry was heard as a sharp blade slashed across her body. Mark smiled contentedly, rejoicing at his victory. Hearing her voice, he turned around, looking at the Queen, who extended her hand to him and desperately tried to say something. With contempt on his face, the hero said that she should die along with her entire species. The girl did not give up her attempts, and in the end she managed to utter a few words, but Mark could not make out them. Immediately after this, she fell dead, and a core appeared from her body. As soon as this core was in Mark's hand, the system reported that for killing the Ant Queen, he received 6,000 experience points, the King's core, and a silver chest. The hero smiled contentedly, thinking that he managed to get 2 cores quite quickly. At the same time, Roman was killing another beast. When the bear fell dead, Liam approached the man, saying that their side already had about 600 points. Hearing this, Roman laughed contentedly, saying that at this rate, the likelihood of his death had completely disappeared, and the people of the Dragon Country would finally be defeated. The next moment, many fiery rays appeared in the sky, and the system reported that the Red Camp was the first to score 1,000 points in the bet and won. Therefore, the characteristics of each resident of the losing village would be reduced by 50 points, and resources would be reduced by 70%. A few seconds later, these rays descended to the ground, where multiple explosions began to be heard. The system explained that if the sum of the 4 characteristics was less than 10, then these people would be killed as punishment. Roman had a high level, so the punishment of death did not affect him, and the deduction of allotted points only weakened him slightly. However, the same cannot be said about the others. Exhausted, Liam fell to the ground and could not get up. He reached out to his leader, asking for help. Looking in the other direction, Roman was numb with horror. Dropping his sword, many were already dead, and those who had not yet been punished begged him for help, holding out their hands. Of the entire 5th village, only Roman managed to stay on his feet, avoiding the cruel punishment of the system. For the man himself, the real punishment was watching his comrades die one after another, relying on him to the last. He fell to his knees, realizing that they had truly lost. At the same time, Mark was sitting on a pile of stones when one of the young ants crawled up to him. The hero kicked him away, irritably saying that by killing them he wouldn't even gain experience, so they shouldn't bother him. The ant fell to the ground among its fellows. Without taking his eyes off the system window, Mark said that if they want to avenge their queen, then they should first become stronger. In response to his words, the ants began to quietly talk in their own language. A couple of moments later, they headed towards the exit, deciding to listen to the advice of their enemy. When the system informed Mark that his reward would be calculated within a couple of seconds, he looked at the message in bewilderment, because he had already received a reward for killing the queen. A smile bloomed on his face when he remembered that their camp had won the bet. At that moment, he was too busy killing ants, so he ignored this message. A few seconds later, the system reported that his reputation had reached 30 points, and he had received the title of Rookie King, as well as 100 stat points, 6 silver chests, and 1 gold chest for reaching level 10. When Mark found out that he had reached level 10, his joy knew no bounds. Suddenly, another window appeared in front of him, informing him that he had a new mission, and the hero reached for the mission button to find out the details. Immediately after this, the system reported that for completing the mission Future Head of the Village, he would receive a scroll of the head of the village and a golden chest as a reward. The hero was interested in the fact that for this mission, the same reward as for first place in the newcomer test, so he decided to study details. The system immediately activated the Future Village Head mission. Reading the description, Mark learned that he needed to go to the 10th level zone in the Grave Desert, where he had to find a lost village and solve its riddle by killing the devil. To gain access to this mission, you need level 10 and the title of Newcomer King, which Mark already has, and you also need to collect a fragment of the Dark Seal to enter the lost village. The system also reported that newcomer villages can develop and grow. Village heads can lead residents to create an entire city, kingdom, empire, and even a divine monastery. After studying the details of the mission, Mark looked at one of the fragments of the seal obtained in the battle with the guards last time, thinking that he was very lucky to obtain something so valuable. Throwing the fragment up, the hero smiled and thought that he needed to wait until nightfall to begin the mission. As the fragment fell back into his palm, Mark confidently said that the role of head of Rookie Village 911 was only suitable for him. Rising to his feet, he decided that before heading to the lost village, he should do a little preparation. The first thing he did was tell the system to distribute all the stat points he had received. The system complied with his request, and Mark immediately felt the power begin to overwhelm him. He absolutely loved this feeling of gaining strength. A few moments later, he released the flame to see how much stronger it had become. When the fire went out, Mark looked ahead with satisfaction, making sure that he had indeed become much stronger. Now his combat strength reached 47 stars. He also tried out the ability learned from the Ant Queen, Metal Control, which allowed Mark to create armor on his body from nearby ore. In addition, he can now combine this ability with Darkness and Earth Control to enhance the destructive power of his iron spikes. He also decided to try out the combined attack in action. The next moment, one of the thorns pierced the corpses of the ants he had already killed. Mark noticed that the energy consumption during the use of the thorns had decreased by half, which could not but rejoice. The hero didn't stop there. He also decided to test the talent he had recently received for releasing energy, which directs energy from the body to attack enemies. Concentrating the energy in his hand with a snap of his fingers, a powerful stream was directed into the wall in front of the hero. A few seconds later, there was a crash and dust flying into the air blocked the view. Mark stretched, thinking that these acquired skills would be enough for him to deal with ordinary high-level beasts, instead of Hellfire, which still spent too much energy. For the first time in all this time, he was very pleased with the award he received. Smiling widely, Mark said that it was time to move on to more interesting things. He told the system to open all the chests it received. At the same moment, they materialized in front of him. Hearing a strange sound, Mark became wary and froze with the chests in his hands. The system reported that Sam was asking for a personal conversation. Having stacked all the chests on the ore stones, the hero accepted the challenge and displeasedly asked what the second most powerful man in their village needed from him. He replied that he had one interesting thing that he would like to exchange with Mark. When the hero asked what he wanted, Sam replied that he had a chest-merging card that he would like to exchange for the Blood Wolf War Sword. Using the Eye of True Sight, Mark learned that this card allows you to create a chest with a higher level from 5 low-level chests. For a few seconds, he thought about the fact that a gold chest was much more valuable than even 10 silver ones, because the chance of getting a 4th-level item was 98%, and the remaining 2 allowed him to get a 5th-level item. Deciding that this opportunity should not be missed, Mark agreed to the exchange, accepting the card offered to him. Having finished the conversation, he looked at Kara with a smile and said that it was time to start. Using this card, the hero created another golden chest, from which he received a 4th-level item, Boots of the Wind God, which increased his agility by 50 points and his movement speed by 100%. Upon opening the second chest, Mark received another 4th-level item, a necklace of shadow illusion, which allowed him to create a clone with combat power equal to half the hero's power. Mark smiled contentedly, holding the pendant in his hand, thinking that he still had 8 silver chests left, the combination of which would give him gold chests, so he needed to post a message about the exchange in the chat. A few moments ago, in the general chat, everyone saw messages that Mark was ready to exchange the Bear King's battle armor and level 2 Dark Shadow boots for a chest merging card, immediately after which a heated discussion began in the chat. The hero did not read the chat and decided to simply wait until they contacted him personally, after which he went outside, anticipating his second night in this dangerous world. Deciding not to waste time, he used the acceleration skill and rushed to the 10th level area. An hour later, he found himself in Sand Centipede territory. With the help of a clone, he managed to quickly deal with a large number of opponents. During the battle, he was able to try out all his new skills and get a bunch of points and other useful things. At the time when he fought the last beast in this area, Mark already had 21,700 experience points out of the required 23,000 to move to the next level, and his combat strength had reached 49 stars. Using his talent for releasing energy, he defeated the beast, pinning its body to the ground. When Mark sank to the ground after him and used extraction, he thought that he had already reached the limit of extracting 10th level beasts, and now he only had to extract 8th and 9th level beasts. A few moments later, the sand began to move. Mark realized that a passage to the Lost Lands was about to form. A few seconds later, a hole appeared in the ground a couple of meters from him, into which he was sucked the last time. He jumped into it without hesitation. Having flown through a long tunnel, Mark landed in a place already familiar to him. Rising to his feet, he began to patiently await the appearance of the guards of hell, whom he had encountered last time. He was not forced to wait long, and a couple of seconds later a translucent portal appeared not far from him. Immediately after this, a black-clawed paw of a guard appeared from it. Mark grinned and told the already familiar guard that they had not seen each other for a long time. As soon as the familiar figure emerged from the portal, the hero immediately attacked the enemy using his spikes. The next moment, splashes of the blood of guards fell on the wall of one dilapidated house. They were all pierced by Mark's thorns, which did not allow the animals to rise. The guard with whom the hero fought last time asked in bewilderment how he managed to become so strong. Mark replied that people only need 3 days to change, but only one had passed, and the guards were already many steps behind him. Afterwards, he created hellfire in his hand and said that earlier he really believed in his immortality, but now the hero became aware of his weakness. The next moment, he attacked the beast's head. The system reported that Mark had successfully killed the hellish guard and received 15 points of justice and 1,000 experience points, as well as a fragment of the Seal of Darkness. Squeezing it in his hand, the hero turned towards the portal. There he saw a message from the system, which said that he needed to collect 7 seals and, by removing the seal from the demonic altar, kill the summoned demon. The first 10 who completed this mission would receive a golden chest, and their current characteristics would be doubled. The system also warned Mark that he was already the 7th person to start this mission, and he should hurry up. The hero was surprised that so many people had already been able to receive this mission. Deciding that he really should hurry up, he approached the portal and crossed the border. A moment later, he entered an abandoned village. Once inside, he froze. The system reported that due to the fact that the hero's village won the resource bid many times, the mission for its inhabitants became twice as difficult. The combat strength of the evil creatures was increased, as was the reward for them. At the same moment, an enemy approached the hero from behind and took advantage of the opportunity to attack. However, Mark managed to jump away in time because he felt a murderous aura behind him. Grinning, his opponent said that the hero would be one of those who would fall by his hand. Mark did not respond but simply used his energy release talent and attacked the enemy. He was too carried away by his monologue to have time to react somehow, so the next moment the hero's attack blew his head off. Immediately after killing him, Mark received 7,000 experience points and moved to the 11th level, and also received a dark crystal. At the same moment, someone appeared behind the hero and kicked the dead body of the sealed demon's disciple who had just been killed. An unknown guy, surrounded by ice crystals, approached Mark, saying that the fat man wasn't really anything. He could only scratch with his tongue. The hero activated the Eye of True Vision and found out that this guy is also a follower of the sealed demon. His strength is equal to 50 stars. His talents were unknown. It was also indicated that he was previously the king of the newcomers, but was resurrected with the help of dark energy after being killed by Hand Demon. Mark was in no hurry to attack his new opponent. His power was too great, so the hero must be extremely careful if he does not want to die and become another follower of the demon. When he said that Daniel standing in front of him was much stronger than that fat man, he pointed the blade of his spear at the hero, saying that he should not be compared with this weakling. Mark grinned and said that he shouldn't treat his dead comrade that way, after which he pulled out a sword from the ring. He decided to attack first. Daniel held off his attack by defending himself with his spear. The next moment, he forced Mark to retreat, throwing away his sword and pointing the blade of his weapon directly at the hero. However, he managed to dodge, changing tactics. He raised his fist to strike. Daniel did not expect such an attack, so he missed the blow. The next moment, he flew into a huge rock behind. Wiping the blood from his lips, Daniel said that he had not had time to warn Mark earlier that it was better not to touch him, because he could freeze everything he touched. The hero immediately looked at his hand and saw that the entire palm was covered with ice, which began to spread higher with incredible speed. A few seconds later, ice covered Mark's entire body. Approaching him, Daniel said that in retaliation for that blow, he would smash Mark into 1,000 pieces. When the sharp blade of the spear pierced the ice and almost overtook our hero, he managed to use his powers at the last moment. He pierced Daniel with his iron spikes, and the system reported that Mark had killed the demon's follower and received 8,000 experience points, as well as 120 justice points and another crystal. Looking at the body of the dead guy, the hero said that you shouldn't approach him either, because anyone who does this will immediately gain experience to level up. The next moment, he dispelled the thorns and Daniel's corpse fell limply to the ground. Immediately as this happened, the entire village began to be enveloped in a dark fog, and clots of black energy stretched upward. A few moments later, this energy transformed into a demon that let out a terrifying roar. Hidden behind the walls of one of the houses, Mark noticed that the fog had become much denser after the demon's roar. At some point, footsteps were heard simultaneously from several directions. Mark watched in surprise as several people emerged from the fog. Using the Eye of True Sight, he learned that these were all demon followers. Their strength was at the level of 54 stars. They, like Daniel, were previously rookie kings, but are now under the control of the Demon King. Mark guessed that since he needed to collect 7 dark crystals, then there would be 7 followers of the demon. Looking around, he counted only 4 in front of him, and with a grin on his face asked where the last one was. In response to his question, a quiet laugh was heard behind him. Turning around, he saw a young girl there. The hero was surprised, because he did not even feel her approach. Still smiling, the girl clasped her hands and activated her ability. At the same moment, he felt as if he began to lose touch with reality. His head was spinning too much, and the hero could no longer understand where he was and what was happening. Watching how Mark, like a broken doll, fell to the ground, they began to smile. The hero himself felt that he was being pulled somewhere. When he opened his eyes, the dizziness was no longer there, and he saw that he was in a completely unfamiliar place. The hero began to look around, trying to figure out where he was. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a butterfly that had been flying near him all this time. As soon as the butterfly realized that they were looking at it, it turned into a girl familiar to Mark, and it was she who used a strange ability on him, because of which he ended up here. Frozen, he could only watch her beautiful dance among many bright flowers. At the same time, the girl used her ability to influence the mind and lured Mark into the trap of the subconscious, controlling him. The demon's followers standing nearby looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Olivia lured the guy, forcing him to approach her at a sufficient distance. A few moments later, he stopped next to her and reached for her hand. At the same moment, other followers of the demon grabbed their weapons and attacked the hero, shouting that now was the most suitable opportunity. A man with an axe attacked Mark from behind. At that very moment, he managed to regain control of his consciousness. He moved with lightning speed behind the man's back and raised his sword over him. He did not have time to do anything and was cut into two parts by Mark. Following him, he attacked the woman with the whip, who was a little further away. Thus, in a couple of swings of his sword, Mark got rid of two opponents. Landing in front of Olivia, he said with a smile on his face that the best opportunity to attack was when the enemy was distracted. The remaining three followers of the demon looked at Mark in bewilderment. Suddenly, Olivia's face began to become covered with small cracks, and she cried out in irritation that this little man had fooled them. The illusion had no effect on him. The next moment, a green glow engulfed their bodies, and the girl said that they should attack together. Mark did not move, watching the two approaching opponents. Taking advantage of the fact that the hero was distracted by the boy, the man attacked him from behind, creating a strong shockwave with his weapon. Mark was unable to dodge and felt a slash across his back. But by this time, he had already managed to deal with his other opponent. Then he grabbed the man behind him by the wrist and pulled him towards him. The next moment, the man was thrown into one of the destroyed walls of the house. Deciding not to miss the right moment, Olivia moved behind the hero with a satisfied smile. She believed that victory was already in her sleeve. However, this time Mark sensed her appearance and turned around, irritably saying that the same trick twice would not work on him. The next moment, a sword appeared in his hands, and he attacked the girl standing in front of him, not allowing her time to realize what had happened. Mark put all his strength into this blow, expecting it to kill her. When he smelled the sweet scent of flowers, he raised his head and his eyes widened in surprise. The girl was not here, only a lot of scarlet petals. Mac's first thought was that he was in an illusion again, but he quickly dismissed it because he definitely felt how he cut Olivia. Looking around, the hero assumed that she had simply disappeared somewhere among these petals. Suddenly, from the petals surrounding him, something sharp rushed past Mark and scratched his cheek. The hero noticed that there was definitely something wrong with these petals, and he needed to get out of here. The next moment he jumped up, freeing himself from the swirl of petals. The petals did not want to free him so easily and reached out for him. A few moments later, they once again enveloped his entire body and began to transform into a strong vine. Due to the fact that she shackled his entire body, Mark was immobilized and fell to the ground, hitting the hard surface painfully. Olivia appeared with a satisfied smile and said that she possessed not only illusion, but also earth magic. Despite the pain caused by the vines pressing too hard on his body, Mark activated the Mammoth King's protective armor. Approaching him, the girl said with a smile that he was quite an interesting person. She was surprised that being only at the 11th level, he was able to kill the 15th level spirits without much difficulty. Without taking her eyes off Mark, Olivia said that she would kill him so that the King of Spirits would read his memories and find out what secrets he was hiding. First, before this, she decided to teach the hero a lesson because he dared to deceive her. The next moment, she swung her hand down and the vines pressed Mark into the ground with all their might. Then she waved to the side and the hero was pulled to the side. With his body, he broke through the walls of dilapidated houses, one after another. Flying through another house, Mark thought that Olivia was just damn strong. To free himself or gain the opportunity to carry out an attack, Mark decided to get rid of the armor to free up space between his body and the vine. As soon as he removed the armor, he created hellfire in his freed hand. The hero created a fireball and turned to face Olivia. The next moment, he combined fire with the release of energy and sent an increased stream of flame towards the girl. Olivia did not have time to dodge, and the hellish flames overtook her. Only her painful screams could be heard from Mark. A few moments later, the fire dissipated, and the hero sank to the ground right in front of the girl, who was shaking in pain. Looking at the guy standing in front of her, she said in a trembling voice that it was too inhumane for him to try to burn his opponent alive. When the pain dulled a little, she looked at Mark with caution, asking where he got so many talents because one person cannot have more than 3 of them. He looked at her with contempt when she said that what he had done to acquire all these talents was blasphemy, and God should have gotten rid of him long ago. Having created a flame in his hand, Mark grinned and replied that it was not for her to tell him something like that. Having finished off the last follower of the demon, level 16, he received the last crystal, 10,000 experience points, and 140 points of justice. At the same moment, an altar appeared in the center of the village. Mark placed all 7 crystals in special recesses on the altar to remove the seal. As soon as he did this, the entire sky became clouded, and the 7 pillars that had the recesses began to become covered with electric discharges. A few seconds later, electrical lightning simultaneously shot from the pillars and struck the center, creating an electrical sphere that hovered directly above the seal. As soon as the sphere was formed, a pop was heard, followed by a bright beam of light shooting into the sky. Mark, who had moved away to a safe distance, tried to stay on his feet so as not to be blown away by strong gusts of wind, when a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that he had successfully freed the demon. As soon as the emerging monster took the first step into freedom, a terrible roar was heard, and the ground began to tremble weakly. Mark looked at the demon in front of him in horror. This was the first time he had met such a powerful creature. The eye of true sight showed him that this demon of hatred was level 17, and his combat strength was equal to 71 stars. Noticing the hero, the demon let out a deafening roar. Mark himself was afraid to even move under the gaze of this monster. The next moment, the demon raised his huge paw at our hero, shouting angrily that it was his fault that all his loyal followers were killed, and everything that he had worked on for 100 years was destroyed. Mark, who defended himself with a sword, was amazed at the strength of this demon, just one blow from him, and he literally no longer felt his hand. Suddenly, the hero felt the tension disappear. The demon slowly removed his paw. With his free hand, the monster swung at the guy. With his eyes widened in horror, Mark saw the demon's mouth open, and he again let out that terrible roar. The next moment, the demon's strong paw hit the ground where Mark should have been. Looking down, the demon saw a pool of blood. He said in disappointment that earlier it seemed to him that Mark was strong enough, since he managed to kill his 7 followers, but apparently he was simply mistaken. At the same moment, the weak voice of the hero was heard from under the powerful paw of the monster. The demon's face fell in surprise when he heard the voice of a little man, who he thought a moment earlier was dead. Mark managed to survive thanks to the fact that he created iron spikes, which turned out to be strong enough. They took on half the damage caused. When the monster put in more force and crushed the thorns, the hero had already managed to get out of there. The demon noted with surprise that this boy not only did not die after his attack, but was also able to move quite quickly. Having created iron spikes again, Mark rushed towards the monster, holding his sword raised above his head. He tried to force the enemy to fall by attacking his legs, but neither the sword nor the spikes could penetrate the demon's defense. He simply threw the hero aside with one of his paws at an impressive distance. Having flown several tens of meters along the ground, Mark finally managed to stop, and he jumped out of the cloud of dust he had raised. The hero decided to try using energy release, since other methods did not work on this monster. He stood in one place all this time, calmly watching the pathetic, in his opinion, attempts of this little man. He covered himself from Mark's attack with his hands. To his surprise, this blow was stronger than the demon expected, and he had to take a couple of steps back. As the hero sank back to the ground, never taking his eyes off the demon, he stood as if nothing had happened and said with a grin in his voice that people have quite a lot of strange tricks in stock. Mark was trying to figure out how to inflict significant damage on this monster because everything he had tried before had no effect at all. The demon did not allow our hero to relax for a long time, deciding that now it was his turn to attack. Mark jumped back in time, carefully studying the enemy's powerful body and looking for weak spots on it. A couple of seconds later, he fixed his gaze on the demon's legs, or rather on his knees. Mark smiled contentedly, thinking that he had overlooked this place earlier. The next moment, he strengthened his sword by using the energy release talent and ran towards the enemy. Mark managed to successfully move behind the monster and strike him in the popliteal area. The hero's idea was successful, and the next moment the demon fell to the ground. Mark, standing next to the demon, said with a smile on his face that the movable joints of the bones are quite difficult to protect, and they have become a weak point. Rising up, the demon furiously shouted that he would tear him into small pieces. The next moment, the sand near Mark began to move. The next moment, a sandy paw that appeared rushed towards our hero. It was not difficult for Mark to get rid of her. But the demon took advantage of the fact that the boy was distracted by his bait. The hero noticed the monster's huge fist behind his back too late. The next moment, the demon hit Mark with all his might. Due to the enormous force of the blow, the hero was thrown an impressive distance. A few moments later, he fell onto the rocks, at which point a sharp pain pierced his entire body, merging with the pain from the blow he received. Just as Mark was on the verge of losing consciousness, his body began to heal. A minute later, he slowly rose to his feet, leaning on his sword. Wiping the blood from his face, the hero thought that he was very lucky that he managed to get Olivia's healing ability. Looking at Mark, the demon asked in bewilderment how he managed to survive. Smiling, the hero answered the monster that today only one of them will die and it definitely won't be him. Suddenly, the system reported that a newcomer in another district had killed the demon of hatred and taken first place. After reading this message, Mark remembered that he needed to hurry up. The next moment, the hero rushed towards the demon, intending to defeat him as quickly as possible. The demon was not going to lie peacefully and watch how this impudent guy was about to attack him. He let out a terrifyingly loud roar, dispelling Mark's attack. Despite the strong gusts of air that blew him off his feet from the demon's roar, the hero managed to climb onto his powerful body. The sandy paws followed him, trying to throw the guy to the ground. Mark decided not to waste time on this and created his clone. Immediately after this, the clones ran in different directions, causing the paws to slow down for a split second, but after that they separated and followed their targets. A few moments later, Mark and his clone simultaneously jumped off the monster's body right in front of his eyes. The demon hesitated when, instead of one boy, two appeared in front of him. He randomly aimed at the one who seemed real to him and not an illusion. However, the next moment, the second Mark attacked his other hand, cutting it off. As soon as the demon's limb was separated from its body, it threw its head up and let out a painful roar. Mark immediately jumped to a safe distance. With his remaining hand, he furiously began to punch his fist on the ground in front of him, wondering why this kid was so strong. When the stones and dust flew into the air, the hero covered his face with his hands. At the same time, the demon continued to lament, thinking that all this time he had been carefully watching him since he entered this village. Even then, he noticed that Mark had fairly good strength, speed, and fortitude, but this could not be called something outstanding, however. He somehow managed to kill Olivia. It did not escape the demon's attentive gaze that immediately as soon as he killed the girl, he uttered incomprehensible words, after which Mark's body was enveloped in a strange radiance. But he couldn't see anything else, which angered the demon even more. Having created a clone again, Mark ran towards the enraged enemy. His clone attracted the demon's attention by attacking him with iron spikes. At the same time, Mark himself cut off the monster's second hand. Meanwhile, Sam and his team were excitedly reading another message from the system, informing them that 4 people had already killed the demon of hatred and passed the test. The guys were worried about Mark because there were only 7 places left. Suddenly, Alexandra admitted that everything that was happening seemed too strange to her. As soon as the victory of the first participant was announced, the others, one by one, also began to win. Her comrade replied that this was all because the difference in the strength of the masters was not too great. Antonio said excitedly that the task of their village was notable for its complexity, so entering the top 10 would be too difficult even for Mark, so the most important thing is that he returns to them alive. Without taking his eyes off the system window, Sam confidently said that their leader would definitely cope no matter what. At the same time, Mark sat down exhaustedly on the dead body of the demon, who held on until the last. The system immediately announced that the hero took 5th place. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he lay down on his back, thinking that this had been a rather tiring battle. The next moment, the system reported that as a reward for entering the volume, 2 golden chests, 400 points, and the heart of the demon of hatred were received. When the system asked if Mark wanted to know about the true state of affairs, he replied that yes. The next moment, the system told him the story of the demon he had killed. The final testing of newbies is in fact far from the final. There is absolute hell ahead. As soon as the protective barrier surrounding the village was removed, heavenly punishment descended on the village. The creature soaring high in the sky could not even match the strength of hundreds of people. It instantly destroyed their village and its inhabitants along with them. John, being the head of the village, felt horror that everything happened through his fault. It was through his fault that all his comrades and loved ones were killed. Until the last, he tried to somehow resist that creature, but a fiery ray pierced his body, once again proving that his pathetic attempts were worthless. Having completed his mission, the divine messenger flew away. Still conscious, John felt a strong feeling of hatred for this creature and this world overcome him. At some point, an unfamiliar voice was heard in his head, which said with satisfaction that such a strong accumulation of all-consuming hatred was simply an amazing find. The next moment, John saw many red threads enveloping his entire body. He slowly rose from the ground, moving as if he were a puppet. At some point, a strange energy began to penetrate into him through his eyes and mouth. Mark carefully studied the history of the demon he defeated. He realized that after his death, John became a hostage to a dark deity, turning into a demon of hatred, and this deserted village was the territory that was in his possession. Now all his thoughts were concentrated on the last test that his village had to go through, heavenly punishment. The sudden message sent the hero into shock. After reading it, he exhaled tiredly, saying that this could become a serious problem. At the same time, the residents of Village 911 had just finished their hunt for monsters in the 8th level area and decided to take a break. A sudden message from the system made everyone worried. The 74th village confirmed the official creation of its village and changed its name to Polar Night. Some began to discuss that if the mission had not been complicated for them, they would have been the first to announce the official creation of the village. One of the girls in charge of preparing the food suggested calling their leader Mark. But the girl did not have time to press the call button when a message from the hero arrived in the chat, attracting everyone's attention. Julius shouted out impatiently for someone to quickly find out from the leader when they would start building their village. Mark replied that before starting a development, he needed to come up with a good name and asked if anyone had any thoughts on this matter. Many began to propose different names based on their taste. Then Sam intervened, saying that they all come from the land of the dragon. Therefore, they must retain the spirit inherent in them from birth, which will allow everyone to soar into the sky like a dragon, so a suitable name would be Dragon Whirlpool. Mark took a couple of seconds to think about Sam's proposed name. Finding no arguments against it, he agreed with the name. The next moment, the scroll from the guy's hand soared into the air. Smiling, he said that since the name had been decided, we could move on to the founding of the village itself. A powerful column of light rose into the sky, causing the clouds to gather around it in a kind of whirlpool. Even when they were in other zones, the residents of the 911th village saw this pillar of light. A few moments later, the houses in their old village became better and their number increased significantly. The system reported that as a reward for fulfilling all the conditions, each villager receives 80 points. The village chief receives 400 points. This message gave hope to everyone to move on and caused a huge surge of joy. Noticing the new system window, Alex attracted the attention of his comrades by saying that the system had new functions. From this moment on, village residents can teleport to their homes wherever they are. By pressing a button, this function is available only once a day, the village chief, 3 times a day. Alex decided not to hesitate and take advantage of the new opportunities, despite the protests of his comrades. After he pressed the teleportation button, the next moment he found himself in the house. Others also teleported to their homes and were delighted that in this world they were given such an amazing opportunity. It could even save their lives in a critical situation. The guy approached his comrades and said that they also have access to the reverse function, which allows them to teleport back, thanks to which they will not need to waste time and the energy restored in the house on the road. Residents who left their homes decided to move to the square to organize a celebration there in honor of the creation of the village. Suddenly, the system reported that Mark, the village chief, had activated the public video broadcast function, causing many people to be surprised. Once the connection was established, Mark asked in a serious voice that everyone listen to him carefully, because at the end of the newcomer's test, the newly formed villages would have to withstand the attack of the Heavenly Punisher, whose combat power was equal to 100 stars. Everyone was stunned by such news. Meanwhile, the hero continued, saying that the main task of the Punisher is to destroy the houses of the newcomers. As soon as this happens, they will automatically become homeless, and 100 points will be deducted. These words horrified everyone, and not a trace of the former joy remained. Everyone understood perfectly well that they simply could not survive, because the strength of the majority did not even reach 10 stars, let alone 100. After a pause, Mark continued, saying that if the village can give a proper rebuff, then everyone will receive a worthy reward. They only have 4 days to prepare, so he asked that everyone try to reach the 10th level by this time. At the end, he added that as the village improves, you can get the right to build a guardian altar, with the help of which the chance of victory increases. But for this, you need to fulfill 5 conditions. He began the list with the fact that the village should have more than 500 residents. The second point was that the headman should receive the title of aspiring emperor, and the third was that the headman's house should be improved to the 2nd level, and he would take care of these 2 points. The remaining 2 points were that the number of first-rank houses must be at least 100, and the number of people who have reached the 10th level must be more than 10. Mark said that he left these 2 conditions on them and asked that they take it responsibly because their lives depend on it. As soon as the guys received the task from their headman, they immediately moved on to completing it, realizing that every minute was important for them. Having received a list of the necessary materials to increase the level of houses, Alan said that first they need to get wood, stone, and fur. He suggested dividing into groups and exchanging what they managed to collect for the materials they needed in order to speed up the process. Many supported his idea, nodding their heads approvingly. Meanwhile, Mark ended the broadcast. He turned around, looking at the destroyed village behind him. When the brilliant idea came to his mind that all the necessary materials could be easily collected here, he smiled. A few minutes later, when the headman's house was enveloped in radiance, everyone was frightened by surprise, but the system reported that the house had been upgraded to the 1st level. When the system reported that in 1st-level homes the rate of energy recovery doubled, and when the resident was in a state of sleep, tripled, this motivated everyone else even more. Looking at how their headman's house had been improved, no one had any doubt that Mark was the true embodiment of the deity of fortune. The residents were ready not only to follow him, but also to follow their leader everywhere if he ordered. The next system message attracted everyone's attention. It said that the number of new villages had reached 100, so from now on the competition to improve them begins. At the same time, the situation in the village of Polar Night was completely different. Rivers of blood flowed there. The vampire, who had the title of Marquis, enjoyed the blood of his next victim. Having drained the man to the last drop, he threw the blunt on the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. All this time, Bishop was watched by Prince Albert of the Vampires, standing aside with a glass of blood. Turning to Albert, Bishop said that all the residents of this village had already become members of their vampire clan. This news brought a satisfied smile on the prince's face. Looking at the corpse of the just-killed man, he said that a little more, and they would become the strongest village on this planet. Lowering his hand with the glass, he poured out all the contents, saying that their next goal was to become one of the top 3 villages in the next stage of improving conditions. When drops of Albert's blood spilled onto the man's face, the process of his conversion was already completed, and he winced, feeling the sweet aroma of the liquid intoxicating all vampires. The next moment he opened his eyes, emitting a red glow. The standing vampires continued to discuss their plans, watching as the newly turned vampire jumped up and ran to where the smell of blood was strongest. A moment later he joined the girl, who latched onto the dead body of the wolf and drank its blood, trying to quench her thirst. When Bishop expressed his concern that it would be difficult to achieve their goal in 4 days, Albert replied that he should not worry so much. Only 3 villages could compete with them at the moment. However, when it came to Dragonpool Village, his face frowned, and he said that even if someone outstanding appeared there, it would not change the general state of affairs. Then he looked down, where the newly converted vampires attacked the dead carcasses of animals scattered throughout the village. He was confident that with the army he managed to acquire, they would easily break through to the leading position. At the same time, work was in full swing in the Forgotten Village. With the help of his iron spikes, Mark found the materials he needed and sorted them. That night, he used all the rewards he had received, and after the stat points were distributed, his strength was 83 stars, and he also managed to obtain the title of Aspiring Emperor. Having looked around contentedly, Mark thought that to improve his house to the second level, he only had to get one ice stone of the first level. After he sent all the materials he had mined to the system, he began to think about where he could get this stone. The first thing that came to his mind was the lake where horned turtles live. He sighed tiredly, deciding that he had no other choice, and began to stretch his body. When the system informed everyone that the village chief had donated 700 units of wood and 320 units of stone, gratitude poured into the chat. Mark smiled contentedly as he continued his warm-up. He was pleased to receive praise from others. After warming up thoroughly, he activated the acceleration talent. The next moment, he took off and ran towards the lake, thinking that this world had provided them with a lot of different benefits. For example, using primary energy stones would allow them to get 100 stat points, which can now be obtained not only by killing monsters. Thanks to this arrangement, residents who do not have combat talents can lead a lifestyle suitable for them, and gradually become stronger by absorbing the power of energy stones. He was also confident that in the relatively near future, they would have professions such as carpenters, miners, and butchers. The village's resources will be enough to feed and provide jobs for these people, and this will also allow them to continuously improve their level. In less than 10 minutes, Mark covered an impressive distance and reached the shore of the lake. Without stopping, he immediately dived into the water. Holding his breath, he confidently swam down. However, a few seconds later, he realized with horror that he was running out of air. The hero turned around and swam to the surface with all his might, trying to make it before he had time to suffocate. The appearance of an uninvited guest did not escape the attentive eyes of the predator lurking at the bottom. After several painfully long moments for Mark, he finally managed to emerge from under the water. He realized that he had gotten too carried away and almost died because of such stupidity. Suddenly, he heard a loud splash of water below him. The next moment, he saw that the wide-open mouth of an aquatic predator was under him, and his body, finding itself in weightlessness, began to rapidly fall down. The beast immediately closed its mouth and rushed back to the bottom. However, Mark ruined his plans by cutting his belly from the inside and getting out to freedom. Holding his breath, the hero applied an extraction to the animal and received a new C-rank talent, the Spirit of Water. He noticed how the next moment gills began to appear on his face. Mark exhaled with relief and smiled contentedly, touching his cheek. The ability to breathe underwater would make his task much easier. Looking ahead, the hero noticed the appearance of many predatory fish. Some managed to get close to Mark at a rather dangerous distance. Using his new talent as a water spirit, it was not difficult for him to deal with so many enemies. The fish imprisoned in ice balls were unable to move. Mark then cut them down using his energy release talent. Sometime later, he managed to catch and saddle a crocodile using iron spikes as reins. Looking around, the hero noticed with displeasure that this lake was unusually large, even though he had been here for more than an hour, but he had not been able to find a single ice stone. Hitting the crocodile on the head with his fist, Mark irritably asked if he had been deliberately leading him in circles all this time. He answered in a tortured voice that they would soon be there. The crocodile dreamed of getting rid of this guy, who had broken into his house in the most brazen manner, as quickly as possible. In addition, he tied him up and separated him from his beloved, dragging him through force to an unknown place. Suddenly, something caught our hero's attention, and he told the crocodile to stop. Mark was lucky and noticed a turtle swimming past them in time. He did not follow her, deciding to see where she went first. As soon as the turtle was far enough away, they swam in the same direction and hid behind the rocks. Mark did not dare to go further when he saw that a little further below the Horned King was sleeping peacefully, surrounded by several hundred turtles. Waving his hand, the hero told the crocodile that he should move further away because he was not responsible for his safety. Saying this, he activated the Eye of True Vision. The crocodile was delighted by this opportunity and decided to use it to escape while this guy was busy with the turtles. Having come to his senses, Mark turned around and said with a threat in his voice that if the crocodile dared to escape, he would be able to find him even at the ends of the earth, after which he would skin him and eat him. As soon as the crocodile swam a sufficient distance, Mark decided to take action. Feeling strong vibrations in the water, all the turtles, including the king, woke up. He asked displeasedly why the little man, who had only the 11th level, dared to disturb him. However, the hero was not going to answer the king and attacked. The turtles, peacefully sleeping until that moment, flew into the air, and the king managed to jump to a safe distance. The next moment, its second snake-shaped head opened its mouth, emitting a powerful ultrasonic wave. Mark, confused, was thrown back. Without taking his eyes off the king, he tried to understand what was happening. At the same time, the little turtles began to slowly form a kind of wall near their king. A few moments later, the king shouted for everyone to prepare to attack. Mark realized that defeating this king might not be so easy. The kings he had met earlier also attacked in groups, but they did not have a common tactic, unlike these turtles, who are going to act together. The next moment, several hundred ice arrows rushed towards him. Mark was able to create a protective barrier and all the arrows bounced off him. Seeing that this attack did not cause any harm to our hero, the Turtle King decided to use a more powerful technique. The next moment, a huge ice arrow rushed towards Mark. The hero managed to leave the attack line in time. Thanks to this, the Turtle King's ice arrow did not hit Mark, but the wall next to him. Subsequent attacks were not long in coming. The hero also had to dodge all these arrows because hellfire does not work underwater, and the effectiveness of other techniques has significantly decreased. Suddenly, one of the arrows pierced Mark's knee. Due to a sharp outbreak of pain in his leg, the hero fell to the ground. Having rolled over one of the stone blocks, Mark took cover there from another batch of arrows. Having lost sight of the hero, the Turtle King stopped firing. He began to carefully look around, looking for the impudent little man. A few moments later, he gave the order to the turtles to find Mark, while the hero himself hid and waited for the right moment to attack the king. Overcoming the pain, he managed to pull out the ice arrow from his knee. The next moment, he created a clone of himself. Having given him a mental order, the hero nodded weakly, signaling for the clone to begin. He immediately proceeded to carry out the order, emerging from behind a boulder. He rushed towards the king, attracting everyone's attention. As soon as his appearance was noticed, many ice arrows rushed towards him, but the clone deftly avoided them. Mark carefully watched the actions of his clone, thinking that it was time for him to start acting too. First, he looked around the circle, making sure that all attention was focused on the clone and no one would notice him. Only after this, the hero ran out of his hiding place and carefully approached the enemy's rear zone. At the same moment, one of the arrows hit his clone, enveloping his entire body in ice. For a split second, Mark froze in shock. Having regained his composure, the hero returned to executing his original plan. The Turtle King was in disbelief when the body of the guy in front of him suddenly dissipated. Hearing footsteps approaching behind him, the animal slowly turned around. At the same moment, Mark jumped towards his opponent, pointing his palm with the activated technique at the king's head. The Turtle King was unable to dodge, and one of his heads was destroyed. As soon as this happened, another head belonging to a snake immediately attacked the hero, opening its mouth and revealing sharp fangs. Mark jumped to the side and used a skill borrowed from the demon of hatred, shadow bonds. The next moment, several paws appeared from the ground and wrapped themselves around the body of the Turtle King, preventing the snake's head from moving. Using his energy release, Mark dealt the final blow to his opponent. He immediately went limp in the paws holding him, and the system reported that the hero received a royal water core as a reward for killing him. Mark also finally managed to reach level 12. All this time, the turtles watched the battle, and as soon as their king was defeated, they turned around and began to swim as far away from here as possible. Having created a clone, Mark said with a smile on his face that now is the time to get rid of the little things. Immediately after this, he and his clone went hunting for turtles. While the hero was catching up with the sailing turtles, the system reported that he had received several skills of the Turtle King, control of water and ice, as well as an ice storm that shoots arrows, creating a tornado of ice and snow. Thanks to this skill, which not only created arrows but also a tornado of ice and snow, Mark managed to quickly defeat the remaining turtles. Looking at the dead bodies of turtles that floated above his head, the guy smiled contentedly, saying that this game was worth the candle because he managed to acquire a rather rare and deadly skill. While Mark was distracted by his thoughts, a crocodile, which he had previously forcibly tamed, swam up to him from behind. When the hero drew attention to him, he smiled conspiratorially and said that the ice stones were not far from here. He sincerely hoped that if he served this guy, he would simply let him go back to his wife. Deciding not to waste any more time here, Mark sat on the crocodile and headed for the stones. All this time, our hero's actions were actively monitored. He managed to attract the attention of supporter observers with his unusual strength. The blonde girl was holding a tablet in her hands, and a slight smile was on her face as she thought that Mark looked very courageous during battles, and it would be great if they started an affair. At that moment, her friend looked up from watching the other newcomers and said that Lillian had better not think about something like that, because people are too weak and they do not have any special innate abilities. The girl was sure that even if this guy reached the perfect level, he still would not be able to survive the Great War of 10,000 Worlds, much less meet them. Turning her attention back to the big screen, Mina noticed that the resources of Mark's village had increased significantly, which meant that the difficulty had increased proportionately, so it would be quite difficult for this guy to complete the mission. Taking the tablet from Lillian's hands, she said that the most difficult thing was not to collect all the cores of the kings, but in the final battle on the dragon slope. Meanwhile, Mark obtained the ice crystal he needed, and leaving the lake, moved to another zone. There he managed to subdue a huge eagle and climb onto its back. Moving on the back of the bird, Mark looked through the rating of the residents of his village. The first place still belonged to him, who had the 12th level, while the majority of others had reached only the 8th level. Having studied the list of people included in the top, he noticed that new names had appeared there. He was immediately interested in what they had to do to rise so quickly. When a message came into the chat that someone was ready to exchange 10 pieces of a newcomer's weapon for 1 energy crystal, Mark was overcome with bewilderment. He did not even suspect that these crystals would become so in demand. A sudden realization struck him. Mark figured out the reason why those guys from the top managed to rise so quickly. He knew that if he donated a newbie's weapon, he could get 2 contribution points. The cost of 1 energy crystal is equal to 10 points. The two immediately realized what was what and began selling these crystals at the price of 10 units of beginner weapons each. Thus, by carrying out such an adventure, they remain in the black by 10 contribution points and then exchange them for energy crystals and absorb them. Thinking about this, Mark came to the conclusion that beginner weapons are the most common resource here, so it will be quite easy for residents to get crystals and level up, in which case their chances of defeating the Punisher will increase significantly. A suddenly frightened scream heard nearby attracted the attention of our hero. A group of guys engaged in theft attacked a lonely girl, taking all her things. When one of the guys pushed her to the ground, Erica screamed and reminded them that they had promised to let her go if she gave them all her things. But she was told that it was too naive of her to believe the words of strangers, after which the guy's hands slowly reached out to her. However, in the next moment, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. There was no trace left of the guy hanging over her a moment earlier. Giving the group of thieves a murderous look, he said with contempt in his voice that they did not deserve to live in this world. Mark realized that this kind of thing could not be avoided, because in this cruel world, everyone is in a constant race that has no end. Some people follow the established rules and move on. However, there are those who are just waiting for the opportunity to deceive or harm others. So Mark decided to become stronger in order to prevent this from happening in the dragon pool. Mark dealt with those thieves and helped the girl by giving her a lift to the village. Helping her down from the eagle, he asked her to warn everyone else to beware of such types. Immediately after that, he climbed onto the eagle and flew away. Flying past the village, the hero thought that immediately after he increases the level of the village, he will need to become more familiar with the powers of the village chief. Today's incident made him very angry. He intended to make sure that in the future such people would be held accountable for their actions and live in fear for their lives. As soon as Mark reached the place he needed, he jumped off the eagle. It took him a couple of seconds to reach the solid surface of the ground, landing neatly. Rising to his feet, he immediately activated the Eye of True Vision, looking at the clearing strewn with many predatory flowers that fed on people. Although they only had 24 power stars, they could cause strong hallucinations, which made them more dangerous. Taking out his sword and creating iron spikes, Mark smiled and said with anticipation that very soon these flowers would be finished. The next moment, he ran towards the cannibal flowers. He actively attacked the flowers, cutting their stems. Suddenly, the stumps began to move, asking other flowers for help. Their voices were too loud and almost deafened our hero. He froze in place, covering his ear with his free hand in order to somehow isolate himself from the heartbreaking screams. At some point, the stems of the flowers became unusually thick, and many sharp teeth appeared on the buds. They all united in their intention to kill Mark. A moment later, the flowers simultaneously attacked the guy who dared to disturb their peace. Mark found himself inside a cloud of thick pink smoke. Feeling a burning sensation on his palm, he looked at his hand and saw a severe burn there. Realizing that this was a poisonous cloud, the hero immediately emerged from there. As soon as this poisonous cloud disappeared, Mark saw that the flowers had managed to recover during this time, but this did not undermine the hero's confidence in his abilities. The next moment, he quickly rushed into battle again. However, as soon as the flowers noticed the guy's approach, something he could not have foreseen passed. With frightened screams, the plants ran away from him, trying to save their lives. Mark froze in place, looking in bewilderment at the retreating plants. The hero was not going to lose his prey, so he quickly caught up with them and attacked, shrouding the sword in hellish flames, which would not allow them to regenerate. Raising his sword above his head for the next attack, he said with satisfaction that by killing them, he could get about 100,000 units of energy and more than 20 stat points. The flowers froze in place in horror. They had nothing to oppose this guy. The next moment, Mark plunged his sword into the mouth of one of the flowers. It only took him 1 minute to deal with all the cannibal flowers. Thanks to the points he received, his strength reached 87 stars. Noticing a tunnel in the mountain in front of him, Mark went inside without hesitation. After walking a couple of steps, he froze. In front of him stood a huge tree on which many beehives hung. The bees noticed his appearance and rushed towards him, activating the eye of true vision. Darkness learned that these were demonic beasts, whose strength was estimated at 26 stars, but they were distinguished by bloodthirstiness and high toxicity. Looking at the bees surrounding him, the hero grinned, thinking that it was time to try out his new skills. The next moment, he concentrated the power in his hand, and a powerful stream of flame surrounded him, rushing to the very sky. A few moments later, the clouds began to move, forming a kind of whirlpool. The bees noticed how the sky suddenly darkened and the air became colder. The next moment, snow fell from the sky, followed by many sharp ice arrows. Mark smiled contentedly. He couldn't wait to see what the 4th-level skill ice storm could do. Sensing danger, the bees began to rush to the sides. But they were unable to avoid death. There were too many arrows for the insects to have the opportunity to escape. With each bee killed, Mark received more and more experience points, approaching the coveted new level. When all the bees were on the ground, the system reported that he had reached the 13th level. Mark carefully looked around, trying to spot surviving opponents. But there was deathly silence all around, and all the bees were buried under white flakes of snow, forming snowdrifts. Mark let out a relaxed sigh. The capabilities of the talent he used greatly amazed him. He did not expect that more than 1,000 bees would swarm in a couple of moments. The 4th level of the skill was justified. Turning his attention to the tree in front of him, Mark confidently said that now it was his turn to accept his fate. Using the eye of true vision, he learned that under the guise of an ordinary tree was hiding a witch of a dry tree, whose power was equal to 53 stars. The witch reacted to Mark's words and decided that there was no point in hiding anymore. A few moments later, there was a girl in front of him, dressed in a tree dress, and her long curls covered with spikes fluttered in the air. With a smile on her face, Ingrid said that for the first time in 100 years, someone appeared who dared to enter the forbidden zone, during which time she had already missed the taste of human blood. Mark looked warily at the witch in front of him. The next moment, cannibal flowers appeared from under the snowdrifts right in front of him. Following them, the bees' nests also began to move. Exploding, many bees flew out of the hives one after another. Among them was a guard bee, which was much more dangerous and stronger than the others. Mark took a relaxed pose and, smiling contentedly, said that they were just in time. The next moment, he activated the ability to subdue consciousness. Immediately after this, the bees he had previously killed opened their eyes, which shone with a red light. They slowly rose into the air, protecting their master. It was not difficult for the guardian bee to break through the wall of bees controlled by Mark. He tore their bodies in half with ease, but the hero still remained calm. Rushing towards the guy at high speed, the guard late noticed small bees creeping up to him from the side. They instantly clung to his body. The next moment there was an explosion, and the system informed the joyful Mark that he had successfully killed a rank 15 demonic animal and received golden bee royal jelly. Without opening his gaze from the sky, from which the dead bodies of bees were falling, he said with a satisfied smile on his face that he had cheated a little, because a bunch of ordinary bees would never be able to resist the queen bees. Several more explosions were heard in the sky. Turning to Ingrid, Mark explained that he used the skill of controlling beasts to activate the hellfire placed in their bodies and force them to fight on his side. The witch asked in bewilderment how he managed to master two completely opposite skills, fire and ice. Mark ignored the question, continuing to explain that once the bee reaches its target, he activates the hellfire, and the bee explodes. He slowly began to approach the witch, shrouding his sword in blue flames. At some point, he simply disappeared from Ingrid's sight. She jumped in surprise when the hero appeared in front of her with a sword raised above his head. The witch instantly took cover behind her hair, which was strong enough to withstand Mark's blow. But she underestimated our hero too much, and only one swing of his sword was enough for him to cut through her defense. The witch screamed in horror. She could not believe that this was really possible. Quickly regaining her composure, Ingrid glared at Mark, approaching her again. The witch tried to attack him with her hair, but he again easily cut it. She suddenly realized that her regeneration wasn't working because her hair should have grown back by now, but it wasn't happening. Ingrid decided she had no choice but to use the forbidden technique to survive, even if it cost her dearly. The next moment, purple vines began to emerge from the surface. They immediately rushed towards Mark, surrounding him. The hero became wary and tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the vines closed together, forming a cocoon around Mark. He looked around in bewilderment, completely not understanding what was happening here. A few moments later, he felt weak throughout his body, and looking at his hands, realized with horror that he was aging at an incredible rate. Mark immediately covered his mouth and nose with his palm, trying to inhale less of the toxic air. He perfectly understood the witch's plan. She decided that since she could not defeat him in a fair fight, the best option would be to suck out his life energy and make him die of old age. He was not going to let his life be taken away so easily, so he activated regeneration. When his body was only halfway back to normal, Mark realized that due to the toxic fumes surrounding him, regeneration could not fully cope with the poison. He came up with the idea of using fire because tree monsters are less resistant to them. Suddenly, the fire he created entered Mark's body through his ears. Having penetrated the blood, the flame immediately revealed places where the accumulation of poison was too great. As fire and poison began to fight, Mark fell to his knees, feeling the blood begin to boil in his veins. It took the hero's flame a few moments to absorb the poison. Mark immediately felt relief and coughed up the poisonous blood that came out of his body. Wasting no time, Mark destroyed the cocoon that surrounded him. Ingrid watched in horror as the hero escaped from her death trap. Wiping the blood from his lips, Mark grinned, saying that a little more and he really would have died there. The next moment, a blue flame appeared in his fist. Ingrid realized that she had nothing left to oppose this guy and fell to her knees in front of him. Mark looked at the witch in front of him in bewilderment. She began to beg him for mercy, saying that she was just a young, unfortunate tree who had spent 100 years alone and therefore was too ignorant towards him. She also said that previously people came to her in the hope of getting the royal core, but she was ready to give it to him just like that, if only he would spare her. Mark looked at the witch with disbelief. Something was alarming him, but he could not understand what. A few moments later, the core she spoke of earlier materialized in her hand. Ingrid desperately hoped that she would be able to lull this guy's vigilance in order to gain time and resurrect her children. Besides, according to her calculations, Mark should no longer have the strength to be able to resist her. Extending her open palm, she said that she also had a rank 5 fire phoenix egg. As soon as the witch said this, her core disappeared. The next moment, a huge phoenix egg appeared in its place. She bowed low to our hero, presenting this egg as her gift. Ingrid did not forget to mention that this beast hatched from this egg will be a descendant of the sacred patron spirit of the South and will have incredible power. The witch's face contorted in horror when Mark asked if she was taking him for a fool. He pointed behind him, where the green trunks of man-eating flowers were slowly moving across the snow. These flowers came almost close to him. Looking at them, the hero admitted that at first he did not understand what the witch was up to, but over time the sound behind him became so loud that it was difficult for him to pretend that he did not hear it. The next moment, Mark's powerful flame burst out, filling most of the surrounding space. The man-eater flower was destroyed in an instant. Pointing the blade of his sword at the witch, the hero said in disappointment that he had hoped that, being at level 16, Ingrid would have more special skills, but he was mistaken. When she wanted to object, Mark cut off her head without the slightest hesitation. Immediately after this, a system window appeared, informing him that for killing the witch of the withered tree, he received 1,000 experience points and a silver treasure chest. He also managed to acquire a new C-rank talent, the synergy of 6 senses. Immediately after this, the system reported that due to the presence of 2 identical talents, he was upgraded to B rank. Due to this, Mark can now create 2 clones, not 1, and the skill of controlling animals was also improved to the 4th level. Mark looked at the phoenix egg with a satisfied smile, thinking that a comrade in arms would not disturb him. A couple of minutes later, the hero plunged into meditation, feeding the egg with his life force so that it would hatch faster. When Mark felt the egg's absorption of energy slow down, he decided that was enough. Coming out of meditation, the hero smiled contentedly. The next moment, a golden glow surrounded the egg, after which a quiet cracking of the shell was heard. As soon as the glow stopped, a cute phoenix chick looked out of the egg. Mark couldn't resist cuddling such a cute little animal. However, the chick himself found the guy's actions unpleasant and began to irritate him quite a bit. The next moment, he destroyed the remains of his egg, releasing his power. Due to a powerful flow of energy, Mark was thrown aside, and a projection of an adult phoenix ascended into the sky, emitting a deafening cry. The amazed hero grinned, thinking that the saying that he was small and brave was very appropriate now. With the help of his eye, he learned that the chick's combat power was 50 stars, and he also had such talents as Fiery Law, Divine Blood of Ancestors, Golden Flame of Fiery Heavens. Looking at the chick in front of him, Mark guessed that if he also used the 6 senses synergy skill, Spiritualism, then the phoenix's combat power would increase by 60%, and the strength would be equal to 80 stars. Rising to his feet, the hero began to shake off his clothes. Suddenly, the chick approached him and sat on his shoulder. Smiling, Mark said that from now on he would be called Faye. The chick liked the name and chirped happily, allowing the guy to stroke him. The next moment, the hero used the skill of Spiritualism, establishing a deep connection between him and the chick. Thanks to the fact that he was raised by spirit and blood ties were established, the system reported that everything went well, and now the chick became his spiritual beast protector. Mark watched the joyful phoenix circling around him with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Faye stopped and called his master. Thanks to the synergy, the hero could easily understand what the chick was telling him. Still smiling, Mark asked what happened. When Faye replied that he was very hungry, the hero was in a stupor. Only now did he realize that from now on he needed to take care of the food of his pet. Regaining his composure, he asked whether Faye eats animal or human meat. Having found out everything, they left that area, heading to a more dangerous place. Mark managed to subjugate the dragon, on which he and the chick traveled. Sighing heavily, Mark was wondering what to feed his pet. To his great happiness, he did not eat human meat like other animals of this world. Due to the fact that the hero was thinking out loud, Faye heard everything perfectly and proudly sticking his chest forward. He said that he was not an ordinary wild animal, but a sacred animal. Therefore, other animals were no match for him. The hero had no choice but to agree with his words. When one of the volcanoes they were flying over suddenly flared up, the dragon flinched. Mark frowned, looking down. He realized that they had arrived at Hellfire Mountain. He looked carefully at the erupting volcano with lava flowing down it. Below, almost at the foot of the volcano, fiery spirits appeared from the lava. Mark looked at the spirits in surprise, because he had never encountered them before. Lost in thought, he noticed Faye's disappearance too late. At the same time, the joyful chick, seeing the spirit, immediately rushed down to feast on such prey. Flying at high speed between the fire spirits, Faye easily pierced their bodies with his carcass. A few moments later he stopped, shouting contentedly that it was delicious. The chick decided not to stop there and began to actively draw in air. Because of this, the spirits hidden in the lava also began to be drawn towards the fairy. Looking at this, Mark noted with satisfaction that his pet turned out to be much stronger than these spirits, and his intervention would not be required. He was also pleased by the fact that for the spirits killed by the chick, he receives experience points. The next moment, he jumped off the dragon. When he landed on the stone ledge, the system reported that he had received a spirit voucher. Mark immediately materialized the received item. Once he had a few spirit cards in his hand, the system explained that they could be used to gain prestige points. Mark was glad that he was able to get such an item, because if you reach a certain number of prestige points, you can get a title, which in turn can be exchanged for stat points. He immediately used the cards he received, and he also assumed that thanks to Fairy he could get more of these cards. The hero planned to use them to help the residents of his village level up as quickly as possible. A sound heard from the side distracted Mark from his thoughts and brought him back to reality. Looking ahead, he saw his happy pet, who flew up to him, enjoying the hunt. When the fairy was enveloped in a golden glow, the system reported that he had reached the second level and his power had increased to 60 stars. At the same moment, the fire spirits, one after another, began to jump out of the lava. Rising high into the air, they began to merge with each other, forming a fiery sphere. A few moments later, lava suddenly rose to the top, engulfing the fire sphere created by the spirits. When the lava pillar began to deplete, a huge multi-meter fire spirit emerged from it. The system informed Mark that it was a level 16 fire spirit king. Having discovered the enemies, the king immediately prepared to attack. Faye immediately reacted and flew towards the spirit. The next moment, they collided with each other. Mark calmly stood aside because he realized that the spirit with 52 stars was not at all a rival for his pet. So in order not to waste time, he decided to check the situation in the dragon pool. After studying the ranking list, Mark was pleased because several people had already reached the 10th level, and he also learned that there were now 95 first-level houses in the village. Suddenly, a message about the exchange arrived in the chat. After reading its contents, the hero was surprised. He was offered to exchange 3 third-level items for his sword. At the same time, Faye circled around the Fire Spirit King. When the spirit attacked him once again, Faye deftly avoided the destructive blow. Mark did not pay any attention to the battle. He created a protective dome and communicated with Nicholas, who offered him an exchange. The guy said that although the items he offered were of the 3rd rank, most likely due to contamination their rank was lowered, so their true rank may be 2nd. Mark thought about his words. Having looked at the features of the items offered to him, he saw that each bracelet, like the bracers, added 30 points to strength and 10 points to agility, and also gave 100% resistance to darkness. Mark's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. These were exactly the items he needed, so he agreed to the exchange without hesitation. Once the items were obtained, he used his extraction talent on them to cleanse them of contamination. Once the bracelets were cleaned, Mark put them on his hands, and the system reported that 60 points had been added to strength, 20 to agility, and 100% to resistance to darkness. Having put on the bracers, the hero received plus 60 points to defense and plus 50 points to health. Having carefully examined the bracelets and bracers, Mark realized that these were the lost things of the Messenger of Light and suggested that some information about the mission might be hidden in them. He didn't have time to check his assumption because a system window suddenly appeared. The system reported that the number of first-level houses in the Dragon Pool village had reached 100, and all the conditions for increasing the levels of the village had also been met, and it was also indicated that raising the level was carried out only from the headman's house. After reading this information, Mark called out to his pet, saying that he should hurry up. Immediately after this, Fairy's gaze became more serious and his body was engulfed in flames. He rushed towards the Spirit King, intending to finish him off in one blow. The king could not keep up with the suddenly accelerating enemy and missed a blow to the head, which became critical for him. Having defeated the enemy, Faye changed his trajectory and headed towards Mark. He completely ignored the small fire spirits falling back into the lava, the fusion of which was destroyed. Noticing his master ahead, calmly waiting for him, Faye smiled contentedly. His attack could not destroy the Spirit King completely. He closely monitored Fairy's movements. Finding the right moment, the king's huge hand rose up. She rushed straight after the phoenix, trying to catch it. Mark noticed the appearance of a huge hand behind his pet and shouted to the fairy, warning of danger. He realized that the enemy was not so simple, so he decided to intervene and help. Instantly moving towards Fairy, he used the Ice Storm skill. Although this attack could not destroy the enemy, Mark managed to gain time. When the attack stopped, the Spirit King discovered that the hero and his pet were no longer here. He was interested in this boy who was able to obtain the title of the King of the Novice Emperor in such a short period. Meanwhile, a column of white light appeared above the headman's house. Finding himself at home, still not over what had happened, Mark said that if it were not for the movement function, they could have died there. Deciding not to waste time, he immediately called up the system window. When the level up button appeared in front of him, Mark immediately clicked on it. As soon as he did this, his house began to change. Changes began to occur not only to his house, but to all the other first-level houses. Once all the changes were made, the system reported that the village of Dragonpool was promoted from level 0 to level 1. Immediately after this, a blue sphere appeared in the sky, and the system explained that all villagers would receive a blessing from heaven and 50 stat points. Mark smiled contentedly when he learned that as a prefect, in addition to the blessing of heaven, he would receive 100 stat points. A few moments later, many rays descended from the blue sphere. Once under them, the residents received the blessing promised to them, and the system also announced that now, when upgrading a house to the 3rd level, you can get 100 points. A few hours later, the sun went down and gave way to the moon, and a thick fog fell on the lake that our main character had recently visited. Suddenly, a splash was heard in the darkness, and the pink top of Albert's head appeared from the water column. Swimming up to the shore, with a satisfied expression on his face, he showed Bishop, who was waiting for him, the mined ice stones, and said that now they only had to improve the headman's house to the 2nd level in order to raise the level of the village. Bishop supported him, saying that their village is the strongest among them and they will definitely get first place. After his words, Albert pressed the crystals to himself, and his face took on a relieved expression. However, this idyll was disrupted by a message from the system, which reported that the village of Dragonpool was the first to reach the 1st level. At the same time, Mark sat comfortably on the sofa of his house and studied the system window in front of him, where the necessary resources were listed to upgrade his house to the 3rd level. Taking out a bamboo shoot from his spatial ring, he noted with satisfaction that he had everything he needed to now raise the level of the house. He decided not to delay and moved on to improving his house. Immediately after this, the area of the house increased significantly, and instead of wood, it was lined with brick. When new rooms appeared inside, Mark and his pet immediately began to explore them, discovering a spacious kitchen. Their eyes lit up with joy. When the hero discovered a bedroom with a soft bed, his joy knew no bounds. He immediately rushed towards the bed to appreciate its comfort. In addition, a bathroom also appeared in his house. Mark decided that he deserved a little rest, and having filled the bath with water, climbed into it with the phoenix. Calling up the system window, he saw that there were 4 days left before the end of the test for the newcomers, and if they failed to raise the village to the 3rd level and receive a reward, then they could even forget about defeating the Punisher. Suddenly, a robot materialized from the system window and said that he was a support employee and would answer any questions. Pausing near Faye, the robot informed Mark that he had a chance to double his rewards. The hero looked at him in bewilderment and asked what this meant. The robot explained that Mark could double the difficulty of the task and receive a double reward for victory, in which case the village chief would receive 2,000 points, and the villagers would receive 1,000. Having said this, the robot turned into a timer, saying that the hero has 10 minutes to think. Mark carefully considered the opportunity offered to him. He remembered that at the 2nd level, the village could create an altar of a guard that would help in the battle with the Punisher. but he was very worried about the fact that the list of materials needed to create the altar was unknown. Mac understood that if it took a day or two, then there would be no time left at all to improve the village to the 3rd level. But on the other hand, this is the right opportunity to become stronger, and then you won't even have to worry about the battle with the Punisher. The same timer appeared above the village. Through the robot, Mark shared his thoughts with other residents. They unanimously answered that whatever their headman decides, so it will be, and they will follow him. Accepting their answer, Mark agreed to the robot's proposal. As soon as he said this, the timer stopped. After this, the system reported that from now on, upon reaching each new level of the village, the rewards received would be doubled. Changes were also made to the condition for achieving the 2nd level. The population must be more than 1,000 people. The headman's house must be upgraded to the 3rd level. The number of houses at the 1st level must exceed 400, and there must also be more than 40 newcomers to the 10th level. As soon as the system reported these conditions, everyone was horrified. All of the above seemed unattainable to them, especially the number of inhabitants, which now numbered only 930 people instead of the required 1,000. There was real panic in the clearing. Noticing this reaction from the villagers, Mark intervened and said that they shouldn't worry about it because he was working on a C-rank mission to open the map, upon completion of which he would be able to go out into the wider world and bring more people. The robot added that after completing this task, they will have the opportunity to find the Temple of 1,000 Apparitions, where they can use the portal and go to the selected newcomer village and recruit residents there for their own. Hearing this, all the inhabitants rejoiced because they had hope again. Calming them down, Mark said that he would make every effort to ensure that their village withstood the Punisher. Then he suggested dividing the work between everyone again in order to save time, as they did last time. Shouts of approval were heard in response. A few moments later, the system reported that Mark had opened a surveillance system for residents and could find out the location of any of them at any time convenient for him. A system of voice commands has also been activated, which can be given to residents at any time. The hero, in turn, said that improving the houses of the 1st and 2nd levels requires a lot of wood and stone, so from now on, everyone whose level is below the 10th will be engaged in chopping wood and mining stones. Afterwards, he named the names of those in the top 10 in the ranking and said that they need to go to the western part of the pastures on Ant Mountain and take iron ore there. He told the rest to try to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. After distributing the tasks, Mark said that he had placed the 2nd level ice stones needed to improve the huts in the exchange channel, so anyone can exchange them. He said that they must reach the 2nd level within 2 days no matter what. In response, residents could be heard shouting that they would do everything possible. After that, Mark turned off the broadcast and materialized the treasure chests he had received earlier, thinking that in order to defeat the king of the fire spirits, he needed to improve his equipment. With the accumulated transformation cards and a large number of chests, he will be able to combine them and obtain higher-level items. When he activated the cards, Mark's entire house was filled with a bright blue glow. The system reported that the transformation was successful, and the hero received 2 golden treasure chests, using the transformation card on them and receiving a white gold chest. Having opened it, Mark received a 1st-level item, a Blade of Deep Night, which adds plus 300 points to attack, plus 100 to strength, plus 130% to attack speed, plus 100 to defense, and plus 100% to the chance of a critical hit. Taking the sword in his hands, the hero was sure that this blade would become an excellent assistant for him. Deciding not to waste time, Mark decided to go to the king of the fire spirits. The robot informed him that the teleportation function had been activated. The teleportation was supposed to move Mark to the same place where he was before, or rather to the mountain of hellfire. Suddenly, a bright glow from a portal appeared in the air. Mark took a step forward and his foot touched the hard surface of the volcano's mouth. When he looked down, his face showed bewilderment, but Faye, on the contrary, seemed interested. In the crater of the volcano, right after the lava, an unusual flower bloomed. Using the eye of true vision, the hero learned that this is the lotus of the raging flame, which appears after the death of the phoenix, whose blood and spirit are melted. Suddenly, screams heard from the side attracted Mark's attention. He turned around and saw a little boy on the crater of a nearby volcano who attracted his attention. Without taking his eyes off him, the hero asked the boy who he was. With the help of his eye, he already saw that this child had the 18th level and 99 stars. It was also determined that he had an immortal body. The boy seemed surprised by Mark's question. The next moment, surprise gave way to a satisfied smile, and walking along the vent, Nathan said that the chick was too fragile. You just had to pinch it and it died. So the clan members accused him of not being able to raise a worthy chick. Then, with a terribly pleased face, he added that when other members of the clan decided to execute him, it came to him to make the first move and kill them all. The next moment, the boy turned around, saying that later, the heavens told him that it was no good to just wander around the world and allowed him to stay here, and also named him the Fire King. Having said this, he crossed the distance separating him and Mark in one leap. Approaching him closely in surprise, the hero recoiled from Nathan. Mark was amazed at the monstrous speed of the Fire King standing in front of him. Having regained his composure, the hero swung his blade, attacking Nathan, but he easily jumped back. Moving away from Mark, Nathan apologized and mockingly admitted that he had not thought that he could frighten a person from the small chiliocosm so much. Mark asked with confusion what his words meant. He remembered that he had previously met one opponent who was from the middle world, and suggested that the universe was divided into large, medium, and small worlds. Waiting for Nathan's answer, he took a defensive stance. But he was in no hurry to reveal all his cards and replied that Mark had nothing to know yet. After that, he decided to take action and created fire in his palm. Immediately after this, dragons emerged from the volcanoes behind him. Thanks to the Eye of True Sight, Mark learned that these were mutated glass dragons whose power was equal to 18 stars. By order of Nathan, they rushed towards our hero. Mark also did not hesitate and created ice arrows, after which he said with a grin that the king of the fire spirits greatly underestimated him. The next moment, he waved his hand. Arrows immediately rained down in a hail towards the dragons. Faye also decided not to remain on the sidelines and rushed forward through the wall of arrows. Noticing him, the dragons let out a terrifying roar. The next moment, their bodies were pierced by ice arrows. Faye flew between the dragons at high speed and, avoiding arrows, cut their bodies in half. One of the dragons managed to get close to Mark and attack him, releasing a powerful stream of flame from its mouth. Thanks to protection from fire and cold, this attack would not have caused him significant damage, so the hero did not even think about dodging it. Instead, he jumped through the fire and into the dragon's mouth. Mark tightened his grip on the blade before striking. The next moment, he cut off the dragon's fangs with one swing. Nathan watched this with a sadistic smile. When the dragons were defeated, still smiling, he slammed his fist into his palm. While creating a ring of fire, Nathan said that he wanted to see how strong the level 15 Rookie King was. Mark froze, watching as the lava rose and began to reach towards the ring of fire that had been created. A few moments later, a huge fire golem appeared behind Nathan. The hero noticeably tensed, looking at the new opponent, and Faye hid behind his master. Using the Eye of True Sight, he learned that the combat power of this golem was equal to 100 stars. The golem concentrated its power into its fist, preparing to strike. Nathan shouted loudly that Mark had better prepare to die. The next moment, the golem attacked. Seeing that the golem's blow could not kill Mark, an anticipatory smile appeared on the face of the Fire King. He wondered how long the hero could hold out. The next moment, the golem exerted even more force. He tried to crush Mark, who was standing under his fist. Suddenly, the surface of the volcano on which our hero stood began to crack, unable to withstand the enormous power of the golem. When it collapsed, Mark flew back and the golem's fist hit the surface. Having reached the ground leaning on his hands, the hero was able to land safely. He immediately jumped away as far as possible. Mark shouted to Fairy that it was too dangerous here and he had better find a place to hide, but the hero himself decided that it was necessary to stop Nathan. Then the golem under his control would cease to be a threat. The next moment, he rushed towards the golem. When Mark approached him, he immediately attacked him. But the hero avoided the blow and slashed his arm with the blade of his blade. The fire golem immediately grabbed the wounded one with its good hand, echoing Nathan's movements. The damage caused was transmitted to the Fire King, blocking the wound with his palm and trying to hold back the heavy bleeding. Noticing that Mark had disappeared from his field of vision, he turned around sharply. The hero moved behind the golem, raising his blade to strike. However, acting on Nathan's orders, the golem was faster and attacked Mark first. He was thrown into the lava. The hero managed to create a protective barrier in the form of a bubble, so the lava did not cause him any harm. When Faye flew up to him, he said that everything was fine and he should quickly fly to a safe place. Mark grinned when he realized that the golem and the Fire King were connected, so if you hurt one, it would spread to the other. The next moment, he used the Shadow Shackles skill. Numerous arms suddenly appeared from under Nathan's feet and surrounded him. He didn't have time to do anything before his whole body was shackled by them. As Mark had predicted, the fire golem was also immobilized. The hero instantly approached his opponent, pointing the blade of his blade at him. He just grinned, looking straight at Mark. The next moment, an explosion was heard from the volcano, and lava splashed in all directions. Nathan managed to free himself from the shadow bonds, and with irritation in his voice, he said that he was already beginning to hate Mark. Faye anxiously rushed from side to side in search of his master. Taking advantage of the moment before he was noticed, the hero crept up to Nathan and attacked. Analyzing their fight, Mark realized that his opponent's body was incredibly strong because he was able to hold back his attack with his blade with his bare hands. He was also incredibly strong in hand-to-hand combat. No matter how hard Mark tried, he couldn't find Nathan's weak points. Instead, the Fire King seemed increasingly invincible, and now Nathan again grabbed the blade of the blade aimed at him with his bare hand. Mark's eyes widened in surprise as he pulled the blade towards himself. Without taking his eyes off the hero, Nathan said that he would also like the same weapon. The next moment, their foreheads collided. From a strong blow, Mark was thrown to the side and crashed into his back against a stone wall. Smiling, Nathan said that he had already played enough and it was time for them to call it a day, after which he raised his hand up. At the same moment, the sky became clouded, changing its color to red. Not even a couple of seconds had passed before a spear appeared from there. Nathan caught the spear, holding it by the hilt. Waving his weapon over his head, he jumped from the crater of the volcano. With a malicious smile on his face, the Fire King said that Mark would now experience real hell. After these words, he rushed towards our hero. Mark managed to jump to the side when he was attacked. He decided to take advantage of the moment while his opponent was hanging in the air and attack. When Nathan turned around, his eyes widened in horror because he saw many arrows flying at him. One of them pierced him through. Upon landing, Nathan clutched the wound on his chest. Preparing for a new attack, Mark asked if this was the entire strength of a creature with 100 Imperial rank stars and combat power. Nathan was able to dodge the hero's next attack. Grinning, he said that Mark was too naive. The next moment, hundreds of meteorites rained down from the sky. Jumping from the crater of the volcano, Nathan said that Mark was mistaken in assessing his combat power at 100 stars of the earthly level. If the combat power reaches 100, but did not pass the test of martial arts, then this is regarded only as the peak of the human level. Mark thought about his words. He had not heard of the Earth level and peak human level before, and assumed that his words about the Imperial rank were misinterpreted by Nathan. As he watched the approaching enemy, he thought that he had the opportunity to extract more information from him. When the blade of Nathan's spear almost overtook our hero, he covered himself with his blade. The Fire King shouted that a true Earth-level master would be able to crush him with one hand, even if his combat power was equal to 100 stars. As the battle progressed, Mark tried in various ways to extract answers to his questions from Nathan, but he quickly saw through our hero's plan and said that he should not even dream of getting some information from him. Striking another blow with his spear, the Fire King said with a smile on his face that judging by the current state of the Dragon Pool village, even if the hero managed to build a guardian altar and become an Earth-level master, he still would not be able to save anyone. When Mark missed another blow and Nathan inflicted a serious wound on him, he grinned and said that you don't even have to wait for the Punisher to appear. He himself will destroy the hero right now. Mark knelt down, leaning on his blade. The enemy's words reminded him that he needed to complete this task as quickly as possible in order to get the card opening. Meanwhile, Nathan, who approached him, said that the Master is going through a serious transformation, moving to the earthly level. But this does not mean that a human-level Master cannot defeat an earthly-level Master when the power reaches 130 stars. Then a human Master can defeat an earthly one with 100 stars. Remembering the arrow attack he had come under, Nathan guessed that Mark's power had not yet reached 130 stars. But even so, his strength is comparable to that of a half-Earth level master. He decided not to delay any longer and finish off the hero with one blow, putting all his strength into him. The next moment, the fire golem appeared in front of Mark again. With a smile on his face, Nathan ordered him to kill the hero. He immediately attacked, hitting the place where Mark was standing with his fist. The hero was able to avoid the blow by jumping to the side and shouted that this technique would not work on him twice. At the same moment, Nathan's spear rushed towards him. It was too sudden an attack, and Mark did not have time to dodge. As the blade pierced his stomach, intense pain spread through his body in waves. Still smiling, Nathan said that the golem does not have to repeat all his actions. Due to the fact that the golem has no brains and can simply swing its fists left and right, it is quite problematic to control it. But fortunately for him, after their long coexistence, the golem learned to understand him, and sometimes can attack the enemy on its own. Grabbing the blade of the spear, Mark thought that his carelessness and excessive self-confidence were to blame. In this world, one must always be on the alert. He began to slowly pull the blade out of his body, hoping that the regeneration would have time to restore his body before he was attacked again. Nathan noticed that Mark was not listening to him at all and said that he would now start to get angry because he was telling all this especially for him. The next moment, the golem attacked again. The ground under his fist began to crack into huge cracks. Faye rushed off, hoping to help his master. As the golem raised its fists to attack again, Faye was sweating right at it. He slammed into the golem's chin with all his might, causing him to stagger back. After that, Faye began to circle around him, completely turning his attention to himself. Looking at the golem's stupid attempts to catch the phoenix, Nathan decided to intervene. Taking control of the golem, he waited for the moment when Faye flew past the golem. The next moment, he grabbed the phoenix, holding it in his fist. After waiting a few seconds, he opened his palm and Faye's burned body fell from there. Lying on the ground, exhausted, Mark tried to force himself to get up, thinking that he couldn't die now, because the lives of hundreds of residents of his village depended on him. Having dealt with the phoenix, Nathan slowly walked towards Mark. The hero managed to rise to his knees and summon hellfire, after which he slowly rose to his feet. Standing a little further away, Nathan was surprised that Mark managed to get up after being seriously injured. Breathing heavily, the hero managed to take control of his body. Pointing the blade of his blade at Nathan, he said that mocking a pet right in front of his owner was simply the height of ignorance. The next moment, he threw the blade at his opponent, putting all his strength into it. Nathan looked at the blade coming towards him and didn't even think about dodging it. When Mark summoned his clones and shadow bonds, the Fire King chuckled and asked if the hero really thought that the same techniques would work on him twice. However, the next moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he looked with horror at Mark's double who appeared behind him. But that was not all. The next moment, his legs were enveloped by many arms. No matter how hard he tried, they would not allow him to budge. At the same time, Mark approached Nathan, holding him on the other side. As the blade of the blade pierced his throat, the Fire King extended his hand forward. He grabbed the blade and tried to stop it. But Mark did not allow this to happen. Grabbing the handle of his blade, he plunged it deeper into the enemy's body, piercing him right through. Nathan's mouth opened in a silent scream, and his body began to become covered with cracks. A fire whirlwind engulfed Nathan's dead body, and the system reported that for killing the Fire King, Mark received 3,000 experience points, 9 reputation points, and 300 responsibility points, as well as the Emperor's Fire Core. After which the system reported that more than 100 reputation points and 100 stars of combat power had been achieved. Therefore, the hero received the title of Emperor of the Novices, and all his characteristics would be improved by 80 points. Mark smiled contentedly, wiping the sweat from his face. However, the next moment something happened that made Faye's eyes widen in horror. The golem's foot landed directly on Mark. A few moments later, a blue light began to emerge from under the foot. Mark was able to get out by piercing the golem's leg with his blade. Then he jumped up, coming face to face with the golem. Swinging the blade at his head, he enveloped the blade in hellish flames. The next moment, he slashed his blade across the golem's body, cutting it open. The fire golem could not survive this blow and fell limply to the ground, turning back into lava. The system reported that Mark received 900 experience points for killing him. Faye happily exclaimed that his master was simply amazing. Noticing that Mark was frozen and not moving, he excitedly asked what happened. Suddenly, a bright beam of light fell on the hero, causing him surprise. The robot appeared and said that Mark was now skilled enough to pass the martial arts test. The hero remembered that the Fire King mentioned this during the battle. Looking at the robot, he asked how to take part in this test. The robot said that for this, he needs to go to the Temple of Thousands of Phenomena in the Big World. During the test, the body of the test subject will be transformed by the power of the divine path, and he will receive the title of an earthly-level master. The robot also said that during the test subject's success would be assessed. The higher this score, the greater the transformation power would become, and the more benefits the test subject could receive. After analyzing the robot's words, Mark realized that he needed to get the highest score in this test by any means. When Faye flew up to him, he used healing on him. The next moment, the system window that appeared reported that Sam had upgraded his home to the 3rd level and received the blessing of heaven, and his combat power had also increased to 30 stars, so Mark received plus 10 stat points. The hero immediately turned to the robot and asked in surprise whether, when residents improve the level of their houses and become stronger, he will also receive a reward. The robot explained that when residents advance to a specific level, in the human-level combat power stage, the village chief receives a certain number of points. If the resident reaches 30 stars, then the village chief receives 10 points, if 50, then 20 points, and so on. Mark smiled contentedly, saying that the headman was quite profitable. Thinking about this, he happily thought that if the village now has 937 residents, when they reach 30 stars, he will receive 9,370 points. He liked the prospect and thought it would be great if the number of people in his village increased to several hundred. In that case, he could become a god in this world. The robot hastened to intervene and bring Mark down to earth, telling him that he should not have such unimaginable hopes. The hero's face showed dissatisfaction with the robot's words. Sighing, Mark said that in any case he must contribute to the development of his residence if he wants to get a return as soon as possible. Previously, he had already donated the 500 spirit vouchers he received here. He also donated a huge amount of ice stones, and now residents can improve their homes. If you improve your house, you can also get additional points and improve your abilities faster. Mark also noted that after receiving the Fire Core, he was able to upgrade the Hellfire to B rank. Finally, he laid out all the resources that you can sell it in the hope of getting something useful. He gave that fiery lotus to his pet in the hope that it would help him become stronger. Sometimes he wonders if he really needed a pet. Looking forward from him, Mark thought about the fact that he applied extraction to almost all the animals in the zones available to him, so this skill becomes practically useless, which the hero really didn't like, because this is his main support, thanks to which he becomes stronger. Therefore, at any cost, he needs to quickly open the map to find new animals. Meanwhile, Turgenev fought a fierce battle in a lost village. The demon's follower was too strong and struck him again and again. The man fell to the ground, rolling along it for several meters. A few moments later, he slowly rose from the ground. Using his ability, he lifted a nearby boulder above his head. Then he threw it towards the enemy. The stone hit the follower directly, crushing him with its weight. Breathing heavily, Turgenev said that no one could stop the warriors of the state of the Northern Bear. Suddenly, something sharp flashed in the sky. The man was distracted by chat messages and did not notice the threat approaching him. A few moments later, he fell to the ground, and the girl who approached him from behind was convinced that her opponent was indeed dead. From the chat, Mark learned that Turgenev also went on a mission for the elders, entering an abandoned village. Although this man was strong, he understood that he could not cope with the spirit of resentment and the demon of hatred so easily. Suddenly an arrow came from behind him, but he was able to dodge it. Turning around, he told the enemy hiding in the wall of dust that attacking from behind was too low. Gloom immediately activated the Eye of True Sight to see the enemy's strength. A few moments later, the dust cleared, and he saw in front of him a man with a bow who was the guardian of the Forbidden Lands. His power was equal to 52 stars. Pavel did not intend to conduct a dialogue with his enemy and fired another arrow at the hero. He watched the approaching arrow, not even thinking about dodging it. Putting his hand out in front of him, he stopped the arrow with his palm. Pavel asked in bewilderment how a man from the small Chiliocosm could stop his arrow with his bare hands. With one movement of his fingers, Mark sent the arrow back, thinking that the more people he meets, the more questions he has, and if he wants to find out the answers to them, he needs to become stronger. The arrow pierced Pavel's head, after which the system reported that for killing the Guardian, the hero received 5,000 experience points and 100 stat points. Pavel's body fell limply onto the sand. Suddenly, a huge cloud of dust rose again. The fossilized body of a man unfamiliar to Mark began to slowly emerge from the sand. Every moment there were more and more such steles. The hero did not understand what was happening. Sometime later, the dust cleared, and Mark saw in front of him an altar similar to the one he had seen in the abandoned village, surrounded by many petrified people on their knees. As he got closer, he noticed a man in the center. He looked at the hero carefully, not taking his eyes off him. When Mark came close enough, he waved and greeted the hero. The eye of true sight revealed that the man sitting in front of him was also the guardian of the Forbidden Lands, whose power was estimated at 109 stars. Mark warily asked if they knew each other when the keeper addressed him by name. Taking a quick glance at the petrified people around him, he thought that if they attacked all at once, then he would not be able to finish this battle quickly, given that the strength of the main enemy was more than 100 stars. Suddenly, the man said that he had been carefully watching Mark all this time. From the very first day, when in the forest he secretly attacked a giant rat and killed a mummy that was several times stronger than himself. The man said that the hero's strength and abilities, which he shows every time he gets into trouble, are truly amazing. Pointing at him, he said that in this world, Mark is the strongest warrior he had met in the last 1,000 years. So he decided to destroy it. Having said this, Jacob slowly rose to his feet. The next moment, with a sword in his hands, he rushed at Mark. The hero immediately took a defensive stance, holding his blade at the ready. It enveloped him in hellish fire. As he approached, the man swung his sword, enhanced by his light ability. Mark carefully watched every new swing of the enemy's sword. He took a few steps back as rings of light surrounded him. Noticing the danger behind him, the man immediately turned around. Jacob saw blue flames and easily recognized the dazzling hellfire technique, capable of burning everything in its path. Suddenly, one of the fireballs flying towards him exploded. The man was able to dodge, looking at the balls exploding in the air. He said that Mark's abilities were really impressive. He was able to not only dodge his attack, but also sneak up behind him unnoticed. As soon as he turned back to the hero, his body was cut into two halves. At the last moment, Jacob's face showed surprise. Immediately after this, he fell dead. Looking at the corpse of the guardian in front of him, Mark said that he talked too much. This was the reason for his death. Due to the lack of a system notification, the hero realized that he would soon be resurrected. A few moments later, the man actually came to life. Rising up, he began to stretch his neck, saying that with age he had lost his fighting skills, which is why he did not even notice the blade pointed at him. Smiling, Jacob said that if he were really alive now, he would show Mark what a real battle was. The hero raised his blade again to strike, irritably saying that he had no time to waste on idle chatter. The sudden glow in Jacob's hands made Mark stop and tense up. The man smiled good-naturedly and offered friendship to the hero. In confirmation of his intentions, he offered many spiritual hearths. Mark hesitantly asked if Jacob really wanted to buy him for a couple of dragon blood fruits. Sometime later, the hero actively absorbed spiritual fruits that awaken blood talent. The more of them he eats, the higher the concentration of true dragon blood in his body. Jacob watched the guy, saying that he still had a lot of these fruits and he might not be in such a hurry, after which he added that he could answer his questions. Mark asked if the guardian knew anything about the martial arts test. He replied that it is a gift from the heavenly path. Those who take part in this test can receive the highest blessing and transformation. He also knows that when grading, results are divided into 5 levels: low, medium, high, special, and divine. Although there are only 5 of them, 99% of people belong to the low level. Only the remaining percentage can be classified as middle class. When Mark asked about the high level, Jacob replied that the possibility of achieving it was 1/1000,000,000%. Remembering his past, the man said that then 1 billion people came with him from the middle Chiliocosm, but only a few managed to reach a high level. Not even all the geniuses who received the title of Rookie Emperor during the rookie evaluation stage managed to reach a high level. Mark was surprised by what he heard and asked about the special level. Jacob frowned as he said that young people these days are very ambitious, after which he said that the possibility of obtaining a special level is equal to 1 in 100 billion. If we talk about masters of the divine level, then no one has ever met them. He also said that once he had the chance to meet a high-level master, he took part in a martial arts test. Then he was at the 20th level, and the strength was estimated at 280 stars. But everything did not end well, so he suggested that Mark needs to achieve at least 300 stars. While eating the fruits, the hero thought that he still had time to increase his strength. Calling on the system window, he learned that the concentration of dragon blood in his body had almost reached the 3% required to awaken the blood skill. Looking at Jacob, he asked what the Great Battle of 10,000 Worlds was. The man replied that this is a battle that happens every 1,000 years in the world in which they live. Everyone comes to this world with the goal of destroying a large, medium, or small chiliocosm. All living things will be forced to fight, and if they manage to win, the winner will be able to become a deity. The losing side will be destroyed, and any information about it will be erased from memory. There are races that manage to survive, but they are forced to eke out a miserable existence. Jacob ended his story here, saying that this is all he knows, and also added that if Mark manages to break the seal and go to the Great Chiliocosm, then perhaps he will be able to meet the losing races. Mark listened attentively to his interlocutor, absorbing the spiritual fruits. A robot suddenly appeared and reported that the concentration of the dragon's blood had reached 3%. Therefore, the blood talent was raised to D rank, and 100 points were also added to strength, agility, and energy. A blue glow enveloped Mark's entire body. Watching this, the man thought that this boy would definitely reach heights. Looking back at the altar, he thought about the monster sealed there, which he had been keeping sealed for 1,000 years. Jacob realized that he no longer had the strength to restrain him, so he hopes that Mark will be the one to cope with the dragon, but if not, then all the newcomer villages will have to go through real hell. At the same time, the system was re-evaluating the hero's combat power, which currently reached 130 stars. When the system reported that it was not possible to awaken the blood talent, Mark was very upset by this. Seeing his depressed state, Jacob stood up from his seat and said that if he could no longer eat spiritual fruits, he could simply save them for the future. Gradually accumulating blood would naturally awaken the dragon's soul power and blood talent. This made Mark very happy. The next moment, the joy turned to seriousness on his face, and he asked what Jacob wanted from him, because he did not believe that a man would do all this for free. Jacob materializes a golden figurine of a baby, saying that it is a golden spirit that can enhance the power of the weapon, and the man hopes that Mark will be able to free him. Mark's face contorted in bewilderment. The next moment, the man pointed towards the altar. He said that the hero must kill the water dragon sealed there. As the ground began to shake beneath them, the man said that the dragon could wait no longer and would soon break out, so Mark must free Jacob as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late. Mark looked at the golden spirit with the eye of true sight and learned that if it was fused with a weapon, its power would truly increase. The next moment, he activated his extraction talent. By using it on Jacob, he gained a D-rank wind control skill, a B-rank earth control skill, and a D-rank light control skill and a B-rank metal control skill. After this, the system reported that Mark had mastered the skills of all 5 elements, and the fusion process would now begin. A few seconds later, the system reported that the fusion had been successfully completed, resulting in an A-rank skill, the hidden mystery of the 5 elements. Mark exclaimed happily that he had finally managed to obtain an A-rank combat talent, and his strength would increase. However, the joy on his face quickly turned to shock as he looked at the man in front of him. His body turned to stone, and he could no longer hear Mark, turning into an ordinary statue. Turning around, the hero said that he would definitely stop the dragon, no matter what the cost. Having risen to the altar, he began to place the cores of the kings in turn into the necessary holes. He began with the core of the Mammoth King, the core of the earth. Next, he put in the core of the Spider Queen, the metal core. After it came water, the core of the Turtle King. after which came the turn of the tree core, obtained from the Witch of the Withered Tree. The very last thing Mark put in was the Fire King's fire core. As soon as the last core was inserted, colored rays rose into the sky from all the cores. The hero raised his head, watching this beautiful sight. When the seal broke and the dragon burst out of it, Mark jumped to the side. He landed a few meters from the altar, which was covered in a dense cloud of dust. Holding his sword at the ready, Mark looked up at the creature freed from captivity. Although the dragon was free from captivity, his body was still wrapped in chains. Thanks to the eye of true vision, the hero learned that the strength of this dragon was equal to 143 stars. The beast looked carefully at the field below him. He immediately noticed the familiar figure of the guardian. The dragon let out a furious roar. He perfectly remembered the day when he was sealed for many centuries. All this time, he patiently waited for the day when he could get out and take revenge on those pathetic people, and now that day has come. The dragon intended to destroy all living things in this world. As soon as he roared his wish, a system window appeared in front of Mark with a message that he must kill the water dragon and sacrifice it to the heavens. At this time, the dragon slashed its clawed paw through the air, creating ice needles. They rushed straight towards Mark. Noticing this, Faye immediately tried to melt them, exhaling a powerful stream of fire. But the dragon's power turned out to be stronger, and the phoenix had to retreat. The needles passed further, but Mark managed to block them with the edge of his blade. He tried to push them back. But he failed. The needles began to press on him with renewed force. Then he enveloped the blade of the blade in hellish flames. The needles began to melt instantly, and he managed to throw their remains aside. Seeing this, the dragon again let out a furious cry, after which he said that now Mark would experience his strongest technique. Immediately after he said this, the dragon threw his head up, opened his mouth, and roared deafeningly. Mark watched as the fire raging around him slowly began to reach towards the dragon. It seemed that all the energy was flowing towards the dragon. Activating the eye of true vision, Mark saw that every moment the beast's power was growing at a terrifying speed. Watching this, Mark thought that this was what the Guardian had told him about. Earth-level masters were able to use the power of the earth and heaven for their own purposes. Having absorbed enough energy, the dragon released a huge amount of fire into the sky. At this moment, its combat power was equal to 200 stars. Suddenly, there were many fireballs falling from the sky. Mark was terrified. He could only dodge these countless fireballs. A few moments later, he decisively headed towards the dragon, simultaneously creating 2 clones. When Mark jumped onto the dragon's body, it roared furiously and tried to grab one of the clones. The hero was able to climb higher and attack the beast. When one of his clones was nevertheless crushed by the dragon's paw, Mark slashed at it with a blade shrouded in hellfire. There was a fairly deep cut on his paw from this blow. Immediately after this attack, Mark jumped back to the ground, thinking that such a wound would not be scary for the dragon at all. He needed to find the enemy's weak points in order to win. The next moment, the dragon opened its mouth and released many tongues of flame. Everything within a radius of the nearest kilometers began to be engulfed in flames, and explosions were heard somewhere. Mark ran as fast as he could as far as possible. One of the clones was unable to escape the attack of the enraged dragon. The dragon himself flew over the land engulfed in flames. Having reached safe territory, Mark watched this from the side. Amazed at the strength of his opponent, he was not sure that his hellfire would be able to cope with something like that. He realized that he needed something more powerful. Therefore, he decided to use his new A-rank talent. In the next instant, his body was covered in a thin layer of ice as he used a 5-fold ice storm. Many ice arrows shot towards the dragon at high speed. He, in turn, emitted a powerful stream of flame. Moments later, their forces collided with each other and a massive explosion occurred. Dense clouds of smoke and dust rose into the air after their collision. Seeing that the dragon was safe and sound, Mark decided to change tactics. He jumped towards the enemy. Noticing the hero's approach, the dragon opened its mouth again, spewing out strong flames. When Mark flew into its mouth, the dragon immediately slammed it shut. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He thought that Mark would somehow resist, but instead he simply allowed himself to be swallowed. At the same time, the hero fell straight into the stomach of the beast. He managed to grab onto the walls of the esophagus, stopping his fall. Smiling contentedly, Mark used the ice storm skill. As soon as he did this, the dragon felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He growled heart-rendingly as many spikes pierced his body from the inside. Mark himself suffered from this technique due to the too narrow space. The dragon began to hit the rocks with its powerful body, trying to knock out the thorns from it. Because of this, the hero lost his support and began to fall down again. The dragon continued to wriggle its entire body. At some point, he opened his mouth and released a powerful stream of flame. When the thorns fell out of the dragon's body, Mark grabbed the hole they left in the beast's body. Using force, he made it wider to create an exit for himself. A few moments later, he succeeded. While the dragon was rushing from side to side, Mark jumped down from its body. Having landed, he smiled contentedly, thinking that the dragon's body was completely torn to pieces and he definitely would not survive after this. Within a couple of minutes, the dragon stopped wriggling in the air, after which it began to rapidly fall down. A couple of moments later, with a loud crash, the dead body of the dragon landed near Mark. The system reported that for killing the dragon, he received 100,000 experience points, 10 reputation points, and 1,000 stat points. Also, the task of removing the seal was successfully completed, and Mark received another 1,000 stat points. In addition, his reward for completing the mission included 2 dark gold chests. Wiping the blood from his face, Mark said that he had won. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. In an instant, the sky became covered with deep cracks. The next moment, the barrier limiting the hero from the big world was destroyed, and Mark saw an azure blue sky. The system reported that after the hero removed the restrictive seal, the village of Dragonpool became directly connected to the larger world. Mark smiled contentedly, thinking that now he would have more opportunities to pump up his strength and get more resources. Suddenly, the dragon's dead body was enveloped in a bright light. Mark looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, powerful lightning struck his body. A couple of moments later, only bones remained of the dragon, and a red ball appeared in front of Mark. The system said that it was the essence of the soul of the water dragon, a fourth-order miracle of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the ball lit up and rushed towards the hero. Mark's eyes widened in surprise as the essence was absorbed into his body. The system reported that the hero had absorbed enough power from the dragon's soul, and the dragon's soul had been awakened, and he also received plus 300 points in energy, plus 50 in strength and agility. He also received a new skill, the greatness of the dragon, which produces incorporeal spiritual energy, scares away all living things, and can suppress the will of others. This skill immediately activated, and a projection of a golden dragon burst out of Mark's body and let out a deafening roar. A few minutes later, the joyful hero applied the extraction to the remains of the dragon. He could not believe that in such a short period of time, he would be able to reach 155 stars. Once the extraction was completed, the system reported that Mark had obtained the C-rank True Wind Essence skill. This skill was automatically upgraded to B rank, resulting in the awakening of a new talent, the Air Glider. It immediately activated and wings appeared behind Mark's back. He looked with interest at his new pair of wings. Rising high into the air, he experienced real delight. This method of movement was much more effective than his high-speed boots. There in the air, he decided to take care of the chests he had received. At that moment, Faye flew up to him, who was overjoyed that he would now be able to fly with his owner. Mark ignored all the pet's words, trying to understand why the spiritual fruits fed to him had no effect. His thoughts were interrupted by a robot that appeared and said that as a reward for opening a map for his village, Mark received a map of the large heliocosm. He also said that villages that have not completed the task of opening the card will not be able to receive this card. Mark was delighted by this news. Having opened the received map, he saw many red dots that marked the villages of newcomers. Blue, the temple of thousands of phenomena, located next to each temple of the village, forming a certain area. Mark assumed that at the end of the test of newcomers, all villages would join the large chiliocosm. He also understood that at the same time the competition for resources would intensify, and for his village this was truly a unique opportunity. With the card he received, the hero would be able to quickly win the competition by fulfilling the condition of 1,000 inhabitants. Remembering the chests, he decided that he would open them first, and then begin to deal with the map. Having opened the first chest, the hero received an item of the 5th rank, Dragon Armor. Having opened the second one, he received an item of the 6th rank, 3-dimensional space. Mark decided to immediately put on new armor. As soon as he did this, his combat power increased to 158 stars, which greatly delighted the hero. Then he decided to deal with three-dimensional space and understand how it works. The system reported that this space is suitable for growing spiritual plants or other living beings there, and various things can also be stored there. Using a dagger, Mark made an incision on his finger when he learned that his blood was required to secure the identity of the three-dimensional space. After which he dropped a few drops onto the ball of three-dimensional space. Immediately after this, a bright flash of light appeared, blinding the hero. A few moments later, the system reported that the accessory had been successfully secured, and now Mark could move objects there or move himself using the power of thought. The hero decided to try and move there using the power of thoughts. When this happened, Faye was very scared, not understanding where his owner had disappeared. Once inside the three-dimensional space, Mark was amazed. He had no idea that this place could be so huge. Having entered the system, the hero materialized the remains of the dragon. Initially, he planned to place them in the exchange channel, and then exchange them when a lucrative offer arrives, but the three-dimensional space is perfect as a warehouse, and will solve the problem of lack of space in the ring. Taking out a map, he found the temple of 1,000 apparitions closest to him. To get to it, Mark would have to overcome the Forest of Sorrow, the Chess Valley, and the Heavenly Lake. The hero was puzzled because there were only 3 days left until the end of the competition. A few moments later, he thought that he wanted to return to the real world, and a portal appeared in front of him, leading back. Mark smiled contentedly, thinking that it was very convenient to move around like this. Faye, who had been waiting for him all this time, began to shower him with countless questions about where he was. Without removing the smile from his face, the hero patted his pet on the head and said that they were going into the big world. After that, he took Fairy in his arms and headed in the right direction. A few moments later, the hero accelerated and disappeared behind the clouds. A few minutes later, he overtook the Forest of Sorrow, which was filled with various rank 0 and 1 trees. Flying past him, Mark thought that first he should check the situation in the Chess Valley, and then deal with the residents. Finding himself in the Chess Valley, he immediately encountered monsters, which he easily defeated. Based on the results of the battle, Mark concluded that although there are not so many animals here, individuals of the 20th level and above can be killed twice and receive 3 stat points for each. Afterwards, he opened the system window, checking the status of his village. He saw that the number of houses on the first level had reached 471, and the number of houses on the second had reached 91. Mark noted with satisfaction that there were only 9 huts left to build on the second level and 8 residents to reach the 10th level. After studying all the information, Mark wrote a message in the chat that now residents of the 8th level and above can go to the Chess Valley to get wood, and also warned them about the presence of animals of the 11th and 12th levels. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard a little distance away. He immediately attracted Mark's attention. After listening, he heard someone else screaming there. The hero took off, heading towards the screams. Due to the fact that Dragonpool is the closest village to this place, he was sure that there should no longer be people from other villages here. So he guessed that this might be one of the losers in the great battle of the 10,000 Worlds race. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl fought with a huge thunderwolf. She didn't notice how he approached her from behind, and when she heard his roar behind her, it was already too late. However, the next moment, the thunderwolf was thrown aside. Mark made it in time at the last moment and saved the stranger, throwing her over his shoulder. When he landed, the wolf had already come to his senses and growled menacingly. Mark asked Faye to deal with the opponents. Immediately after this, the hero rushed as far as possible from here, and the phoenix rushed to carry out the order of his master, attacking the wolf one after another. Due to the fact that they were much inferior to him in strength, he did not have any difficulty with this. When the hero was far enough away, a huge fireball appeared above the forest, among which lightning flashed. The girl watched what was happening in bewilderment. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard behind them. The girl immediately recognized the guy who came out to them. He stopped and, looking at Mark, asked if he was one of the applicants. When the hero asked who he was and how he knew this language, The stranger replied that 4 days ago the heavenly path told him that soon a contender for thousands of worlds would appear here, who would speak their language. Mark had absolutely no idea what this guy was talking about. Rising from her knees, Lydia apologized, saying that Mark was the first applicant to come down to them in the last 1,000 years, so they were a little puzzled. Approaching her fellow tribesmen, the girl at the same time knelt before Mark, welcoming her savior. Using the eye of true vision, the hero learned that these two are the descendants of the race that lost in the great battle of the worlds. Mark was too embarrassed by their behavior, and he hesitantly said that he was not any savior. Besides, he did not even know about their existence until that moment. Everything that happened was nothing more than a coincidence. Grabbing his hand, Linda said that there was no mistake here, pointing somewhere to the side. Mark followed the direction of her hand and saw a mountain of corpses of thunderwolves. The girl said that the hero and his pet saved them from these monsters, because he is the savior of their clan. The next moment, a robot appeared in front of Mark, informing him of the activated D-rank mission called Rescue of the Fallen Clan, the reward for which was the absolute loyalty of the Shuen clan. Sighing heavily, Mark said that they needed to figure out what to do with the pile of dead animal bodies. Kane and Linda were eager to figure it out on their own, but the hero replied that he would rather do it himself. He also asked that they just call him by his name. Kane immediately objected, saying that he was their savior and they could not treat him with such disrespect. Sometime later, the hero, accompanied by his new acquaintances, left the clearing. Almost immediately, a new animal appeared in the clearing, sensing the strong smell of blood. The leader of a pack of thunderwolves discovered the corpses of his subordinates and went berserk. Judging by the smell of people hovering here, mixed with the thick aroma of blood, it was not difficult for the leader to guess who was responsible for what happened. He jumped onto a high stone and let out a long howl. Hearing him, the rest of the pack immediately rushed to their leader. A couple of minutes later, about 100 thunderwolves entered the clearing. The leader gave them the order to get rid of the little people, avenging their brothers. Meanwhile, in the small village of the Shuen clan, active life was in full swing. Noticing the approaching figures of his comrades, the guard shouted that Kane and Linda were returning. This news delighted the settlers. A few moments later, the grandmother holding the bucket of apples let go of it in shock. Mark's new acquaintances stopped at the entrance to the village, not daring to go inside. Granny ran out to meet them and, with excitement in her voice, asked why only the two of them returned. Linda, with a depressed expression on her face, replied that on the way they were attacked by thunderwolves, and except for her and Kane, no one managed to survive. Then she looked at Mark uncertainly. He took out the bodies of the dead from three-dimensional space, saying that this was all he managed to take. All the rest were eaten by animals. From Linda, Mark was able to learn that the ancestors of their clan were originally from the Middle Chiliocosm, but were defeated in the Great Battle of 10,000 Worlds, and as punishment, millions of people were scattered throughout the world without the opportunity to awaken talents or skills, and they could only develop up to the 15th level, and now there are only 300 people left in their clan. The head of the village came forward and thanked Mark for returning the bodies of their comrades and family members to them. Kane immediately joined the conversation, saying that the hero is the new challenger of the 1,000 Worlds and is their savior, whom they have been waiting for all this time. The man was wary of the guy's words. Something alarmed him in the current situation, but he could not understand what it was. Turning to Mark, Sean asked if the two of them could talk somewhere else. The hero agreed, and they moved to another clearing, settling near a branchy oak tree. Sighing, the man admitted that the legend about the salvation of their clan after the appearance of a new contender was just a fiction. Mark looked at the head of the clan with confusion. He explained that each head of the clan, upon taking office, receives a special scripture, which states that not every applicant is able to save their clan. Sean bowed and apologized for disturbing Mark, saying that only the village chief, who has the status of the novice emperor, could become the savior, and as far as he knew, only one person in a whole billion could fulfill all these conditions in less than 7 days. Smiling, Mark said that if these are all the conditions, then he fits these conditions. To confirm his words, he showed the head of the clan a system window that displayed information about the progress of his village. After reading the information displayed there, tears appeared on the man's face. He could not believe that his clan had actually waited for their savior. Suddenly, a terrible noise was heard around, and the frightened cries of the villagers were heard that thunderwolves had invaded. At the same time, purple flashes appeared one after another at the entrance to the village. Linda and Kane watched this with concern. The next moment, everyone saw a large pack of wolves approaching their village. Residents ran to their houses in panic, hoping to hide in them. Sean, who came forward, shouted for everyone to calm down and, taking up weapons, prepared for defense. Having created wings, Mark flew into the air and headed towards the monsters. With his actions, he caused bewilderment among the head of the village. Flying forward, the hero met the leader of a pack of thunderwolves. Turning to Fairy, he said that they needed to deal with these wolves. The next moment, he used the Ice Storm skill without taking his eyes off the leader of the pack. Many ice arrows rained down on the wolves, piercing their bodies. For each killed beast, the hero received 2,600 experience points. Some wolves managed to reach the walls of the village itself. Faye came to the rescue of the villager, blocking the path of the animals. Using the flame, getting rid of the thunder wolves was not difficult for him. The wolf burned alive one after another. At the same time, Mark fought with the leader of the pack, who was several times stronger than ordinary thunder wolves. When the leader attacked him, the hero used reflection and redirected the attack in the other direction. As soon as the beast's attack ceased, Mark immediately headed towards the enemy, closing the distance between them. He could not allow the hero to do this and attacked again, but Mark deftly dodged all the leader's attacks. At some point, he used release and his technique collided with the wolf's technique. Taking advantage of the moment while he was out of sight of the enemy, he broke through the wolf's electrical wall. The next moment, the hero finally overtook the leader, grabbing him by the horn, after which he threw the beast aside. From a strong blow to the ground, the beast lost consciousness. Mark, who approached him, called on his blade without taking his gaze off the enemy. The next moment, he swung his blade, striking the leader a fatal blow. The system reported that as a reward for killing him, the hero received 24 experience points and a golden chest. A few minutes later, Mark applied extraction to the dead bodies of the wolves and received a new B-rank talent, True Essence of Thunder and Lightning, as well as a 4th rank skill, Insane Thunderclap. Looking thoughtfully at the corpses, Mark thought that he managed to extract abilities from only 3 wolves whose level exceeded the 20th. The rest of the wolves had no meaning to him. The head of the Shuen clan approached him, knelt down in front of the hero and presented him with a scroll, which the heads pass on to each other from generation to generation. All the other residents of the village, as well as their leader, knelt before Mark, recognizing him as their king. The hero looked in surprise at the scroll in the man's hands. He explained that this is a heaven-given contract between the master and his subordinates. Only a drop of Mark's blood is needed to activate it. He also said that the Shuen clan would follow him even to the ends of the earth and fight side by side. Mark thought about Sean's words. If he signs the Heavenly Path contract, then the members of the Shuen clan will be even more loyal than the people of his village. This will clearly play into his hands. Making a cut on his finger, he dripped a few drops of blood onto the scroll. The next moment, a robot appeared in front of him and happily announced that the contract had been concluded, and 327 people from the Shuen clan had become his loyal followers and automatically received the status of residents of the Dragon Pool village. As soon as the contract was concluded, the clan members regained their innate talents and skills, which caused a whole storm of joyful emotions among them. The village leader looked at the system window that appeared in front of him with tears in his eyes, not believing that this was really real. When several rays of light fell on Mark, the system reported that 2 people from his village had reached 30 stars, so he received 10 stat points for each. The hero was terribly annoyed by these rays of light. He sincerely did not understand why they were invented. Faye, who flew up to him, said that he was very sleepy, so perhaps he would soon move to a new level. Having said this, the phoenix immediately fell asleep in the hero's palms. Mark tried to bring Faye to consciousness by shaking him, but he slept soundly. The robot that appeared said that the phoenix was currently in the process of leveling up and needed to be provided with a safe environment so that it could complete the transition to the next level. Mark decided to move him into 3-dimensional space where his pet would definitely not be in danger. Afterwards, the robot asked the hero to choose the location of new houses for his followers. Mark thought that the Shuen clan had been living in this place for many years, so changing the location would be inappropriate, and he decided to build new houses right here. A few moments later, everyone saw renovated houses in place of their old huts. Soon, the robot reported that the construction was completed, as well as the task of saving the fallen clan. As a reward, Mark received 300 stat points and the right to build a teleportation array. After which he reported that the village of Dragonpool had fulfilled all the conditions for moving to the second level, and the possibility of building a guardian altar had also been unlocked. After reviewing the details, Mark learned that the teleport allows you to travel within 1,000 miles in an instant. Its construction requires 30 units of stone, 5 units of iron ore, 2 units of processed wood, and 1 unit of animal bones. For the altar, 100 units of stone, 20 units of iron ore, 100 units of wood, and 10 units of animal bones were needed. Mark already had all the necessary materials, and he told the system to start building both objects. A few moments later, the system notified the villagers that their village chief had installed a guardian altar in the village, as well as a teleport connecting them and the village of the Shuen clan. Once everything was ready, the robot announced that now all the conditions were met, and the village could move to the second level with just 1 click. All this time, Mark received endless notifications that the inhabitants of his village had reached certain heights, accompanied by light rays. At some point, the hero could no longer stand it, and with irritation asked the robot how long this would continue. He ignored Mark's question and said that he received 400 points for building a teleport, 500 points for building an altar, 400 for moving the village to a new level, and 3,400 stat points for achieving the combat power of the villagers to 30 stars. To summarize, he said that the hero received a total of 4,700 stat points. Mark immediately called up the system window with his personal information and distributed the points he received, after which his combat power reached 196 stars. Now he was only 1 step away from the earthly level. He was confident that with his current strength he could easily pass the battle test arts. The next moment, another system window appeared, informing that permission had been received to master the profession of a blacksmith, pharmacist, and tailor. Mark thought happily that since he had mastered all 5 elements, he would be able to master all these professions. Considering that they are connected with the requirements for improving his house to the 4th level, the hero decided that these skills would definitely not hinder him. When he received a message with the conditions for raising the village to the 3rd level, Mark immediately opened it. After reviewing the information, he sent the requirements to the chat. The following were listed there. The population must be more than 1,800 people. The headman's house must be of the 4th level. The number of people who have reached the 10th level is more than 100. The number of public buildings is more than 3. And the number of 3rd-level houses is more than 30. Everyone was surprised by the significantly increased list of conditions for the new level. Mark wrote that they only had 3.5 days left, and they needed to try hard to meet the deadline. Calling out to the head, he said that it was time for him to leave, but he was absorbed in the system and did not hear the hero at all. Mark realized this and decided to leave the man alone, after which he looked around. Everyone else was also so engrossed in the system that they did not notice anything around them. They were absolutely delighted with the possibilities open to them. Deciding that they would not even notice his absence, Mark soared into the sky. He thought that today was already the 4th day, and in most villages the residents had only reached the 4th or 5th level. He understood that at this rate, nothing good would come of it. Therefore, the sooner the hero gets to the villages, the more likely it is that he will be able to save them. No matter how rich his village is, he will not be able to help the others when the time allotted to them is over. Having marked his next target on the map, he headed there. Mark realized that if he could not get the highest mark on the martial arts exam, then he could even forget about defeating the Punisher. All this time, an attentive pair of eyes watched the flying hero. Appearing behind Mark, the stranger intended to launch a surprise attack from behind. When he pointed his blade at the hero, he sensed danger and turned around, blocking his blow with his blade. Klaus jumped back. The next moment, instead of blades, an earthen ball appeared in his palm, and he said with a grin that Mark had a pretty good reaction. Having said this, he put his palms in front of him and a strong stream of sand rushed towards the hero. Mark's body was enveloped in many electrical discharges, and he annoyedly asked the stranger who he was that he dared to provoke him. The next moment, he easily cut apart a lump of earth thrown at him. As soon as this happened, the sand exploded, and Mark found himself at the epicenter of the explosion. Klaus smiled contentedly when he saw an unharmed enemy in front of him. He said that Mark was lucky this time, but next time it won't be the same. The hero said wearily that he didn't have time for these stupid games and waved his palm. The next moment, 2 of his clones appeared near Klaus and attacked him at the same time. He was taken by surprise. The next moment, one of the clones cut him in half. When Mark received the system message that he had received 1 million experience points and 327 stat points for killing an Earth-level guard, his eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the robot in bewilderment, asking if this was a joke, because this boy was too weak for such a high reward. The robot replied that this guardian was a descendant of one of the clans that participated, but lost in the great battle. The challengers and guardians are rivals who can receive excellent rewards for killing each other. The more experienced the enemy, the greater the reward. Hearing this, Mark grabbed his head, thinking that if he killed a few of them, then he wouldn't have to worry about the martial arts test at all. The robot warned him that the hero should take the guardians more seriously, because they are incredibly dangerous. The next moment, a sudden attack knocked Mark off his feet. The new guardian did not have to wait long. After examining the corpse of his brother, he was surprised that an ordinary person was able to kill Klaus, who was on a semi-earthly level, in just a couple of moments. Mark managed to hold the guardian's spear with his hands, preventing the blade from piercing through his head. Using force, the hero broke the weapon in half and said with a grin that luck really doesn't come alone. Rising into the air, Ash said that Mark overestimates himself too much. He is too weak to put himself on the same level as them. The next moment, he began to quickly form seals with his hands. Once all the seals were completed, a stone chain materialized in front of Ash. She instantly strove towards the hero. Mark didn't even have time to notice how his legs were firmly tied to wooden trunks that had grown out of the ground. Ash was not going to stop there, and the next moment he lowered his hand. Noticing a huge shadow above him, the immobilized Mark raised his head. He saw that a huge boulder was falling directly on him. A moment later, it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The pressure exerted by the stone on the hero was too strong, forcing him to fall to his knees. Using the eye of true sight, Mark saw that the enemy's combat power suddenly increased to 341 stars. He urgently needed to come up with something because he understood that he could not hold out for long. The only thing that came to his mind was to create clones that immediately rushed into battle. But even so, Mark understood that the clones, possessing only half of his strength, could only delay the guard for a while, so he needed to take advantage of this time and figure out how to get rid of the enemy. Ash was a fairly experienced warrior, and without much difficulty fought with 2 opponents at the same time, blocking and delivering attacks. Not even a couple of minutes had passed before the first clone was killed. When one of the other was open, he took this opportunity and attacked him. The clone flew into the nearest tree, upon collision with which it began to rapidly disappear. Having dealt with the clones, Ash turned on one leg towards the hero. After that, pointing the blade at him, he rushed towards Mark. His face contorted in horror, realizing that he was about to be killed. Suddenly, his 3D space artifact sparkled. A small red-haired girl emerged from it and fearlessly rushed towards the enemy. When Ash attacked her, the girl managed to hold off his attack by using a fire shield. Mark looked at her in bewilderment. Suddenly she shouted that there was no time for explanations now, and simply asked him to grab her tail. The hero's eyes widened in surprise even more when he noticed a yellow ponytail sticking out of her dress, which he mistook for a bow. The next moment he hesitantly said that his hands were tied, then the girl replied that Mark should use his teeth. The hero was dumbfounded by her proposal. When Ash struck again, she shouted that he should hurry up because she wouldn't last long. Her words brought Mark back to reality. He turned his gaze to the Guardian, who was striking at the shield more and more actively, trying to break through it. Realizing that he had no choice, the hero followed the girl's request. The next moment, he lightly bit her tail. As soon as he did this, they were sucked into a spatial vortex. Realizing that he was falling from the sky, Mark screamed in surprise. The girl flying next to him said that she could not move long distances, so they needed to hide as soon as possible. Looking at her, he extended his palm towards her. The next moment, he grabbed the tip of a strand of her hair. After that, they teleported again, but into Mark's three-dimensional space. Explosions were heard from the place where they teleported earlier. Meanwhile, a small blue bead, which is an anchor for a return portal from three-dimensional space, landed near one of the mighty oak trees in the thick grass. Ash carefully examined the battlefield, looking for the enemy who had eluded him. He couldn't understand why he no longer felt Mark's presence. Rushing through the entire forest, he did not stop his search. In a clearing not far from him, steps and the rustling of grass were heard. The deer slowly enjoyed the nutritious vegetation of the forest. Sensing someone's presence, Ash immediately moved to this clearing. But he didn't find his opponent there. He thought that girl couldn't have moved them too far for him to stop feeling their aura, so he assumed that they used some kind of heavenly path artifact to hide. Even so, Ash was simply obliged to find them at all costs, so he decided to simply wait until they crawled out of their hiding place. Meanwhile, in three-dimensional space, Mark was in deep shock from the girl's words. She proudly announced that she was Fae. Having moved to a new level, she was able to get a human body. The robot that appeared said that the flaming red lotus could help Mark's pet take on the form of a human, but now the hero was wondering another question. All this time, he thought that Fae was a boy. Thinking about this, he was lost in memories. His subconscious immediately gave him a picture of how they were taking a bath together in his house, and he said that from now on they would wash separately. Now knowing that his pet was a girl, he decided to give her a different name, Rio, and having received her consent, he plunged into thoughts about the guardians he had recently encountered. He thought that if they had come across someone other than him, that person would have died immediately. Deciding that it was too dangerous to return now, he decided to increase his combat power by eating spiritual fruits. Along the way, he moved on to spiritual plants using extraction on them. All the weapons he obtained suffered the same fate. As a result, the dragon's blood concentration reached 10%, and his blood talent was upgraded to C rank, and his attack power increased by 200, and the dragon's greatness skill was improved tenfold. While eating spiritual fruits with Rio, Mark looked through their stat windows. The hero was already at level 17, and his combat power was 299 stars. Rio was able to reach the 10th level, and her strength was equal to 120 stars, and she also managed to master several new talents: A-rank Flame Law, A-rank Space Mastery, B-rank Blood Inheritance talent. When Mark realized that his shadow clones would now be endowed with the power of 150 stars, he became confident that he would now be able to cope with that guardian. Jumping up from his seat, he shouted that this time they would win no matter what. A few moments later, the bead, lost in the grass near the oak tree, began to shine, and a portal formed above it. As soon as Mark and Rio returned to the real world, they were immediately attacked. The hero assumed that something like this would happen, so he was able to easily dodge. Hovering in the air, Mark looked down and his face frowned. He saw a whole group of guardians who were actively reciting some kind of spell in a language incomprehensible to the hero. And in front of them stood a man, whom Mark easily recognized as Ash. He also read a strange spell, creating an earthen ball. Watching as he actively began to form seals, increasing the ball to enormous sizes, Mark thought that putting so much effort just to defeat him was too much. At some point, the voices of the guardians reading the spell became louder. Ash raised the earth ball they had created together above his head. The next moment, the technique he had completed rushed towards Mark. He carefully watched the approaching ball without moving from his spot. When the ball touched the surface of the earth, a terrifying roar was heard, and a huge wall of sand rose up. The ball rotated at high speed around its axis, screwing into the ground. Klaus was the one who could completely control their collective technology, and only he could stop it. In order for the divine spirit of the earth to fill the bodies of clan members, several people need to work together, passing through the body of vessels. The divine energy of the earth is completely purified. After this, the earthly level master collects the divine energy contained in the bodies of others and forms a spiritual ball in which the collected energy increases tenfold. Ash smiled contentedly, thinking that although the power of this attack is incredibly destructive, it has a significant drawback. The one who used this technique loses his strength and ability to move for 10 seconds. But he was sure that this attack would kill Mark, so he did not worry about the consequences. The ball in which the hero was imprisoned was supposed to explode in 9 seconds. However, in the next moment, the ball was destroyed from the inside in an instant. Having escaped from captivity, Mark and his clones ran towards their opponents. Rio decided to attack from above using powerful flames. Enemies caught in the affected area were burned alive. Mark and the clones also easily dealt with the guards, receiving 136,000 experience points and 42 stat points for each. Ash did not move from his place, looking in bewilderment at Mark approaching him. He could not understand how he managed to get out of that technique. When the hero found himself dangerously close to him with his fist raised to strike, shrouded in lightning discharges, the man thought that if he didn't run away now, this guy would definitely kill him. Noticing the frightened expression on his opponent's face, Mark grinned contentedly, saying that now it was his turn to show a devastating technique. The next moment, a thick column of dust rose into the air, along with fragments of stones. Ash's ability to move returned literally at the last moment, and he managed to escape. Mark was confused when he moved his gaze to where Ash should have been and found no one there. The next moment, a long swarm formed on the surface. The hero realized that his enemy had hidden underground and was trying to escape. Turning to Rio, he asked her to deal with the remaining guards and search their corpses. He himself hurried to catch up with Ash. Although he followed the sky, which gave him considerable speed, even so he could not keep up with the man moving in the ground. At some point, Mark noticed a dilapidated old building below. A couple of moments later, Ash led him to an abandoned village. Once near the portal, the man emerged from the ground. He took out a crystal charged with energy and held it in his palm. Then he moved to the center of the pentagram and began to slowly dissolve. Finally, he shouted to Mark that sooner or later their army would crush his village. The hero did not like these words of the man very much. He sped up, trying to reach him with his blade before the man disappeared completely. But the next moment, Ash was no longer in front of him, and his blade was cutting through the empty air. Mark said, in disappointment, that a little more and a lot of experience points would have been in his pocket. The robot that flew up to him said that the portal was in good condition and asked if he wanted to use one of the transfer cards to establish communication. Looking at the image of the map in the system window, the hero hesitated to answer. He was afraid that by using the portal, people from the Xuen clan might accidentally encounter hunters here who could also use this portal. In this case, the hunters will simply kill all the inhabitants of the dragon pool. Turning to the robot, he asked if strangers would be able to enter his village using this portal if he decided to use the card. He replied that Mark should not worry about something like that, because someone who is not a resident will not be able to enter it through the portal. The robot's answer calmed the hero, and he decided to use one of the cards. The next moment, a system message appeared in front of Mark, intended for all residents of the Dragon Pool, that he had established a connection between the portals between their village and the village of T. After that, he wrote in the group chat that Village T was abandoned, and while he had not had time to explore anything here, it was also not fully known how dangerous it was here, so he asked no one to move here for now. He was immediately told that everyone understood everything and would not visit T's village for now. Lydia asked when Mark would visit the Temple of 1,000 Apparitions. He replied that very soon and asked everyone to work hard on improving the village during this time. Sometime later, the hero finally managed to get to the Heavenly Lake. Rio sat on her master's head, holding his hair. Mark knew from Jacob's words that the temple was located above the Heavenly Lake. Those applicants who could fly must use the ladder hanging above the lake to climb. If he fails to hold on and falls, then the applicant will only have to rely on his luck, so he decided not to risk it and used his wings. A few long minutes later, the stairs ended, and Mark saw in front of him a white temple building with a domed roof. As soon as he appeared in front of the temple, the fog behind the building began to thicken. The next moment, a flying guardian snake with a combat power of 100 stars appeared in front of the hero. He asked Mark to show him how strong he was. The hero didn't want to waste time on this, so he simply turned to Rio. She immediately understood everything and sucked in more air, preparing for the attack. The next moment, a powerful stream of flame fell on the dragon. Less than a couple of seconds had passed before the system reported that the test of the guardian spirit had been passed, and now Mark could move to the first level. and from that moment on, he could move freely within the first palace. The guardian would not interfere with this. Approaching the doors of the first palace, the hero learned that there were 9 such palaces in total, and each of them was guarded by a spirit. When he touched the doors of the temple, they immediately opened, letting him inside. As soon as he took one step, the system reported that he had entered the Palace of the Secrets of Nature. Here he can accept various missions, but murder is prohibited. But Mark did not immediately read this message. His eyes widened in surprise as soon as the doors opened in front of him. Ahead, he saw a long line of other applicants. Using the eye of true sight, he learned that they were all of the Rookie Emperor rank. Approaching closer, the hero stood at the end of the line, examining the applicant standing in front with his eye. He realized that there were 12 people from the large Chiliocosm, 4 from the middle one, and 1 from the small one, himself. He immediately had the assumption that people from the greater Helicosm enter this temple through a portal. Mark looked at these people with interest. With his appearance, the other applicants perked up, whispering about the applicant from the small Chiliocosm. Someone thought that Mark was simply lucky to be here, given the innate talents and potential of people from his world. There were also those in the hall who were really interested in the hero. Cassandra turned around, carefully casting a searching glance at Mark, even though he was from the small Heliocosm and was the weakest among them all. But he turned out to be completely her type. Licking her lower lip, the girl thought that when she became the empress of the large Chiliocosm, she would definitely get him into her harem. Although Mark did not hear Cassandra's thoughts, he felt uneasy from her gaze. Meanwhile, the robot informed the applicant standing at the altar that the pledge had been successfully accepted. The next moment, a B-rank token materialized in the air, after which the robot announced that the applicant had received the opportunity to complete a B-rank mission. Everyone looked in surprise at the token of such a high rank. Few of those present managed to get a mission higher than C rank. When the old man stepped aside, Cassandra, waiting for her turn, stepped forward. Mark looked puzzled when he realized that some kind of deposit was required to get the token, but he didn't have anything suitable for this. As someone walked past him, disappointed that he had received a C-rank token, the item in his hand caught the hero's attention. He was sure that he had seen her before, but he could not remember where exactly. Mark was pulled out of his thoughts by cheers of admiration when another contender managed to get his hands on a B-rank token. Mina squealed with joy as she received a high-ranking mission. An old man approached her and asked what she offered as collateral. The girl replied that she had donated the core of hatred. When the old man asked if she received this core for killing the demon of hatred, she nodded her head, after which the old man thoughtfully said that he also completed this task, but he failed to get the core. Mina explained that the difficulty of her task had been doubled, and therefore the demon was twice as strong as usual. The next moment, she winked at the people around her and said that even so, defeating the demon was not difficult. At this moment, the applicant who received the token stepped aside, giving way to the next one. Mark stepped forward confidently. The other applicants noticed that it was the turn of the man from the small Chiliocosm and watched him carefully, waiting with interest for the moment when he would receive the token. Someone suggested that Mark would not be able to get a token of a higher rank than E. The hero ignored the snickers of the others in his direction as he raised his palm to the altar, his spatial ring glowing. He managed to remember what was in the hands of that monk, the bracers of light, which he had once managed to exchange. But after applying the extraction, their appearance changed greatly, so he did not immediately recognize them. Therefore, he decided to leave the artifacts received from the demon of hatred, luminous bracers and rings as collateral. As soon as these objects touched the altar, they were engulfed in a blue light. Suddenly it intensified, rising high towards the ceiling. A few moments later, it became so strong that it practically filled the entire area around the altar. Everyone was shocked by what happened. When the glow disappeared, the robot happily announced that the pledge had been successfully accepted and Mark was able to complete the C-rank mission. But that was not all. After this, he announced that he also had the opportunity to perform D and S-rank missions. When the robot said this, the eyes of all the applicants in the room widened in surprise. Mark smiled contentedly and turned around and headed towards the exit. Everyone turned after him, following him with glances full of surprise and bewilderment. No one could understand how a person from the small Heliocosm managed to get as many as 3 tokens at once, and even one of them was S rank. When Marco, who was standing on the side, said that an S-rank task was not so easy to complete, so they should not overestimate this boy, who was just lucky, Cassandra, with a smile on her face, replied that he was simply jealous of him because of what he had received, tokens of a lower rank than Mark. As soon as the hero left the temple, wings immediately appeared behind his back. Looking at the stairs leading even higher, thinking that probably all missions of rank C and above are a series of quests, and if there will be a time limit, then this will be very problematic. The next moment, he flew into the air. As soon as he approached the stairs, they began to rush from side to side. In the next moment, both the stairs and the temple disappeared right before Mark's eyes. The hero was in great bewilderment. The robot that appeared said that when the sun sets, the temple immediately disappears, and at dawn it appears again. At the same time, Ash managed to return to his clan's base where an urgent meeting was held regarding Mark. He said that the hero was one of the challengers. Ash was sure of this because he saw with his own eyes how a white glow enveloped his body when Mark killed another guard. This only happens when a challenger kills a guard. Many did not believe his words, because the test for newcomers was not yet over, and there was simply nowhere to find such a strong person in the small Chiliocosm. Ash slammed his fist on the table, saying that he had no reason to lie about such serious things. One of the men approached the elder, saying that after using their collective technique, Mark not only managed to survive, but also had enough strength left to fight and destroy the majority of their squad. The man was sure that this guy had at least the earthly level of strength. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, some suggested getting rid of Mark as soon as possible before he could become even stronger. Remembering his battle with the hero, Ash felt that Mark was using the power of heaven and earth. Only Earthmasters could use such power, but as far as he understood, this guy had not yet reached that level and was already so strong. Suddenly the elder slammed his palms on the table, asking everyone to shut up, after which he said that there are more and more new applicants, so they need to use this opportunity and kill as many of them as possible in order to receive a generous reward. As for Mark, he said to use the village of T as a starting point for his search. Rising from his seat, the man reasoned that no matter how strong this boy was, he would not be able to withstand the entire clan alone. Perhaps they would be able to find out where he gets his strength from and deal with him in one fell swoop. Ivan said that at any cost, they needed to raise the strength of their clan to a new level in order to be able to participate in the next great battle. Turning to his advisors, he said that 300 people needed to be sent from each department and 500 from the head office, and tomorrow morning an army of 3,000 soldiers would be sent to the village of T. When the meeting ended, the village chief's grandson was waiting for Ash at the exit, saying that it would be better to go to T village not tomorrow morning, but tonight. Ash sighed tiredly and looked up at the full moon, after which he said that a mysterious monster lives in the heavenly lake near this village. Every time night falls, it summons the ghosts of people who did not die a natural death on these lands, and they kill all living things on their way, which is why the village of T has been abandoned for many years. Even Earth-level masters do not dare to approach this place at night. When Mark returned to village T, he saw that it had changed significantly and became more like one of the prosperous cities. Courtesans tried to lure passing men into entertainment venues with their beauty and drink. One of them noticed Mark passing nearby and decided to try her luck with him. The beauty instantly approached the guy, grabbing his arm. Slowly touching his chest, she asked in a soft voice if he would like to have a snack and rest, or would prefer to lose himself in her arms. Mark immediately activated the eye of true vision, so he saw that the transformation of the city was only a well-made illusion. In fact, all the people here were living corpses. The girl in front of him was no exception. Mark immediately pulled away from her, telling her not to dare to play these games with him. He realized at first glance that she was not a person. The girl's eyes widened in surprise at the hero's words. The next moment, all the people on the street began to return to their original forms, realizing that they had been exposed. They couldn't let Mark leave the city so easily after he found out their secret, so they decided to eat him. Suddenly, a spine emerged from the mouth of the corpse that was trying to lure Mark into a trap and rush towards the hero. He took a defensive stance, preparing for battle. The next moment, hellish flames burst out around him. A fiery cloak enveloped his back and arms. When the sharp end of the vertebra was dangerously close to him, Mark waved his hand, protecting himself from this attack with his cloak. The flames spread to the bones, consuming them. The next moment, many spines that escaped from the bodies of the corpses headed towards Mark at high speed. He easily dodged them. The hero decided to speed up, and now the spines could not keep up with him. Taking advantage of this, Mark grabbed two spines and passed the flame through them, spreading it further. The flames instantly reached the corpses, burning their bodies. A few moments later, the blue flames spread everywhere. Some of the corpses screamed in pain, but some were not harmed by the fire and continued to try to attack Mark. The hero's face twisted with dissatisfaction when he realized that fire against them was practically useless. Meanwhile, Ash and Patrick walked through the forest, moving away from the cave where the meeting was taking place. The man said that those spirits living in the village of T are between life and death and do not have their own essence. Therefore, physical attacks will not have any effect on them. Attacking these souls in the usual way is like cutting clouds. There is no point. He also knew that individually these spirits do not pose much of a threat, but when they gather in groups, things take a completely different turn. In such situations, they become dangerous even for Earth-level masters. Many dead spirits with terrifying smiles slowly approached Mark. When they suddenly stopped, they released an ear-piercing, ghostly howl. This sound spread for many kilometers. In an instant, Mark's ice shield was broken and his fiery cloak was dispelled. Mark's eyes widened in horror as the corpses simultaneously rushed at him. Meanwhile, Ash continued his story that the howl of these spirits is capable of causing damage to the soul and splitting consciousness. When the soul of the attacked person is separated from the body, they fly together in attempts to absorb it. Pulling himself together, Mark activated his acoustic protection and began to concentrate power in his right hand. The next moment, he used the Furious Thunder skill. The sky immediately became clouded, and powerful lightning appeared from the resulting funnel. She struck all the spirits at once, causing them to scream in terrible pain. A few moments later, the system reported that several level 30 spirits had been killed, for which the hero received 30 justice points and 12,000 experience points, after which it added that Mark had reached the 7th level of the Arbiter of Justice and received 80 stat points. The spirits died one after another, subjected to continuous lightning strikes. Mark watched this, thinking that their death was as pathetic as their life. He even felt a little sorry for these souls who did not even have the opportunity to be reborn. In the next moment, he strengthened the technique, getting rid of the remaining spirits, after the death of which red stones appeared with the same symbol engraved on them. Picking up one of the stones, he carefully examined it, hoping that the power of thunder and lightning had freed these souls, and they could find peace. The next moment, a system window appeared, informing that Mark had reached the 18th level, and his combat power had reached 320 stars. Before he could really rejoice at the increase in level, he felt a simply terrifying aura of evil behind him. A green cloud of energy rushed towards him. Mark looked in bewilderment at the ominous energy that was rapidly enveloping him, completely not understanding what was happening. In the next moment, he got to his feet and, cutting this energy with his sword, ran to the water hoping to hide there. However, after his feet barely touched the water, he found himself in a completely different place. Mark's eyes widened in surprise when, instead of the water column, he found himself in a place similar to his old world. Looking around, he realized that he was in the office. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the mirror in which he saw his reflection. The clothes he was wearing were completely different from the ones he was wearing. Suddenly, Sam came up to him and tapped him on the shoulder, reminding him that the director had called him to his place. Mark looked in bewilderment at the retreating back of the guy who approached the girl, whom he recognized as Alicia. Having found out where the director's office was located, he went to a meeting with his superiors. The girl sitting in front of him in the director's chair, with a smile on her face, said that Mark has been doing his job brilliantly lately, so it was decided to promote him to administrator. His salary will increase to 100,000 yuan, plus paid vacation will be provided 30 days and bonuses. When she asked if he was happy with everything, Mark replied that he was fine. All other thoughts flew away. This was the reality in which he lived all his life, and worked hard to get the position he so coveted. That same evening, a corporate party was organized in honor of his promotion, at which they continued to congratulate him, raising glasses with toasts. All this time, Mark was haunted by a strange feeling, as if something was missing. He understood that this promotion should be a joyful event for him, but for some reason he felt absolutely nothing. On the contrary, it seemed to him that he was the odd one out among all these people. Currently, Mark's body was sinking deeper and deeper into the water, surrounded by a green ball of evil energy, which the hungry souls were rapidly approaching. Rio tried to shout to her owner, but no matter how hard she tried, he did not hear her, being immersed in deep sleep. Suddenly, Mark opened his eyes as if waking up from a dream. He found himself on the street in the middle of a pedestrian crossing. Ahead, he noticed a strange couple, a guy with a collar around his neck, obediently following the girl, whose face seemed vaguely familiar to the hero. As soon as they were out of sight, Mark immediately forgot about it, heading on about his business. From time to time, the world in which he lives seems unreal to him. His friends seem to be not his friends at all, and his family is also not his family. All the time he feels an all-consuming emptiness, as if this life does not belong to him at all. He began to become more and more convinced that he had some problems with his head, but he had no one to share his experiences with. Suddenly, a man walking towards Mark stopped and pointed to the sky. The hero, like many other people, turned around, looking at the sky. He saw many strange creatures floating in the sky. At this moment, Mark had a feeling of déjà vu, as if he had already experienced a similar situation. The people on the winged serpent said that this planet no longer belongs to its inhabitants, so they must disappear. The next moment, many sand arrows rained down from the sky. When they began to descend to the ground, people panicked and began to scatter in different directions. One of the arrows landed behind the ground where Mark was standing, and he was immediately thrown towards the doors of the building. Having come into contact with the wall, the hero hit his head painfully. When he saw another arrow flying straight at him, he jumped out of his seat, avoiding the threat. Mark ran away from here. Suddenly, thoughts began to appear in his head that he had to kill these people. Otherwise, they would kill him. At the same time, his mind told him that this was impossible, and he would never defeat these strange people. Hearing the sound of an arrow approaching behind him, Mark turned around. He sped up, but knew perfectly well that this time he would not be able to escape, and he was about to die. A sudden red flash blinded the hero, and he had to cover his eyes with his elbow. When he looked forward again, he saw a small pink-haired girl who saved him from the arrow by creating a shield. Due to too strong an attack, it became cracked. The next moment, the shield collapsed, muffling the girl's cry for help, and the next moment an arrow pierced her body. Mark's eyes widened in horror, and he instinctively ran forward, thinking that he couldn't let her die like that. As the girl disappeared into thin air, a blade appeared in his palm. Mark waved it several times, and powerful gusts of air saturated with his energy rushed towards the winged snakes. A few moments later, many explosions were heard in the air as the hero's attack overtook its targets. Mark did not take his eyes off the sky, from where the corpses of his opponents were falling. Suddenly, the location in front of him changed. From the window, he had a beautiful view of the city below. The phone lying on the table nearby was bursting with calls. But Mark ignored him, not taking his eyes off the window. He was thinking about what happened to him recently. He managed to remember the identity of the girl who saved him, and he realized that thanks to her, he managed to escape from the first illusion. But now, he was thrown into a new one. It was not difficult for him to understand that the one who controls this illusion wants him dead. Therefore, the hero also understood perfectly well that the next attempt to kill him would not take long. Having guessed the right moment, the shooter aiming at Mark pulled the trigger. The bullet instantly flew into the window of the hero's apartment, breaking it into pieces. At the same moment, an explosion was heard from the front door. After knocking down the locked door, armed soldiers burst into the room. Having looked around, they did not notice Mark among the clouds of smoke that filled the entire space. The leader of the group informed his superiors that their target had been destroyed. At the same moment, the hero's chuckle was heard from the side. He managed to use sand, which took the entire blow from himself, so there was not even a scratch on Mark. He grinned, thinking that the creator of the illusion decided to change methods, abandoning heavenly powers and trying to kill him with earthly weapons. The shocked squad leader immediately radioed his superiors, asking for reinforcements because their target was alive and unharmed. At the same moment, Many shadow bonds appeared from Mark's shadow, and the room instantly filled with darkness. The leader of the squad began to shoot at the hero with a machine gun in order to stall for time for his guys. Others rushed towards the exit, saving their lives. However, the shadow bonds were much faster and overtook the men faster than they could reach the exit, grabbing them by the necks. Although the chains wrapped around the leader, squeezing his body in a strong vice, he did not stop shooting at Mark, trying to kill him. However, the bullets did him absolutely no harm. As he recalled the shadow bonds back, a grenade rolled at his feet. Looking at the man in front of him, he noticed a pulled pin in his palm. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion. But even he could not cause any harm to Mark, who created a transparent shield from his energy. By this moment, reinforcements had arrived, requested by the dead man, and the hero was informed over the loudspeaker that he was surrounded and he should immediately drop his weapon and not resist. Otherwise, they would shoot to kill. At the time of this announcement, the snipers had already taken their positions and were awaiting the order to shoot. Mark turned towards the destroyed wall, and several dozen laser beams from weapons immediately appeared on his back. Suddenly, he thought that he must have some kind of armor, and at the same moment, wings appeared behind his back. Turning around, he walked to the edge and jumped down. He fell straight onto the tank surrounding his house. As soon as the tank under Mark was in the reach zone, he gathered all his strength in his fist and gave them each a tank. At the same moment, the guns on the military vehicles aimed at the hero. Mark looked around. A moment later, the military began shelling. Having created a shield from his energy, Mark sat down on his knees and grabbed the cannon of the tank whose roof he was on. He managed to pull it out of the machine structure without much difficulty. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face when a blurry picture appeared in the place of the cannon he had pulled out. He realized that the illusion could not be so detailed, because he had never understood the armored vehicles that existed in his previous world. Then he threw the gun aside. Raising his palm upward, he summoned an ice storm. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Many ice arrows rained down. The snipers watched what was happening in bewilderment. The shock that enveloped them did not allow them to pull themselves together and force them to rise from their seats and dodge the arrows flying at them. Looking around, Mark noticed that more and more holes were appearing in this illusion, making it unstable. Suddenly, military planes appeared in the sky. Flying over the area in which Mark was located, they dropped missiles. They crashed into buildings, bringing down their impressive structures to the ground with powerful explosions. When Mark rose into the sky and caught up with the planes, the face of one of the pilots showed bewilderment mixed with shock. He contacted the remaining pilots and ordered everyone to attack the target. A few moments later, many missiles were launched towards Mark. He did not hesitate and used furious thunder, causing the missiles to explode in the air. Lightning then struck the military aircraft themselves, putting them out of action. Mark watched them fall while remaining in the air. He thought about the fact that he was previously an ordinary person, but now even armored vehicles do not pose any threat to him. His combat power of 300 stars will be more than enough to conquer the small chillicosm. So he thought about what would happen if he will reach 1,000 or even 10,000 stars. He was brought out of his thoughts when he noticed that his fingers began to disappear. Mark realized that the illusion was finally about to disappear. He was even a little sorry that it would all end so quickly, because he never waited for the nuclear bomb to appear. When he opened his eyes a few moments later, he found himself underwater. Exhausted, Rio immediately collapsed into his palm. Mark praised her for her excellent job and said that he would sort out the rest. The next, streams of water rushed towards him. Using the ability of the Turtle King, he created a powerful tornado through which high-voltage current discharges passed. With every moment, the tornado gained more and more strength, drawing in spirits. They could not resist, and almost all of them were instantly swallowed up by the tornado. Having dealt with them, Mark moved on to his main enemy, creating a powerful water ball saturated with electricity. The girl, hiding at the bottom of the lake, noticed the approach of the hero and raised her head up. Noticing the ball in his hands, she smiled. The next moment, Mark threw the technique he had created at the girl. The ball covered his opponent with a dome, while powerful lightning bolts rushed from side to side inside. When the dome disappeared, Mark saw the dead body of a crocodile floating up. The girl herself remained unharmed. With a smile on her face, she said that she did not expect anything less from someone who was able to get out of her illusion. Using the eye of true vision, Mark saw that she was a level 35th demon with a combat power of 350 stars. Still smiling, she continued, saying that she felt the aura of the Arbiter of Justice emanating from him, and if they joined forces, they could achieve a lot. But Mark did not listen to her further and created another water ball. Noticing him, Venus rushed to the side, avoiding the attack. Mark was not going to stop there. The tornado he had created earlier appeared behind him. The next moment, a lot of bone needles appeared from there. They instantly rushed towards Venus. Thanks to her high speed, she managed to avoid this attack. But Mark's games followed her almost without leaving behind. Turning to him, Venus said displeasedly that even if he does not like the homes of others, when he comes to visit, he should not create chaos. Suddenly, he appears next to her, surprising the girl. The strong attack caused a powerful splash of water. Mark was thrown towards the nearest rock. However, he immediately took off and rushed back towards the enemy. Using shadow bonds, he was able to shackle the girl, immobilizing her. Having created a clone, he was going to cut her. But Venus managed to lean back so that instead of her, Mark cut his own bonds that bound her. Having freed herself, she tried to escape. She was lucky, and her opponent slowed down, taking advantage of the moment she made a strong jerk, approaching the surface of the lake. However, the next moment, 3 sharp blades flew at her from above. Venus was unable to dodge any of them, and her body was pierced through. Watching her body sink to the bottom, Mark thought that she was only strong in illusions and was not capable of anything else, so it was not difficult for him to kill her. The next moment, the system reported that for killing her, he received 1 million experience points, a core of darkness and 3 golden treasure chests, as well as 5,000 justice points and a special item, a dark seal. Reflecting on what happened, Mark suggested that Venus felt the power of the Arbiter of Justice circulating in his body and decided to get it. Therefore, using her abilities, she imprisoned him in an illusion, trying to exhaust him and ultimately absorb him. When he applied the extraction to all the killed opponents at once, the system reported that he had received a new A-rank talent, Dark Law, and a new 5th-level skill, Dark Dispersion, was also automatically awakened. After analyzing the illusion he experienced today, Mark was able to understand what he really wants. Before, he was the most ordinary person living his day according to the same scenario. But in this world, everything has changed. He has the power to protect those who dear to him. Therefore, Mark decided to gain even more power in order to become a truly outstanding being. Suddenly, small glowing crystals began to appear from the sand, forming a path. Following with his eyes where they led, he noticed in the distance a building covered with a dome. It took him a couple of minutes to get there. When he was inside, he felt an aura similar to that of Venus everywhere and assumed that this was her abode. In the middle of the room, he noticed an alchemical seal of the 5th level. He walked towards the shelves with various bottles of pills with a joyful smile, rejoicing at his good fortune. Taking one of the jars, he poured the contents into his hand. When the pill landed on his hand, his face scrunched up in disgust. He didn't even need the eye of true sight to realize how terrible it was. He began to actively explore the remaining jars in the hope of finding something worthwhile. But in the end, he was greatly disappointed. Absolutely all the pills in this room were level 0, unsuitable for consumption. The system window that appeared smoothed out the current situation a little. The system reported that an unusable pill could be exchanged for 1 contribution point. The hero decided that at least this way he could benefit from them. Just as he was about to exchange the pill in his hand, another idea suddenly came to him. Mark applied extraction to it, and in the next moment, the system reported that he was able to successfully extract impurities and toxins from it, so the pill was transformed into a level 1 Siberian Kupina pill. The hero's eyes lit up with happiness. He decided to test the effectiveness of this pill and popped it into his mouth, chewing it thoroughly. A few moments later, he felt light in his body, and the system reported that 11 points had been added to his physical characteristics, plus 7 points to his energy, and also warned that after taking 8 of these pills, immunity would be developed. Mark decided to use the extraction on all the pills available in the room. Once their consumption reached the limit, he would simply distribute them to the villagers according to their strengths and contributions to the village, encouraging them to work even harder. Having finished with this, he sat down on the floor, thinking that since there was still a little time left before dawn, he should deal with the tasks he had received, laying out the tokens in front of him. Suddenly, the S-rank token in his palm broke into pieces. The system window that appeared in front of him informed him that the S-rank mission called God's Village was divided into 5 stages, the difficulty of which would increase. The first stage was to destroy all the spirits of the T-Village, and the second was to cleanse the heavenly lake by killing the demon living there. Mark smiled contentedly, rubbing his palms together when he realized that he had accidentally completed the first 2 stages of the mission. The robot appeared and congratulated Mark on completing these steps, and said that as a reward he had received a super synthesis card, using which he could combine 5 dark gold chests into 1 amethyst chest. He also received a 5th-level artifact, a protective shield, which is temporarily installed in a designated area and no attacks from outside can destroy it, disappears automatically after 24 hours. Afterwards, the robot added that each resident of the Dragon Pool will receive 1,000 stat points, 1 super synthesis card, divine luck, and possession of the land of the village of T. The divine luck card increases the user's luck within 5 minutes by 100 times, and the land ownership card allows you to become the owner of the village and control all public buildings. Mark looked at the cards he received in surprise, thinking that the rewards for an S-rank mission were quite generous. Initially, he was worried that those guardians might attack his village, but now with the land deed, he can break their connection with the portal in T's village. Even if they arrived at the village by another route, he would simply use the protective dome to protect its inhabitants. The robot's voice brought Mark back to reality, informing him that as a reward for completing the 2nd stage of the mission, he received an Axe ability status control card. The hero looked at it with confusion, asking the robot what it was used for. He replied that she determines the target's ability and randomly selects 2 skills with a certain compatibility, the intensity of which changes after the fusion. To make it clearer, the robot decided to explain with an example. He said that when fighting the dragon, he could use this card at any time. Immediately after using it, he will be able to use a randomly selected X quality skill. In his case of fighting the dragon, it will be a baked pig intestines card. If it hits a dragon, it will not be able to help but eat this dish and appreciate it. After this, it becomes possible to use a 2nd skill, from which the enemy cannot escape. Thus, you can quite easily defeat your enemy by using the X card. Mark, of course, was glad that this would significantly reduce the battle time, but the skills that he could gain randomly alarmed him, especially after the example of the robot. Turning to him, the hero was about to ask the robot for something when he suddenly received a call. When he accepted the challenge, an image of Linda appeared in front of him, who, with a confused expression on her face, asked if Mark was free now. Frowning, he asked what happened. The girl replied that her awakened A-rank skill, temporary position, can cover an area with a radius of 5 meters in a non-combat state, and while 2 days have already passed inside, only 1 has passed outside. When she said that her grandfather thought that her talent was quite rare and could be useful to Mark, he replied that it was so, and asked her to wait a little and not give up the challenge. Immediately after that, with a satisfied smile on his face, he called up the system window to install the portal. Having chosen the location, he clicked on the install button. The next moment, a portal appeared in front of him. The system reported that the entry-level teleporter had been successfully installed at the bottom of the Sky Lake. Looking at him, Mark thought that if he really wants to get the divine level, he needs more time, because in addition to the martial arts test, he needs to deal with the Guardians and the Punisher. All this time, Linda did not take her excited gaze off the image of the hero. She was very worried about today's conversation with her grandfather, the head of the clan. He was worried that although they became Mark's followers, they were different from the people of the Dragon Pool, so he thought that if Linda became Mark's concubine, he would always remember them. The girl was dumbfounded by his proposal and said that the headman of the village, their savior, and he was completely different from that kind of person. The head of the clan replied that he could not help but think about the future of their clan. Turning again to his granddaughter, he said that if such a talented young man with a great future as Mark were inflamed with feelings for her, then this would be a real blessing for the clan. The hero's voice pulled Linda out of her memories. He told her to use the teleporter to get to the Sky Lake, where he would be waiting for her. The girl immediately headed to the teleporter and moved. When she saw Mark in front of her, she joyfully ran up to him. The hero extended his hand to her, smiling charmingly. Linda immediately put her palm in his. The next moment, they disappeared into the three-dimensional dimension. Once inside, Linda gasped in surprise as she looked around. Having reached a freer space, Mark stopped and turned to the girl, saying that it was safe here, so she could activate her ability. Linda smiled and clasped her hands on her chest, immediately after which a bright glow began to emanate from her palms. A few moments later, the space around them became distorted. Mark looked with admiration at the dome that covered everything within a radius of the nearest kilometers. When Linda said that everything was ready, Mark thanked her and sat down on the ground, said that he was going to start practicing, after which he gave her a bottle of pills, saying that it would help Linda become stronger. Looking at the bottle she received with interest, she thanked the hero. He, without wasting any time, immediately began extracting the essences of the spiritual plants he had previously collected, absorbing which he received additional stat points. While Mark was busy, Linda studied with interest all the bottles of pills in the hero's supply, sorting through and sorting them. Sometimes she glanced at the guy from time to time, thinking that she would like to stay with him longer. Shaking her head, she drove away such thoughts and continued to work, reading the names on the bottles. An hour later, Mark extracted the essence from the last spiritual plant, during which time his power had increased to 380 stars. Looking at his stats window, he thought that this was not enough. He needed to become even stronger. Suddenly, another system window appeared and informed him that he could master the profession of an alchemist, whose skills included introductory alchemy, recognition of spiritual plants, control of fire at the initial level, knowledge of basic recipes. When Mark accepted the offer to master it, the robot that appeared congratulated him on becoming an entry-level alchemist, and also informed him that the hero had automatically learned the basic recipes for pills. When the experience points accumulated for making pills reached 100, he would become an average-level alchemist. After that, another system window appeared in front of him with a more detailed description of the abilities he had acquired to control fire and identify spiritual plants. Mark thought disappointedly that it would take him 33 hours to reach the average level, spending 20 minutes on each, but thanks to Linda's skill, this time would be reduced to 17 hours. The hero did not forget Ash's words that sooner or later he would return and destroy his village. Mark decided to take a chance and use the X card. The robot that appeared accepted the card and asked him to wait a couple of moments. Suddenly, a game roulette appeared in front of Mark. The wires extending from the sides of it immediately reached out to the hero, grabbing him by the shoulders. She said that there will be a fusion of the skills of Shadow Bonds and Shadow Clone. After a couple of moments, the inscription Master of the Shadow Flow appeared on the value field, and Mark was informed that the merger was successful, and he had acquired the Master of the Shadow Flow skill, while losing the skills of Shadow Clone and Shadow Bonds. When a window appeared with a more detailed description, the hero learned that this ability allows him to create 2 clones identical to the owner, which take over all his combat power and abilities, and they play the song River of Desires as background accompaniment. Mark was horrified when he read the last paragraph. Sighing, he decided to begin his alchemy, preparing the furnace and the necessary spiritual plants. Deciding that 1 stove would not be enough, he decided to purchase 2 more. The next moment, he activated the Shadow Flow. 2 clones immediately appeared in front of him, dancing to the song they were performing. Linda was shocked when she saw Mark intact in front of her. The hero himself was dejected by what was happening. The behavior of his clones reminded him of some kind of bug. When all 3 Marks sat down at their furnaces, the alchemist skill was activated. Spiritual plants were drawn straight into the furnace. Due to the low level of skill, only pills unsuitable for preparation were obtained. Mark was delighted when he realized that with the help of clones, the process would speed up 3 times. If they continued to work at the same pace, he was confident that they could finish everything in 5.5 hours. Having applied extraction to one of the resulting pills, Mark received a power pill of the first quality. Smiling contentedly, He thought that with endless extraction and its clones in the future, he would not have problems leveling up. At dawn, the clan of guards gathered in one place. One man asked with a grin whether it was really worth gathering so many people for one applicant from the small chiliocosm. Even one would be enough to smear this little guy on the ground. The guy standing next to him reminded that the advisors who fought with him were greatly injured, so they should be careful with this opponent. Immediately after this, there were whispers in the crowd about how strong Mark must be in order to defeat an Earth-level master. Suddenly, someone said that the earthly level has its own stages. Masters who have reached the combat power of 100 stars but have not passed the martial arts test are called semi-earthly level masters. That, in turn, is divided into 3 stages, which are awarded upon victory over the spiritual beasts guarding the first 3 temples. Those who have passed to the 4th temple and the test of martial arts can be called masters of the earthly level. When the head of the clan came forward, all conversations immediately died down. A man who approached him said that all 9 districts had sent people here, and in total they now had 3,100 warriors. After listening to him, Ivan touched his beard and said that he would have to stay here to protect the territory, so he entrusted the advisors with command of the army. Advisor Flip, standing on his left, said that they would not let him down and would win. Ivan put his palm out in front of him, saying that they should not waste time on empty speeches. The sooner they attack, the better. After this, he turned to his soldiers, saying that it was time for them to set out. The first group of 7 people ascended the portal, anticipating the upcoming battle. However, when the portal was activated, the system reported an error. Ivan went into shock when he realized that the portals between their village and T's village were disconnected. At the same time, Mark fought with the new spirit defender of the second palace. It only took him a couple of minutes to win. As soon as the guardian spirit was defeated, Mark rushed up the stairs. Mark thought with regret that after a night of working on pills, he could no longer improve his performance. Even though the skill acquired was rather strange, it turned out to be useful. The hero hoped that in the future, Linda would be able to develop her talent, and it would become even more effective. Mark noticed that this girl turned out to be much more useful than he thought. In addition to helping with clones and alchemy, she also dealt with other issues that arose, which allowed him to fully concentrate on his work. A few moments later, he finally reached the 2nd-level temple. Some immediately drew attention to the appearance of another contender. A robot hovering in the air announced that the number of people present had reached its maximum, and they could now start fighting. Folding his arms across his chest, Marco asked what that meant. The robot replied that there was a large portal under their feet that could take them to any corner of this world. Each use of it must be accompanied by the use of one universal stone. Having materialized one of them, the robot showed everyone what it looked like. After winking at the applicants, he said that in order to get it, they would have to fight with a friend, taking away stones from their opponents. Some were dismayed to hear this condition. In the next moment, 3 purple star-shaped stones appeared in everyone's hands. Mark looked at the stones in his hand in surprise when the robot announced that the applicant who received the most cameos would be declared the winner and receive a secret prize from the organizers. The hero suggested that he needed to get 16 stones. For this, he would have to fight 3 other contenders. Throwing the stones up, Marco asked if he didn't want to participate in the competition, then he could just give them back and leave. The robot replied that he really could do this and no one would stop him. The man was happy and wanted to say that he was leaving, but the robot did not let him finish. He said Marco didn't listen to him until the end. The next moment, the man felt enormous pressure, and the robot said that if he wanted to leave, he would die immediately. When this pressure disappeared, Marco began to look around, trying to figure out if anyone else felt it, but the faces of the other applicants showed calmness. Raising his gaze back to the robot, Marco thought that he should be more careful with him. Meanwhile, the robot asked everyone to confirm their intention to participate in the competition. After his words, everyone immediately paid attention to the system window with a choice that appeared in front of him. Mark thought that he had not yet fought with other contenders, so this was a great opportunity for him to see their level, and he was also interested in the mysterious prize promised to the winner. Having thought everything over, the applicants, as one, chose to participate in the competition and clicked on the Take Part button. As soon as this happened, the surroundings changed to a huge arena, illuminated by bright spotlights. Mark found himself in the very center. The rest of the crowd was moved to the stands. Opposite him, the enemy froze, examining the hero with a searching gaze. The newly appeared robot happily announced that the first battle of their competition was about to begin. Pointing towards the hero, he said that the right corner was occupied by a participant from the small chiliocosm, Mark. Pointing in the opposite direction, he announced that in the left corner was a member from the middle chiliocosm, Ray. When joyful cries were heard from the stands, Mark looked there, wondering why so many people were here. He remembered that there were significantly fewer applicants before moving to the arena. The robot's voice rang out again and said that for the sake of fairness, of all the personal information, only the level of the participants will be displayed here. The opponents will not know each other's skills, abilities, and combat power. After he said that spectators have 10 seconds before the start of the fight to place bets, and those who do not place a bet will automatically lose the right to be a spectator of the next fight, they immediately picked up the device that appeared in front of them, placing a bet. When the robot warned that all gambling is accompanied by certain risks and viewers should make their choices wisely, Mark thought that everything that happens here is perceived as a game. He strongly disliked this attitude towards other people's lives. After the specified time, the robot announced that all bets had been accepted and viewers should put their devices aside. Afterwards, he looked at the first participants in the fight, informing them that there were no rules or restrictions in this battle. Entry could be made by any means. Having said this, the robot announced the beginning. Ray instantly took off, rushing towards Mark. Due to the fact that his opponent turned out to be quite nimble, the hero was unable to jump to the side when he struck him with his fist. The only thing he managed to do was to cover himself with his hand, taking the entire blow on it. Ray applied even more force, trying to break through Mark's defense. But he failed. His opponent turned out to be stronger. Ray was instantly thrown aside. He noted that Mark was not as simple as it might seem. Although he hit him with a force of 30 tons, it was only enough to move his arm a couple of millimeters. Landing on his feet, Ray took a defensive stance. The next moment, the mechanism behind him began to move. Ray decided that if he could not suppress the enemy with physical force, he would do it with weapons. When he put his hands in front of him, 4 shells flew from the rocket launchers on his shoulders towards our hero. Mark did not dodge them, but simply cut them all at once. The next moment, a strong explosion was heard in the arena. When the clouds of smoke cleared a little, the guys were no longer in their original places. Everyone looked at the arena in bewilderment, not understanding where the participants were. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, a lively battle was going on. When Ray released a stream of fire from his hands, Mark covered himself with his sword. At some point, he felt the presence of an enemy behind him. He instantly turned around, holding his sword in front of him. The blade immediately dug into Ray's palm. He looked at his hand in bewilderment, surprised that Mark was able to detect it so quickly. Deciding to sacrifice his arm, Ray jumped back. In the next moment, the armor on his stomach and ribs separated from his body, exposing his ribs, and turned into a weapon that instantly rushed towards Mark. The hero easily cut one of the mechanisms with his sword. Then he moved on to the next one. Seeing this, Ray released several more mechanisms he controlled and, increasing speed, directed them at Mark from different directions. He successfully dodged every attack. Everyone watched in surprise as a man from the small chiliocosm confronted a stronger opponent. Suddenly, Ray caught Mark off guard, striking him several times. The guy said that although the hero's speed and defense impressed him, if he were invulnerable, then he would not have the need to dodge. Trying to fight off the enemy's sharp-edged mechanisms, Mark replied that this was quite enough to win. The next moment, he dropped the blade from his palm. Mark intercepted the mechanisms attacking him with both hands. Suddenly, 2 more mechanisms burst out from behind Ray's back and grabbed our hero's legs. Immediately after this, they began to rapidly spread his legs apart. The spectators in the stands opened their mouths in surprise, realizing what cruelty Ray had planned. Mark decided to use shadow bonds to keep his legs in place. However, he understood that if Ray did not stop, his mechanisms would simply break his legs. Looking ahead, Mark grinned, saying that Ray was indeed a worthy opponent. When the hero called out to him, the guy's eyebrows furrowed. Using a little more force, Mark managed to destroy the mechanisms he was holding, after which he said that he had previously heard that fire was perfectly suppressed by steel. Immediately after these words, he created a huge wall of hellfire, deciding to test these words in practice. The next moment, a powerful stream of flame nailed Ray to the floor. A couple of seconds later, the fire died down and he managed to land on the ground. He looked at his remaining melting hand in horror. He was distracted by noticing movement in his direction. Ray didn't even have time to get to his feet when a purple hand grabbed him. The next moment, she lifted him high into the air, after which Ray was again nailed to the ground with such force that the surface beneath him was destroyed. When the guy was already on the verge of losing consciousness, the hand again dragged him somewhere. Once again lifting him high into the air, she froze in one place and began to circle him at high speed. Mark approached Ray in one leap and, raising his fist to strike, said that now everything would end. The next moment, his fist landed on his opponent's head. Blood gushed from Ray's mouth after the hero's blow. The hand holding him disappeared and he fell back to the ground. Following him, Mar also landed on his feet, dispersing the remaining smoke and dust around him with powerful gusts of wind. Pointing to Ray lying on the ground, he addressed the robot, saying that apparently his opponent was no longer able to move, so victory was his. The robot looked at Ray, asking him if he could continue the battle. He hesitated to answer, thinking that it took him a lot of work to get here, and if he died now fighting this guy, then everything he managed to achieve would lose meaning. Meanwhile, Mark raised his head towards the stands, feeling many searing gazes on him. Having looked around the audience, it seemed to him that the atmosphere that reigned there now was significantly different from what it was before. When Ray finally admitted defeat, the robot's face broke into a terrifying smile. The next moment, he announced that Mark was the winner of the first competition. When the robot said that from now on the restriction would be lifted and asked to place a bet so that the winner would receive his reward, Mark looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what restriction he was talking about. However, the next moment, black shadows began to appear across the entire surface of the arena, from which monsters slowly crawled out. They immediately surrounded Ray, who was lying on the ground. When the monster's hands reached out to him, he stood up, looking at what was happening in bewilderment. Not even a couple of seconds had passed when alien hands were all over his body. Ray asked with horror in his voice what they were going to do to him. Instead of answering, several monsters bit him hard, causing the guy to cry out in pain. Dragging Ray further underground, the monster said that only death awaited him. More and more monsters flocked towards the poor guy, who was almost completely swallowed up by other monsters, pushing the others aside in order to be the first to get to the victim. Mark was numb with horror watching this scene. Looking at the robot, he said with reproach in his voice that he deliberately kept silent about what would happen to the losing side. Smiling broadly, the robot replied that this world is not a toy, and any battle is a battle for life and death, so he should not slander the system support service. Pointing towards the stands, where there was also an active battle between the spectators, Mark asked who all these people were. The robot replied that these were everyone who lost their battles. When the hero asked if Ray would become one of these spectators, the robot confirmed his guess. He then handed Mark 3 of his opponent's stones, saying that Mark now had to decide whether to continue the battle or not. The hero was in no hurry to answer, thinking that he still needed to get 10 stones, and he could not give up at the very beginning, because his people were impatiently waiting for his return. When Mark said that he would fight further, the robot's expression changed to a joyful one, and he announced to everyone that the participant who won the first battle had decided to continue the competition. After which he announced that the spectators whose bet was successful in the last round and who collected the required number of soul fragments could take part in this competition. Immediately after that, the spotlight rose into the stands, choosing a new participant. One of the girls jumped up from her seat as the spotlight came next to her, volunteering to take part in the next battle. However, contrary to her expectations, the next moment a laser beam flew a couple of centimeters from her head, cutting off a strand of hair as a warning. At the same moment, the purple spotlight focused on a guy with painted stripes on his cheeks. When a system window appeared in front of Robert, the robot asked him to choose his appearance for the upcoming battle. Robert carefully looked through the options offered to him, thinking that he had been waiting for this opportunity for 1,000 years. He belonged to the Bai clan, which had long since disappeared from the face of the earth, from which the heavens had turned away. All the time that he could remember, his family did not live, but survived in the foggy forest, waiting for the new emperor, but on one ill-fated day, everything that was dear to him was destroyed after the arrival of a new challenger. His mother, like everyone else in the village, was brutally killed while he and his father were hunting. At that time, Robert could only stand on the sidelines, clenching his fists, watching his father clutch his wife's lifeless body. The image on a piece of cloth left by the killer was forever imprinted in his memory. He swore to himself that one day he would definitely take revenge for what happened on that day. Fueled by hatred and a desire for revenge, several years later he managed to become stronger and was taken to a martial arts trial. However, he lost in the first fight with another contender. Looking carefully at the defeated enemy, the fair-haired guy said that he was vaguely familiar with the name of Robert's clan. Hearing this, he looked in bewilderment at the guy standing in front. A painfully familiar sign on his clothes immediately caught his eye. Recognizing in his opponent the killer of his clan, he shouted that one day he would definitely kill him. Although the hands of the monsters diligently held him back, pulling him towards themselves, Robert, overcome with rage, rushed forward. Looking at this, David said that now he remembers. With disgust in his voice, he admitted that he was surprised that anyone from that clan of scum had managed to survive. But now that was over. After that, he turned around, losing all interest in Robert. The guy lying on the ground did not give up and continued to shout out promises that the day would come and he would kill David no matter what the cost. Having chosen the most convenient form for this battle, Robert pressed the confirm selection button. The next moment, rapid changes began to occur in his body. The robot looked at the guy in surprise, knowing full well what form he had chosen. A terrible pain tore through Robert's entire body as his limbs began to lengthen. A few moments later, a monster appeared in his place before everyone, emitting a terrifying roar. Lowering himself to his paws, he prepared to jump. Letting out another furious roar, he rushed at Mark. Noticing the approach of the enemy, the hero immediately created a flame. The next moment, the monster was right in his face, opening its mouth. Mark was not going to just let it devour himself, and clenching his fist, shrouded in flames, he hit the monster, knocking him to the ground. For a few moments, the monster tried to get up, grabbing a nearby stone with its paw. After which he rushed towards Mark again, surprising him with his speed. Over the next few moments, they moved from one end of the arena to the other, leaving trails of destruction behind them. Spectators tried to follow their movements from the stands. Suddenly, the robot asked them if they were interested in why this time the participants started the fight without bets. He attributed this to Robert's chosen appearance. The robot said that this form is a clone of a mysterious beast that emerged from a cosmic crack. This monster also has the speed and strength of an A rank comparable to a B rank speed talent. In addition, its claws and teeth are so sharp that they can easily tear metal and stones. When the robot said this, Mark's shadow bonds wrapped around the limbs of this monster. And when the hero created ice arrows and sent them towards the enemy, the robot reported that although the skin of this monster looks smooth and soft, its body is actually invulnerable. The best feature of this monster is its one terrifying ability. The next moment, he made deep cuts on his forearms, from which black blood immediately gushed out, emitting a heart-rending scream. The robot explained that the blood of this creature, like a flammable liquid, immediately explodes upon contact with a victim. No defensive abilities or artifacts below rank 4 will save you from this attack. Immediately after his words, balls formed from the monster's blood rushed towards Mark. The hero tried to dodge the balls flying at him, jumping in different directions. Distracted, he did not notice another ball approaching him, and the next moment it hit him directly. Meanwhile, the robot continued to comment on the strength of the monster Robert had chosen, whose strength was at the level of 400 stars. Turning to the audience, he asked them to place a bet. Meanwhile, the monster rushed towards its weakened victim. Mark, who had sunk to his knee, was holding the hand that had suffered the most. He was unable to dodge as his opponent landed, falling on top of him, causing the ground beneath the hero to crumble. Mark could not move because the monster held him tightly, not allowing him to move. When the monster's mouth opened and began to approach his face, Mark was horrified. He urgently needed to do something, so he summoned his blade, rushing into the back of his opponent. Captivated by its prey, the monster did not notice this. However, in the next moment, with one swing of his tail, he threw the blade to the side. Due to hitting the ground too hard, the blade split into two parts. Mark was shocked by what happened. Turning his gaze to his opponent, he furiously shouted that this was his best weapon as lightning began to envelop his entire body. Lightning began to instantly merge into a gradually increasing ball of electricity in front of Mark's face. A few moments later, lightning from the electric ball began to envelop the monster's entire body. Suddenly, a powerful, hellish flame was added to the lightning, rising almost to the very stands. Scenes unfamiliar to him began to flash before Mark's eyes. Seeing Robert's familiar face, he realized that these were his memories. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind. Mark immediately turned around to see who it was. With every moment, the voice became louder and louder, repeating only one word: "I will take revenge." Having discovered the source of the voice, Mark calmly looked at the guy in front of him. He asked if Robert had decided to make him feel emotional by showing snippets of the past. But he continued to sit, hiding his head in his knees, completely not paying any attention to Mark. The hero simply looked at the guy in front of him for several moments. After sighing heavily, he created a flame in his palm, saying that what Robert had to go through would not be wished on even an enemy, but he also has those whom he must save. Having said this, Mark spread hellish flames around them and threw a fiery clot in his palm at Robert. As soon as the cubes of dust cleared, everyone saw Mark standing next to the defeated monster. He tried with his last strength to rise slowly. Having taken a couple of steps towards him, the hero put his hand on the monster's head. Mark said that Robert had been fighting hard all this time, so he deserved a rest. He promised to destroy all his enemies so that Robert could retire peacefully. A few moments later, an unconscious guy appeared in the place of the monster. The robot that flew up to them reported that all the power of the spirit had been exhausted, so Robert could no longer be resurrected. When he said this, Mark looked up at the robot. Noticing his gaze on him, the robot smiled and declared him the winner of the second round. Also, since he had already won twice, he would receive 6 stones as a reward. Having said this, the robot threw stones at the hero. As he approached, he asked Mark how he managed to break through the enemy's defense with his last attack. Having moved the stones into 3-dimensional space, the hero silently looked at him for several seconds, thinking about whether to answer. He slowly turned around and walked towards the remains of his blade, after which Mark dropped to one knee and, taking the fragments in his hands, replied that he simply used a little trick during physical contact. The hero explained that by touching his palms, he allowed the power of lightning to pass through the veins of the monster, which got there with the blood from the wounds. When thunder and lightning reach a certain level, only a small discharge needs to be released so that it covers the entire area. The fact that his blood is easily flammable only played into Mark's hands. He only needed to use lightning to make the monster explode from the inside. Looking at the robot, Mark said that the more blood, the stronger the explosion. The robot looked with horror at the guy in front of him, thinking that for a man from the small Chiliocosm, he not only had terrifying strength, but also simply inhuman methods of dealing with opponents. Having moved the fragments of his blade, Mark said that he wanted to continue the competition. The robot's expression changed to a joyful one, and he announced to the audience that their participant wanted to continue the competition and asked who wanted to become the next participant and try their luck. All voices immediately fell silent. No one dared to risk their lives and enter the arena, thinking that there were still many contenders, so they could wait for the next one. The robot watched the situation below in bewilderment. A few moments later, he turned to Mark again, saying that since there were no people willing to become his opponents, they would not be able to continue the competition. Mark looked at him with a silent question in his eyes. However, he didn't have time to say anything because the next moment the robot's hologram began to distort. When he completely disappeared, Mark was perplexed. Meanwhile, Charlie moved to the doors of the Punisher's chambers. A few moments later, the doors opened to let her inside. Lying on the bed, the Punisher immediately noticed her appearance and, smiling, said that Charlie was beautiful, as always. The girl was in no hurry to go inside the Punisher's chambers, glaring at her with a dissatisfied look. Sighing, she took a couple of steps forward and asked why she was called so urgently. Rising from bed and putting on a robe, the Punisher replied that she only wanted to relieve Charlie's boredom. Misunderstanding flashed across the girl's face, and she asked the Punisher what she meant. With a snap of the Punisher's fingers, a large system window appeared, and she said that they would not be able to continue the battle further, so she had one great suggestion. Looking at the perplexed Mark on the other side of the screen, Charlie said that the Punisher has no right to interfere during the assessment of newcomers. She took a couple of steps towards the girl. Smiling, she touched a strand of Charlie's hair and said that she was not going to interfere, but was simply suggesting. Then she leaned towards the girl's ear, whispering that in this world full of murders, risk and opportunity are synonymous words. Immediately after these words, she sent Charlotte back. The Punisher was confident that this boy would make the right choice. The girl who approached her from behind excitedly asked if he could kill the alien body that the Punisher had returned from the Great Void. In addition, Anna was worried about another question: what had happened, since she decided to interfere in the affairs of the big world. The woman replied that Mark reminded her of an old friend. Meanwhile, Charlie, who had returned, again took on the appearance of a robot and informed the hero about the hunter's game. The robot explained that all viewers would receive the same appearance, and Mark would enter the sacred ruins for 1 hour. The role of the hunters will be given to the audience, while Mark will be the hunted. The robot said that the hunter's goal would be to capture the hero. If they succeed, they will be resurrected again. The prey must avoid attack and its capture. If after an hour the prey remains safe and sound, then it wins. If the prey kills all the hunters, then Mark will be able to get 500,000 points for changing roles. The hero looked at the robot in surprise, listening to the conditions of the game. Having finished his explanations, the robot said that Mark could refuse if he wanted, but he confidently replied that he would take part. Flexing his fists, he said that he was ready to start right now. A few moments later, the robot transported him to the sacred ruins. As soon as Mark was there, he immediately activated the synergy of the 6 senses. At the same moment, 5 hunters attacked him. The hero, without turning around, waited until they got close enough. As soon as this happened, he used the energy release skill and jumped up, scattering the opponents to the sides with one blow. When he landed back on the ground, the unconscious opponents were still in the air, rapidly approaching the ground. Rising to his feet, Mark said that with a combat power of 200 stars, they were too weak for him. When the bodies of the hunters touched the ground, he noticed that they immediately disappeared, and he did not even have time to apply extraction to them. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a bright ball of light ahead. Recognizing the threat, Mark immediately put up an energy shield around himself, on which a ball of light approaching him crashed. On the roof of the house where this ball came from, Mark noticed another hunter with a machine gun. As he shot upward, a moment later, many fireworks exploded in the sky. However, Mark was not going to give in to the moment and watch the fireworks. He instantly got rid of this hunter. At the same time, other hunters were running through the ruins, tracking down Mark. Suddenly, fireworks began to explode in the next block, attracting the attention of the hunters. One of them stopped and shouted that Mark was where the fireworks were. He suggested dividing into 3 teams, 2 of which would go around. Dividing into groups, the hunters immediately rushed to where Mark was. Approaching the target, the hunters developed a strategy of attacking in waves so as not to allow the hero to escape so easily. The hunter with a mace in his hand thought that there were too many hunters, while there was only one prey, and the hunter's chance of victory was much higher. They suddenly stopped when they spotted their target. Surrounded by flashes of lightning, the hero rose into the sky in a thunderstorm, preparing for battle. With a triumphant smile on his face, he said that the hunters were very late. They looked at him in bewilderment, trying to understand what was happening. The next moment, a sudden explosion shakes the building near them, and a huge cloud of smoke and dust rises around them. The hunters threw their weapons at Mark, giving chase as he dropped to the ground and ran forward. The hero had no difficulty dodging the weapons flying at him. Another group of hunters arrived in time, and the man in front pointed at Mark, shouting that their target was there. The hunter standing next to him noticed that there was not one guy in front of them, but 2, and suggested that Mark was capable of creating clones, and decided to check this by using the Eye of Truth. Looking at the guy approaching him with the help of his eye, he learned that this man was from the small Chiliocosm. His combat power was 420 stars. The hunter assumed that this mark was real, since the Eye of Truth did not reveal anything unusual. The next moment, one of the hunters caught up with the hero and raised his sword to attack. But Mark disappeared, disappearing into thin air. Douglas, who was using the eye, watched this scene in bewilderment. A skirmish immediately broke out between the hunters, each team blaming the other for missing their target. Meanwhile, Douglas carefully looked around, suggesting that most likely Mark has the ability to move in space. But if he really used such a technique, distortions in space would appear, but there were none. Suddenly, one of the hunters asked if everyone had heard that strange sound. Hearing his question, Douglas instantly turned around. Approaching him, he asked the hunter to tell him more about this. He said that when they were chasing Mark, he made some strange sounds like singing. With these words, he confused the others. Looking at their perplexed faces, the hunter said that in that song something was sung about love, tearful parting, and the bitterness of loss. Of course, none of the hunters took these words seriously. What kind of idiot would run away from being chased and sing songs at the same time when his life was at stake? Meanwhile, Mark managed to escape pursuit, and having climbed a high building, he counted the number of opponents. It took him a few moments to count 54 opponents. Deciding that this was enough, he said that he could begin, immediately after which his body was enveloped in lightning discharges. And his clones, which were placed in neighboring buildings so that the hunters were sandwiched in a triangle, were shrouded in a bright golden light. When Mark raised his hand up, using the Furious Thunder technique, the other two clones simultaneously used their techniques, the Mystery of the Five Elements, Earth, and the Mystery of the Five Elements, Gold. Suddenly, the hunters felt the ground under their feet begin to shake. The next moment, they all fell down, deep into the ground. One of them managed to stop his fall by sticking a dagger deep into the ground and hanging on it. However, someone used him as a step and jumped on his face. The hunter could not resist and flew down with a deafening scream. Suddenly, iron began to appear from the walls, needles. They appeared throughout the tunnel, piercing through someone and preventing them from rising to the surface. Thanks to his instincts, Douglas was able to remain unharmed. Looking down, he wondered who this guy was, who not only had the ability to move in space but also with metal, thunder, and earth. Other hunters were not as lucky as him, and many who were not pierced by the thorns fell into this bottomless pit. Suddenly, Douglas heard Mark shout out the name of the technique. A bright flash of lightning flashed from the hero's fingertips. The next moment, the spikes, which filled almost the entire space of the pit, were shrouded in powerful lightning bolts, causing horror among the surviving hunters. Those, like Douglas, who grabbed onto the iron spikes, were struck by lightning and began to fall down, unable to move. Douglas managed to avoid this fate thanks to his talent for defense, and remained sitting on one of the spikes riddled with lightning. Deciding that it would be too dangerous to stay here any longer, he began to jump from spike to spike, rapidly moving upward. A few moments later, he still managed to reach the surface. However, as soon as he raised his head up, he was stunned with horror. A huge grate with iron spikes engulfed in blue flames quickly descended directly onto the pit, blocking the exit. The next moment, it sank down with a terrible roar, raising clouds of dust into the air. Mark and his clones remained in their places, watching as the blazing flames of hell engulfed everything around them. Assessing the current situation, the hero thought that there were too many opponents, and if he killed them one by one, he would definitely not be able to complete the task of destroying them. Therefore, he had only one choice, namely to gather them into small groups and kill them. Thus, he used the talent of earth manipulation to create a huge pit. Next, he placed metal spikes there using his metal manipulation talent. And at the very end, he again resorted to the talent of managing the earth, creating the appearance of untouched land. Having waited for the hunters to go hunting, he activated the Master of the Shadow Stream skill and lured the opponents into the prepared trap. Now Mark decided it was time to move on to the next step. He looked at the clones and nodded to them. Understanding him without words, they immediately turned around, each heading in their own direction. One of the clones immediately discovered another group of hunters who chased him. Mark just needs to wait until the clone leads them into another trap. A few moments later, the hunters were at the desired point, and the hero raised a wall of hellfire around them, cutting off all possibilities of retreat. The next step was to use the art of manipulating the gold of the five-element talent to weaken the frame of a nearby building. The next moment, the hunters watched in horror as the house rapidly collapsed, and huge pieces of the walls fell right on them. Unable to withstand the pressure, the house fell on its side with a loud roar. However, That was not all. Ice arrows were already waiting for the hunters in the air. They instantly rushed towards the hunters who managed to survive under the rubble. Mark's arrows instantly ended their lives. Once that step was done, Mark moved on to the next, once again using hellfire to heat the area he was targeting to extremely high temperatures, melting the soil and turning it into lava. Then he himself became bait and lured the hunters into real hell. There he easily dealt with those who sat in secluded corners until the last. Next, he planned to demonstrate his weakness. With this action, he wanted to lure out the remaining hunters. This plan worked perfectly, and now Mark pretended to lose consciousness, secretly watching the hunters and counting their number. When their number reached 200, he grinned contentedly. The next moment, many iron needles burst out of the ground and walls, piercing right through the bodies of the hunters. Rising to his feet, Mark said with satisfaction that it was a great ending. Suddenly, he heard someone applauding behind him. Mark turned around instantly. Behind him, he saw a fair-haired girl in battle armor who said with a smile on her face that his strength was truly impressive. Charlotte, watching the progress of the battle, became furious. Having contacted Violetta through the system window, she told her with a threat in her voice that she should not dare touch the applicant without permission. The Punisher turned around, saying she had everything under control, and ended the call. After that, she turned back to Mark. Wary, he asked who she was. Folding her arms across her chest and tilting her head to the side, she replied that her name was Violetta. She was also the Punisher of Heaven, and it was she who offered 500,000 points as a reward for winning this game. Wary of the woman in front, Mark said that in this case he should thank her for this opportunity. Violetta replied that his gratitude was of no use to her because it was not done out of the kindness of his heart. Heaven has its own rules, and the Punisher cannot interfere in the affairs of applicants during the testing period for newcomers. However, this place is an exception, because the territory is not controlled by Heaven. Based on her words, Mark concluded that all this was arranged only to lure him here, and the reward of 500,000 points was just a bait. Violetta replied that it was both yes and no at the same time. Frowning, the hero said that he did not like talking with people who only had an intrigue that was beneficial to them. Smirking, Violetta replied that in that case there would be no more. Immediately after that, she raised her fist, gathering her strength in it. Instantly approaching Mark, she hit him. He managed to activate his armor and cover himself with his hands, but her blow was too strong and forced him to fly several meters back, hitting his back against the wall of the house. When he came to his senses, wings appeared behind his back and he rushed towards Violetta. As he approached, he began to strike actively at her, putting all his strength into them. Violetta smiled, saying that his blows were so weak that he would not be able to leave even scratches on her. The next moment, she again took the leading role in their duel, showing Mark how to properly attack the enemy. From the force with which her blows were applied to him, blood gushed from the hero's mouth. As soon as Violetta's series of blows was interrupted, the hero used this opportunity to kick her, but she deftly dodged. Mark looked at his opponent in bewilderment. Grabbing his leg, Violetta said that there were too many flaws in his fighting style. After that, she threw the guy over her back, slamming his face into the ground. Without letting go of his leg, Violetta continued to throw Mark from side to side, not sparing him at all. The enemy's actions were so fast and abrupt that it was incredibly difficult for the hero to concentrate and do anything. Suddenly, Violet threw him high into the sky. The next moment, she was near him in one leap, saying that his end would come right here. Mark looked at her, actively thinking about what he could do in this situation. Swinging her leg, Violetta hit him with all her might. Mark was unable to dodge such a swift blow. He flew even further, matching the full moon. Violetta watched this, contentedly humming the simple tune of her favorite song. When Mark began to rapidly fall down, he managed to turn over and then wings appeared behind his back. While suspended in the air, he decided to use the talent of all 5 elements, creating 5 balls around himself that corresponded to each of the 5 elements. A few moments later, the balls were created, and with a wave of his hand, he sent them towards the enemy. She calmly watched the balls of the 5 elements approaching her. When they reached the place where Violetta was, 5 deafening explosions thundered. This attack took a good half of Mark's strength. He hoped that the destructive power of these balls, not inferior to a nuclear bomb, was enough to hit Violetta. He peered carefully into the rising column of dust, trying to make out her silhouette. Suddenly, all the columns of smoke sharply dispersed to the sides, revealing to Mark's gaze Violetta standing confidently in the center. Raising her head, she asked the hero with a grin in her voice if this was really his best move. It was only enough to slightly stain her armor. Mark, frowning, noted that the power of the elements against her was useless. Then he decided to turn to Rio for help, releasing her from three-dimensional space. The next moment, he said that he was using shadow bonds to restrain the enemy, and he asked her to use the golden flame. At Mark's command, Rio took off and rushed towards Violetta. Rio created a powerful flame around herself, preparing to attack the enemy in front with it. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Violet grabbed it with her bare hands, ignoring the flames covering Rio's body. Without taking her eyes off Mark under her helmet, Violetta said that she had been waiting for Vincent for 1,000 years to take revenge, because it was his fault that she had to become the Punisher and endure the ridicule and bullying of others, so she had been watching new challengers for thousands of years. Immediately after these words, Violetta clenched her fist, trying to crush Rio, adding that now the moment has come when she can finally take her revenge. Mark was horrified as he watched her being killed. He used his thunder control talent and attacked the woman holding Rio in his palm. She was surprised that he had such an ability. Taking advantage of the fact that Violetta was distracted and loosened her grip, Rio managed to slip out of her hands. She flew up to Mark in an instant, hiding in his arms. The hero looked at Violet in bewilderment. He suggested that perhaps the elemental talents did not hurt her, but they definitely had some effect. The next moment, with a tense expression on his face, he connected his fingers in the desired seal, using the earth control skill of the 5-element talent. Violetta's legs were immediately sucked into the sand whirlwinds, not allowing her to move from her place. The next moment, everything around her was engulfed in powerful flames. Looking up at Mark, she asked if this was all he could do. If so, then she was truly disappointed. Meanwhile, the hero was concentrating on creating an ice ball using the ice storm skill. Suddenly, the sand, which turned into lava, began to rapidly rise upward, enveloping Violetta's body. As ice arrows rained down, she scooped up the lava with her palm and splashed it upward, shouting that Mark would never be able to defeat her. A few moments later, the lava she spewed upward collided with an arrow flying straight towards Violet. When the opposing forces collided, a strong explosion occurred. When the ice arrows rained down on her even more actively, she asked with a grin on her face why Mark had not yet given up his pathetic attempts. Ignoring her words, the hero moved on to the next stage of the plan. Suddenly, the lava froze in an instant, shackling Violetta's torso to the waist. After that, Mark gathered strength in his fist and quickly approached the enemy. When she was within reach, he hit her in the face. The hero dealt blow after blow, saying that she was trapped and now she would not be able to do anything. As he was about to strike again, Violetta leaned forward a little, exposing her helmet to the blow. She only had to use a little force to make Mark fly away. The hero could not have foreseen such a turn of events. Having flown a sufficient distance, he fell to the ground with a roar, rolling across it. A few moments later, he flew into a rock, hitting the back of his head hard, and his blood slowly began to spread on the rock behind him. Looking at this picture, Violetta laughed like crazy, shouting that all his vain attempts looked too stupid. The next moment, the ground beneath her began to shake. Mark's eyes widened in horror. The entire surface of the earth, covered with ice, soared into the air in an instant. A huge earthen ball slowly rose higher and higher above the buildings of the ruined city. Looking down at Mark, Violetta said that now she would show him the power of the Punisher of Heaven, with whom he dared to put himself on the same level. Immediately after her words, the huge ball shifted to the side and began to rapidly descend to the ground. Mark looked in horror as this ball approached him. He understood that now he could do practically nothing due to the amount of energy he had, and besides, his regeneration rate was too low. The next moment, the many-kilogram ball fell to the ground with a roar. Violetta, floating in the air, was confused. Turning around, she said with a grin to the guy who appeared behind her that he had a very interesting pet, possessing not only fire but also spatial skills. Arriving at his side in the blink of an eye, she punched him hard in the stomach, telling him that he was very lucky indeed. Mark fell back again, hitting his head on another rock. With pain in his eyes, he looked at little Rio, who saved him from that block. The next moment, Violetta moved towards him again, about to attack. The hero managed to rise to his knees and dodge her powerful blow. Deciding not to waste time, Mark activated his acceleration skill and rushed away. Watching his attempts to escape from him, Violetta just grinned. The next moment, her fingers touched the boulder into which our hero had flown a couple of moments ago. With almost no effort, she lifted it above her head with her bare hands. Taking aim, she threw it at the retreating guy. Mark suddenly stopped, dropping to one knee. This allowed him to make a powerful jerk and accelerate even more. He thought that he had to urgently heal Rio, even though she teleported him at the last moment, but that block damaged her heart and lungs. Violetta was not going to let him down so easily, and having caught up, she threw another cobblestone at him, shouting that these games of being a hunter greatly provoked her. Having dodged a stone flying at him, Mark decided to change strategy, realizing that he could not tear himself away from Violetta. Turning towards her, he created several thunder spheres. She immediately ran towards the hero, rapidly approaching him. Smiling, she shouted that she had already seen this trick, and it was time for him to come up with something new. With a wave of Mark's hand, all the spheres flew towards the woman. Suddenly, the spheres transformed into thunder dragons, emitting a terrifying roar. But this didn't stop Violetta. She shouted out that if the hero continues to resist, he will only make his death more painful, so it's better for him to just give up. The next moment, a strong explosion was heard above the ruined city, raising columns of dust into the air. Having lost sight of her opponent, Violetta listened carefully to the sounds around her. Catching quiet footsteps behind her, she turned around and grabbed Mark by the arm, raising her fist to strike. When she hit him in the face, he instantly flew away through clouds of dust, leaving only his severed hand. The guy himself was slammed into the wall of the house. Throwing his hand away, Violetta said with displeasure that Mark had decided to fool her by using a clone. Clenching her fists, she slowly walked towards the clone. Looking at him, Violetta decided that she would unleash all her anger on him. The next moment she approached him and they exchanged blows. Meanwhile, Mark managed to hide deep underground, thanks to his talent for controlling the earth, while his clone distracted Violet. Once safe, he immediately set about healing Rio. Once all her wounds had healed, he gave her a bottle of pills to quickly replenish her energy. While Rio was actively eating the pill, Mark also ate several, restoring his strength. They were unable to rest for a long time because soon the hero felt his clones being killed, which Rio reported. He asked to teleport them upstairs, and she immediately moved to his shoulder, fulfilling the hero's request. The next moment, Mark returned back and, deciding to use the effect of surprise, attacked his opponent from behind. Violetta peered ahead carefully, trying to figure out the location of the original. Feeling a presence behind her, she looked back and grinned contentedly, thinking that her prey had come into her hands. Mark exchanged a series of powerful blows with Violetta. Continuing to strike, the woman smiled and said that he could not even touch her, but still continued to make these pathetic attempts. Suddenly, the hero moved behind her, striking. The next moment, the helmet from Violetta's head fell to the ground. Smiling widely, she asked if Mark had decided to find out her weak point by knocking off her helmet. Violetta appeared before his eyes. The gaze of her spiral-shaped eyes, shining with a bright yellow radiance, pierced him, it would seem, to the depths of his soul. When she said that her weakness was not in her eyes, as if to confirm her words, her pupil shrank to an imperceptible point. The next moment, powerful energy waves began to emanate from her body. Mark immediately jumped back. However, the next moment the first wave of energy overtook him. It was as if she had passed through his entire body, separating the physical shell from his soul. A contentedly smiling Violetta instantly approached him, delivering a strong kick. From this blow, Mark flew several kilometers to the side at high speed. Having reached one of the houses, he broke through the glass with his body, flying inside. He fell with a crash onto the concrete floor, hitting his long, suffering head on it. Mark opened his eyes slightly, trying to get up from the floor. He did not understand what had just happened. The feeling as if his body and soul were separated reminded him of the spirits in the village of T. But this time, the effect of the attack seemed much more real to him. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Violetta. Noticing her, Rio immediately tensed up. Touching her left eye, the woman said that she was really excited by the feeling of her fist meeting Mark's half. Every time she seemed to revel in the feeling of victory for the first time, and this little skill of her eyes was an extreme measure. She explained that her eyes have magical powers. Whatever was blocked by her gaze automatically ceases to exist. Therefore, if Mark tries to move, his body and soul will be torn apart in an instant. Having said this, she sank to the floor. Looking at Mark, she explained that, simply put, her eyes are like a camera. If you freeze, everything will go smoothly, but if you start to move, it will turn out blurry. After her explanations, it became clear to the hero why her eyes reminded him so much of a camera shutter. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, he whispered to Rio, asking her to help him find Violetta's weak points. The next moment, Mark jumped up from his seat and moved behind her. She immediately turned around and raised her fist to strike, saying that she had no blind spots. Having received another blow, Mark flew out of the window of the building into the street. Excited, Rio flew out after her owner. When blood gushed from his mouth, she was very frightened. At the same moment, Violetta again used the ability of her eyes. Mark noticed this and approximately noted the distance of 100 meters between them. When he again felt that terrifying feeling of the separation of the soul from the body, he realized that this distance was within the range of this ability. Violetta instantly moved towards him, intending to break his head with her blow. All this time, she did not stop the technique, not allowing Mark to budge. The next moment, there was a strong roar, raising a cloud of dust into the air. Thanks to Rio, Mark moved further and further, avoiding the enemy's devastating blows and measuring the distance. A few minutes later, the distance had already reached 3,000 meters. When the hero was about to teleport again, Violetta said that she was amazed at his endurance, since he was able to survive several consecutive cuts of his soul. Smiling widely, she admitted that she was terribly interested in finding out how much more he could stand, after which she rushed towards him. Rio managed to move them to a distance of 20,000 meters from Violetta. Mark immediately felt the energy pressing on him disappear, and he could finally move around calmly. Turning around, he looked into the distance and noticed Violetta approaching them. The hero realized that 20,000 meters was the limit of her ability. Having approached a sufficient distance, she again activated the ability of her eyes. Mark froze in place. Rio hurried to use teleportation to be out of the range of this terrifying ability. When they were again at a distance of 20,000 meters, Mark happily said that his guess was correct and her ability had limitations. Turning to Rio, he said that this time they must counterattack. Having caught up with Mark, Violetta again used the power of her eyes on him. However, he immediately disappeared as soon as he noticed her approach. She flew into a rage and, looking around, tried to determine where he was hiding this time. Mark was suddenly behind her, stabbing her in the stomach. He tried to strike her a few more times, but Violetta dodged all his attacks. When she got tired of this, she decided to take control of the situation and also attacked him, but Mark ducked, dodging her blow. Suddenly, Rio shouted that they were on the border of the holy ruins and they could not teleport further. At the same moment, Violetta raised her fist for a new attack. She struck the air with incredible speed. For a moment, it even seemed to Mark that she had grown a dozen more arms. The energy that escaped from her fist rushed towards the hero, in the form of several hundred fists. Watching the fists approaching them, Mark told Rio it was time to get out of here. Rio flew forward, preparing to use the teleportation technique once again. Mark stayed behind for backup. However, the teleportation did not work, and he grabbed the surprised Rio and pulled her towards him. Covering it with himself, Mark took several dozen strong blows. The blows were too fast and too strong for him to do anything. He suffered blow after blow. All this time, Mark was thinking that when using a skill, Rio concentrates on a certain point in space in order to move there. But these attacks distort space, which is why they were unable to move. Having assessed the state of his armor, covered with cracks, he assumed that a couple more seconds, and it would be completely destroyed. Kneeling down, breathing heavily, Mark told Rio he had an idea. After listening to him, the Phoenix immediately moved on to implementing the plan. Avoiding attacks, she rushed towards Violetta. Noticing her approach, she extended her palm forward to grab Rio. As soon as it was in her palm, Violetta said in a bored voice that the pet, like its owner, completely lacks originality. However, the next moment, Rio exhaled a powerful stream of flame directly into the woman's face. She screamed in terrible pain and grabbed her eyes, releasing a satisfied Rio from her palm. With her free hand, Violet resumed her attack. Avoiding the attacks, which had slowed down significantly, Mark quickly approached his opponent. He was glad that his plan had worked successfully, and now he had a chance to win. Approaching her, the hero shouted that now he would put an end to everything. Hearing his voice, Violetta removed her hand from her face and, overcoming the pain, opened her left eye as Mark's fist was rapidly approaching her face. Reacting quickly, she counterpunched, and the next moment their fists collided with each other. A strong shockwave tore the left sleeve, leaving severe burns on the hero's skin. As shadow bonds began to emerge from Violetta's armor, her face contorted in confusion. They quickly enveloped her entire body, rendering her unable to move. However, Violetta had enough strength to throw Mark aside and break these bonds. Looking at him with contempt, she said that he was a real idiot for trying to defeat her using such childish methods. The next moment, she raised her head up, concentrating her power. As she let out a piercing scream, the armor on her body disintegrated, flying in all directions. Mark rose to his feet and ran to a safe distance. As one of the fragments flew past him and Rio, Mark noticed that it was Violetta's armor. The next moment, a piece of armor flew into a huge cobblestone and left an impressive hole there, flowing further. Mark was dumbfounded with horror watching this picture. He turned around when Violetta's voice was heard behind him, who said that each piece of armor on her body weighed 10 tons. She explained that they only existed to limit her true destructive power. Smiling, Violetta said that now Mark would see all her strength. Mark shouted at Rio to immediately move them to a safe distance. However, Violetta was faster. Being near them in the blink of an eye, she punched Mark in the chin. While in the air, she beat him with pleasure. At some point, he finally managed to dodge the enemy's blow, and once on the ground, he made another attempt to escape. However, Violetta did not want to let him go so easily, throwing him another attack after him, which Mark dodged. Once, at a safe distance, he looked uncertainly at Rio, thinking that after Violetta took off her armor, her speed had increased greatly, and now she was moving almost at the speed of their teleportation. After activating the 3D space, he decided to move Rio there, ignoring her protests. The next moment, Violetta appeared in front of him with her fist raised to strike. From her blow, the hero flew away an impressive distance. Once airborne, he attempted to roll over to gain control of the situation. Violetta did not take her eyes off him. The next moment, she moved to Mark in one jerk. Approaching, she raised her fist for another blow, asking how he was now going to fight back, not even being able to teleport. Falling down, Mark looked at his opponent, desperately trying to come up with something. Putting force into her fist, Violetta accelerated her fall, overtaking him. Mark looked down where one of the pieces of her armor lay. He created shadow bonds that instantly appeared from under the armor. Making incredible efforts, they tried to lift the many-kilogram armor from the ground. A few moments later, they finally succeeded. At the same moment, Mark saw Violetta in front of him, dangerously close with a satisfied smile. Leaning back, he reached for the armor that the shadow bonds had thrown to him. A few moments later, he successfully grabbed it. As soon as he put the armor in front of him, Violetta's fist flew into it, crushing the iron underneath it. Dropping the armor from his hands, Mark flew down even faster after receiving the blow. His body was pressed deep into the concrete surface of the roof. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he thought that even if he now hides in three-dimensional space, he will not be able to disappear completely, because Violetta will be able to find a way to get to him, and if she gets into space itself, then Rio and Linda will endanger. As soon as he thought about it, he saw the girl's ashen flowing hair in front of him. Linda immediately used her ability, saying that she came to help him. Meanwhile, Violetta, still in the air, picked up a piece of her armor. Swinging, she threw it right at where our heroes were. Linda did her best to slow down the armor penetrating into space. However, he continued to fly straight at her without slowing down for a second, which caused a strong shock in the girl. Her eyes widened in horror when she realized that she would not have time to dodge. The next moment, the armor landed with a terrible crash, raising clouds of dust into the air. Landing on the roof of one of the houses, Violetta said that her time management ability is really quite good. If her level was higher, Linda might have been able to stop the armor, but due to the colossal difference in strength, these abilities do not affect her. Pointing towards Mark standing on the roof of a neighboring house, she said that Vincent should come up with something else. She was beginning to like watching him flutter in attempts to fight back. Linda supported the struggling hero, who for a few moments helped her avoid death and tearfully apologized, realizing that with her intervention, she had made everything even worse. Looking up at Violetta, Mark noticed that she was constantly talking about some Vincent and assumed that she had confused him with him because of the blood talent. If this was true, then this could be the key to victory. Turning to Linda, he said that he had a skill card that would allow her to use his wings. Immediately after using it, she must use her skill to interact with the clones. The next moment, a clone appeared behind Mark with his left arm torn off, and wings began to appear behind the girl's back. Clutching his chest, overcoming the pain, the hero said that they needed to buy just a couple of minutes of time so that he could recover a little. Violetta, standing to the side, was tired of waiting for action from the enemy, and taking a couple of steps forward, she said that it was time for them to end this protracted battle. Concentrating, Mark announced that he would create an explosion, using which Linda and his clone should get close to Violet. The next moment, as he said, the hero created a powerful explosion, sending clouds of smoke into the air. Violetta had to cover her eyes. Just at that moment, Linda and Mark's clone rushed past her from both sides. Turning around, Violetta rushed in pursuit of the girl. Meanwhile, Mark managed to hide inside the building on a flight of stairs and immediately used his self-healing ability, healing his serious wounds. While in the air, Linda used her ability on Violet, trying to slow her down. After healing his wounds, Mark began to actively absorb dragon blood spiritual fruits and eat restorative pills. Linda and his clone were successfully doing their job all this time, despite Violetta's words that due to the low level Linda's ability would not work on her. The girl still managed to slow her down a little. Meanwhile, Mark was trying to cope with the consequences of the rapidly increasing level of dragon blood in his body. Violetta approached Linda from behind, intending to remove the obstacle in her face. Freed from the influence of her ability, the Punisher attacked the clone. He was unable to dodge and was hit. Linda tried to intervene to save the situation. However, Violetta prevented her. Grabbing her face painfully, she smiled contentedly. The next moment, Violetta threw the girl down. She landed on the concrete roof, hitting the surface painfully. Soaring in the air, Violetta said that if Linda told her where her friend was, she would generously spare the girl from this torment. Linda didn't have time to respond when Mark appeared behind Violetta and struck her. The Punisher flew away an impressive distance. Landing on the roof, the hero picked up fragments from his wings, thinking with regret that he would no longer be able to fly. The next moment, he activated the second form of wind wings, and a mechanism consisting of fragments of broken wings began to assemble on his left hand. It only took a couple of seconds for the new mechanism to be completely assembled. Holding his left hand, Mark looked up at his opponent. Violetta, walking towards him, smiled, asking what the hero would show her this time. Mark slowly rose to his feet. He knew that the wings of the wind are an extremely powerful thing, but all this power is not released in the first form. But in the second, it can be released 100%. The next moment, the hero rushed towards his opponent. Approaching Violet, Mark attacked her with all his might, unleashing the power of his wind wings. She did not expect that the blow would be so strong that the hero would be able to move her from her place. When he pinned his opponent against the wall, forcing him to hit his back against it, it collapsed in an instant. Mark noticed with horror that the power of the wings was weakening too quickly. Holding back his fist, Violetta said that now this is more like a real fight, but this is still not enough. The next moment, she knocked Mark off his feet, forcing him to fall on his back. She didn't stop there and picked up a piece of armor lying nearby and threw it at the hero, pinning him to the floor. Immobilized Mark, he thought that his ribs were broken, and his energy was only restored by half. No matter how many dragon blood fruits he ate, he would never defeat the Punisher. She slowly approached him, not taking her eyes off the hero. Raising her foot, she wanted to deliver the final blow to finish him off. Using shadow bonds, Mark tried to throw the armor aside before Violet's foot crushed it. Suddenly, she laughed. The next moment, Violetta changed her mind and turned around sharply, walking in the opposite direction with sweeping steps. Having moved away to a sufficient distance, she turned around and, gathering all the strength in her fist, shouted that out of respect for him, she would give Mark a quick death. Immediately after these words, she made a swift dash, approaching the hero. Suddenly, Linda blocked her path. But even despite this, Violetta, thirsting for death, did not stop, approaching the girl standing in front of her with a bloodthirsty smile. With tears in her eyes, Linda apologized to Mark, saying that she only wanted to protect him, but it was her fault that he suffered even more. The next moment, Violet's fist pierced her chest. As the woman pulled her fist from her body, Linda began to slowly fall to the ground. Mark watched as if in slow motion as her soul left her body and rushed upward. He could hardly believe what was happening. When the image of the girl disappeared and Mark saw only her lifeless body, a furious cry burst from his chest. Violetta took a few steps back, watching as the hero's body was enveloped by a suddenly appearing golden whirlwind. She smiled contentedly, thinking that her labors had not been in vain and the spirit of the dragon had finally manifested itself. Mark slowly soared into the air, his hair in an instant grew and turned golden, and his nails turned into long claws. The golden whirlwind began to take on the shape of a beast, and the hero let out a furious roar. A few moments later, he opened his eyes. Behind him was a golden dragon. When Mark waved his palm, a powerful stream of wind rushed towards Violetta. But she didn't even move. She looked up with a satisfied expression on her face, thinking that Mark emanated a simply terrifying aura of greatness, almost like Vincent had then, but only a part had awakened, and the real Vincent had not yet awakened. Taking a step to the side to take an attacking position, Violetta thought that as long as this was enough for her, she would patiently wait for the moment of his complete awakening. Mark and Violet began to concentrate their power for the upcoming attack. The next moment, the hero rushed towards his opponent, accompanied by the furious roar of the dragon behind him. Violetta rushed to meet him. When only a few meters remained between them, Charlotte suddenly jumped out of the system window. She waved her hand towards Mark, freezing his time. Violetta, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, glared at the back of the girl's head. Turning around, Charlotte reminded her that the Punishers could not contact the challengers in an attempt to kill them, breaking the laws of heaven. After which she said that she would be obliged to report everything that happened here to the heavenly path. Violetta rolled her eyes and shrugged her shoulders and replied that it didn't matter to her, because she had already done everything she wanted here. With her hands folded across her chest, she began to slowly disappear. Thanks to today, she was convinced that this guy was Vincent. As soon as the test period for newcomers was over, she would definitely kill him. As soon as she disappeared, Mark's time began to move again. He reached the ground instantly, slamming his fist into the surface. The next moment, the entire ground beneath him began to crack deeply. The barrier and walls of the arena to which he was returned immediately began to collapse. Unable to withstand the powerful force of his blow, Mark himself slowly came to his senses, his hair returned to its previous length. A few moments later, all that was left of the arena were fragments of stones floating in the air. Standing on one of them and holding Linda's dead body in his arms, Mark listened to Shirley's words that he received 500,000 points for winning the Hunter game. She also added that, as compensation for what happened, he received the right to unlimited purchase of universal stones for the portal. But that was not all. To this was also added an artifact of the 7th rank, a divine sword, adding 2,000 to attack power, 200% to defense and recovery speed, as well as 100% to increasing the power of the 5 elements. In addition, this sword has an additional skill, Destruction of Skies. Mark also received level 6 armor, Dragon Armor, which adds 2,000 to protection, 100% resistance to 5 elements, and also has an additional skill, Dragon Experience. The hero accepted all the prizes due to him without saying a word. Raising his head and looking blankly at Charlotte, he asked who Violetta was. The girl was in no hurry to answer, looking at the guy with a searching gaze. A few moments later, she sighed heavily and replied that Violet was a demi-deity who came from the abode of the immortals, but was demoted in rank. That's all she could tell him at the moment. Looking at Linda's cold body, Mark replied that he would definitely return the favor and make her pay for everything she had done. Suddenly, he noticed how the girl's body began to slowly dissipate. Charlotte said that she belonged to one of the losing clans, so there is still a chance to make an extraction before she finally dies. Looking at his hands, where Linda was lying a moment ago, Mark just shook his head. Many fireflies rose into the sky, slowly disappearing from his field of vision. As Mark watched them go, he explained in a sad voice that he did not want to extract the dead. A few moments later, he used one of the received stones to teleport. Having chosen the desired location, he moved to the area of the big world number 618, and using the system, sent out offers to all village residents to join his village. After reading the details, many residents immediately accepted this offer, and when the opportunity to increase their level by doing regular work became available to them, they were even more happy, and Mark himself continued to visit other areas, attracting new residents. Sometime later, the system reported that the population of the Dragon Pool village had reached 15,395 people, and now the village could be upgraded to the 3rd level. As soon as the hero raised the level of his village, it was transformed into a city, and the system reported that the village of Dragon Pool took 1st place in the competition and received the highest award. Its residents received 1,000 stat points each, and the village chief received 2,000 in addition. Looking through information about his village, Mark learned that now there would be one department organized there, and for each of the 16 constituent villages, a separate department would be created. Turning to the robot, he asked to distribute the points he received: 10,000 points for strength, 10,000 for speed, and 10,000 each for energy and physical characteristics. In addition, Mark changed his equipment to the dragon armor he received, and now his combat power reached 1,200 stars, and his level reached 18. Sometime later, he returned to T's village. Walking past the rejoicing residents, Mark thought that he needed to find the head of the Shuan clan and tell him about Linda. Suddenly, almost after him, a shabby man appeared from the portal and reported that the system had not yet managed to build city systems, and the army of the Guardian clan was about to break through here, and also reported that Kane and others had already headed there. Hearing this, Mark stopped and his eyes widened in shock. He immediately headed to the battlefield. The hero could not let Linda's younger brother die. Residents looked after him with surprised faces, amazed at the speed with which Mark rushed past them. Meanwhile, a lively battle was going on a couple of kilometers from the village. The elders did not intervene in the battle themselves. They only observed everything from a safe distance and gave orders. The chief elder, Ivan, was completely indignant because a meeting of the defense forces was held in the Yuan clan, but their clan was not informed. The man was angry that everyone looked down on their clan, so he intended to destroy Mark in order to significantly increase the power and prestige of his clan. He shouted to the warriors to all go on the offensive and get rid of every enemy they had. The armed warriors followed the order of their master and rushed forward with furious cries. They were all intent on killing their opponent and bringing honor and glory to their clan. Kane, who led a group of volunteers from the Dragon Pool, also rushed forward, leading the others with him. Although they were in the minority, he was not afraid for a moment. Rapidly approaching the enemies, Kane was obliged to get rid of them and prevent them from entering the village. The next moment, 2 guardians rushed at him, raising their swords above their heads. Kane was not taken aback, and crouching on the ground, he attacked their legs and they immediately fell, losing their balance. Looking at this, the guy smiled contentedly. However, the next moment, a sudden kick attack flew at his head, which he was unable to dodge. At the same time, other residents also fought bravely, using various methods, weapons, hand-to-hand combat, and even various skills. Suddenly, the quicksand began to actively suck in all the inhabitants of the Dragon Pool village, causing bewilderment and horror in everyone. The guardian who used the earth control skill smiled contentedly, and then created many sand snakes that rushed towards the immobilized opponents. They immediately wrapped themselves around the necks of the residents and began to choke them, but they could not resist this in any way. In another part of the battlefield, dragons appeared in the sky, incinerating everything with their fire. Now the residents had to not only repel the attacks of the advancing enemy, but also make sure not to fall under the dragon's attack. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge gorilla appeared, growling furiously and randomly striking with its powerful paws. Just as the villagers thought that they urgently needed reinforcements, a purple lasso suddenly appeared and scattered a bunch of guardians, throwing them high into the air. At the same time, shadow bonds that appeared from the ground pulled the inhabitants out of the sand, saving them from death. Mark rushed across the field at incredible speed, using shadow bonds to attack a large number of enemies at once at several points. Looking around, he tried to find Kane but could not find him anywhere. The next moment, he created several ice arrows in his palm, after which he threw them behind the back of the guy standing opposite him. Noticing the arrows flying at him, he immediately dodged, not understanding what was happening. When he looked behind him, he saw that one of the Guardians had sneaked up behind him, but Mark had killed him. While fighting with two Guardians, the hero asked the guy where Cain was now. Mark immediately froze one of the opponents, after which he fought one-on-one with the remaining giant. At the same moment, Greg shouted out that Cain immediately rushed into the thick of it, and now it is not even known whether he is still alive. Having heard this, the hero shouted out for Greg to immediately tell everyone to get out of here, leaving everything to him. Having fought with the enemy, Greg was perplexed. He said that the enemy army numbered about 3,000 people, and the hero could not cope alone. Having dealt with the enemy, Mark immediately rushed further, looking after him. The shocked Greg was confused. Many Guardians began to die one after another at the hands of his elder. Using shadow bonds and iron spikes, Mark managed to quickly get rid of his opponents, while simultaneously searching for Cain. Suddenly, the Guardian ran straight at him, raising his fist, shrouded in a golden aura, to strike. With one movement, Mark turned the man into a frozen block of ice. Throwing another Guardian aside, the hero called Rio, deciding that the search for Cain would take too much time. Using the face of one of his opponents as a springboard, Mark jumped up. Summoning Hellfire, he shouted at Rio to fly further and try to find Cain. The Guardians below were immediately engulfed in flames, burning them alive. Noticing him, some hunters also took to the air and began to attack. Meanwhile, Rio flew forward, carefully looking around. She saw how Greg and the rest of the guys fought with their opponents, successfully destroying them. Having flown a little further, the people from the Shuan clan, Cain was also there. They were in serious danger. Returning to Mark, Rio told him that she had found Cain, who immediately asked to be taken to him. Cain, fighting back with all his strength, thought that there were too many opponents and he would not hold out for long. The hero who suddenly appeared behind him cut down the man standing opposite him, surprising Cain. When he turned around, he saw the village chief behind him and his face lit up with a happy smile. Looking at the smiling Cain, the face of a sadly smiling Linda with tears in her eyes involuntarily appeared before the hero's eyes. Turning away, he asked Rio to send everyone back to T Village. The next moment, everyone was in disbelief when the battlefield suddenly changed to a village they knew. Meanwhile, Mark was left alone with the army of Guardians. Ivan immediately gave the order to his men to kill the headman of the Dragonpool village standing in front of them, who was the contender. The Guardians immediately rushed forward. Mark remained in his place, watching the army approaching him. Flexing his fists, he said that since all his people were now safe, there was no need to hold back. Immediately after that, a golden dragon appeared behind him. As he rose into the sky, he let out a deafening roar. From this roar, the entire large army of Guardians was thrown back. The elders' faces contorted in horror. Ivan could not even move because of this terrifying, oppressive aura. Casting his gaze to the side, he noticed that even their main trump card, a beast with a combat power of 600 stars, was trembling with fear. When he looked forward again, his eyes widened in fear. The dragon behind Mark opened its mouth, forming a golden sphere of light that rapidly increased in size. A few moments later, along with the dragon's breath, this sphere flew to where the elders were. All the Guardians froze in place with their eyes wide open in horror, not believing in the reality of what was happening. However, the next moment, the sphere flew right over their heads, leaving a golden trail behind it. Ivan ordered his men to use combined skills to defend themselves. Fear showed on his face when he realized that the sphere was approaching him too quickly, and he would not have time to do anything. When the golden sphere sank to the ground where the man stood, he was burned alive, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the dragon released several more spheres, destroying the remnants of the enemy army. Terrifying explosions were heard where the spheres landed, drowning out many of the heartbreaking cries of pain of the Guardians. Some managed to escape only due to their speed. When the columns of dust cleared, there was no one else in front of Mark, and the system reported that he had killed the ruler of the Kui clan and received a token for the lands of the defeated clan. Afterwards, the system reported that the hero had killed 3,486 people, so he received 256,800 stat points and 4,252 experience points and reached level 20. Looking at the token in his hand, Mark thought that in the future he would need to establish a portal between T Village and the Kui clan so that all the residents could collect the spoils of war. Calling up the system window, he selected a location and clicked on button to return to the village. The next moment, he teleported back. As soon as he appeared, a smile began to appear on the faces of the residents. One of the guys raised the sword in his hands above his head, shouting that this was a weapon of the 5th rank and offered it to Mark. Other residents also brought various gifts for their headman. Looking at all this, the hero was confused. Turning around, he noticed the head of the Xuan clan standing to the side. Mark realized that Sean had already guessed what happened to his granddaughter. The surviving guardians reached the alliance of clans allied with them and reported what had happened, but they were not believed, answering that this was a very implausible joke. Frank objected that this was the absolute truth and said that the challenger used some special skill to kill everyone in a matter of moments. Everyone in the room listened carefully to the man when he said that their clan wanted to deal with Mark even earlier, before he reached the peak of his power, but in just one night, he became incredibly strong. Ye clan elder Han, who was at the first stage of the heavenly level, turned to the other elders, saying that if this is all really true, then the strength of this applicant is already comparable to that of a feather-level master of the heavenly level. The Mo clan elder, Flip, sitting next to him, objected that only 5 days had passed, and even a person from the large Chiliocosm could not achieve something like that. The elder of the Luo clan, Luke, like the others, who was at the first stage of the heavenly level, thoughtfully said that nothing is impossible in this world, and they should not underestimate this contender, because he has an assumption that this boy is even stronger than they can imagine. He explained that among the defeated were maters of the 9th stage of the earthly level and the 1st stage of the heavenly level, to defeat whom you need to make a lot of effort, especially since there were about 3,000 of them there. The elders listened to him carefully. Han suddenly had a hunch that this applicant must be at least at the 3rd stage of the heavenly level. He immediately hurried to voice this thought. The elders looked at each other when they realized the danger of the current situation. Khan cast an uncertain glance at the man sitting in the very center, who during this time had not said a word. The dark-haired man Han was looking at was an elder of the Yuan clan, the strongest among them because his strength was equal to a 3rd-tier heavenly level master. All this time, he did not interfere in the conversation, however, when the other elders started talking about how they needed to join forces and destroy this pretender. He grinned. Rising from his seat, he headed towards the exit, leaving a final word to the other elders that they were cowards for being afraid of some boy pretender. Under the puzzled looks of the elders, Killian approached the door and said that the Yuan clan would never unite with weaklings. When Han wanted to go after him, Luke intervened, saying that they shouldn't worry about it. It was normal for the Yuan clan to look down on everyone else, and they wouldn't be able to convince Killian. The reason for this was that he had the support of that being, which is why this clan became so arrogant. Sometime later, the long day gave way to evening. In the village of T, joyful laughter was heard everywhere. People rejoiced at the victory over their enemies and organized a real holiday in honor of this event. However, the atmosphere in Sean's house was not at all festive. A depressed darkness told the man about what had happened and how Linda gave her life protecting him. Sean was not surprised by this news. He immediately assumed something similar. He said that what happened was not Mark's fault. Linda was a warrior of the Xuan clan and died honorably defending her master, so he is proud of her. The hero understood perfectly well that not only Linda, but all members of the clan were ready to die for him. But this thought did not please him. Initially, he planned to take them to himself, only to increase the number of the village. But now, he is responsible for them. Thinking about this, he remembered how weak he was in the battle with the Punisher. Then he could only dodge and get hit. With his current strength, he is simply not able to protect his inhabitants. Sean suddenly approached him and asked if he knew the name Vincent. Hearing this name, Mark looked at the man in surprise. He handed him an old book, saying that in his clan this ancient book, Records of an Ancient Deity, is passed down from generation to generation, which he remembered after listening to the hero's story. This book told about the history of the appearance of the golden dragon, which is the progenitor dragon spewing golden flames, which managed to change the state of things with its own forces and drive away all the evil spirits from this world. It also said that after thousands of years, the golden dragon will return again and will dominate heaven and earth, and evil forces will again be defeated. Mark quickly studied the text of the book. Sean assumed that Violet was demoted and became the Punisher because of the progenitor dragon, although the fragments of the true spirit of the dragon were scattered after his death, but the possibility of his revival exists. The man made another assumption that due to the fact that Mark has skills similar to the progenitor dragon, Violetta mistook the hero for his reincarnation. She wants revenge, and therefore, using the identity of the Punisher, she controls the entire world. As soon as a strong contender appears, she immediately gets rid of him. Taking a deep breath, Sean said that what happened could not have been predicted. Mark closed the book, thinking that in the sacred ruins, Violet's combat power was about 1,000 stars. Recalling Charlotte's words that the Punisher's combat power was reduced to 1/10 during the rookie evaluation period, he guessed that Violet's true power should be equal to 10,000 stars. This meant that she must be at least at the 4th stage of the heavenly level, and if Mark could not reach the same level in 2 days, then the dragon pool would be destroyed. A tense silence hung in the room, each of them thinking about his own. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. This instantly attracted the hero's attention, tearing him out of the stream of his thoughts. Greg, who went inside, said in an excited voice that an enemy army was again approaching their village. Shadows could be seen rapidly approaching from afar. When they approached the walls of the village, the guards saw a large enemy army. Those who stood guard were horrified when they saw the numbers of their new enemy. Luke, who was walking ahead, stopped, signaling to his men by raising his palm up. They followed his example and also stopped, looking at the wall protecting the village. Smiling, Luke introduced himself and asked if the headman of the Dragonpool village was here. Mark, who appeared on the wall, carefully studied the enemy for several moments. Ignoring Luke's question, he asked what he needed. He immediately realized that the boy in front of him was the one he was looking for, and replied that he had come to take revenge for the previously destroyed clan. Opening his fan, Luke said that he was well aware of Mark's strength, so he prepared in advance, bringing with him an army of 10,000, which he definitely could not cope with. After a pause, the head of the Luo clan added that if they do start a war, then neither side will survive without losses, so he has a proposal. But Mark tensed. He didn't like it when someone tries to stall for time with empty talk. Meanwhile, Luke said that he was inviting Mark to fight only his 3 best people, and if the hero wins, he will take his people, and, forgetting about revenge, go home. Luke remained a winner in any of the options, even if his people lost, during which time he would be able to learn Mark's fighting style, which would then help him conduct a team battle more effectively. After thinking about this proposal, the hero replied that he did not want to waste time and told the 3 to come forward. Folding his fan, Luke replied that he did not even doubt his choice. The next moment, he spoke the names of those who should come out and fight Mark. Hearing his name, Marad just grinned contentedly, throwing the machine gun over his shoulder. When Luke took a few steps back, all 3 rushed towards the enemy. Mark also jumped off the wall, approaching his enemies. The girl began to create a magic circle as she walked. The next moment, a powerful stream of flame rushed towards the hero, but he was able to easily jump away. He had no time to counterattack because a second enemy attacked him, jumping into the air toward him. Mark ran his foot into the exposed fist of a man with brass knuckles on. The next moment, Rob flew to the side. Marat was watching Mark through the sight all this time, waiting for the right moment. When he was distracted by Rob, Marat pulled the trigger. However, the shadow bonds that appeared acted faster and disrupted the aim. That's why the bullet flew past. Mark grinned contentedly as he watched his opponent's reaction. The next moment, several more purple arms appeared and began to wrap around his body, immobilizing him. Rob attacked Mark again, turning his attention from Carl to himself. He was able to notice the enemy's fist flying at him in time and clenched his fist, delivering a counterblow, from which the spikes on Rob's brass knuckles broke in an instant. The man's eyes widened in horror. The next moment, the brass knuckles collapsed and Rob was thrown back. Alina, standing to the side, was desperately trying to figure out how she could stall for time. Just before departure, the three of them were called by the elders. They reported that the surviving members of the clan attacked this afternoon shared with them very interesting information that would be useful in battle. Khan said that Mark has at least 3 skills: flight, elemental control, and dragon attack. He said that he was telling them all this because the 3 of them had been found worthy to defeat this challenger. Looking at Marshall, Khan said that his skill could limit Mark's ability to fly. Turning his gaze to Alina, he said that her skill is very similar to the skill of controlling the applicant's elements, which strengthen each other when interacting, even if she cannot kill him. But Alina will definitely be able to detain him. The elder told Rob that he needed to wait for the moment when Marshall and Alina limited the movement of their enemy and strike the final decisive blow. Khan also warned them that the greatest threat to them is the dragon's attack, because they do not know how to resist it, so they must surpass him in strength and get rid of him before he summons the dragon. The next moment, he held out his palm with 3 golden pills and said that they would instantly double their strength twice if they ate these pills before the fight. Smiling, Khan said that the great clans would not forget their efforts. Once everything was completed, the 3 of them would become the youngest prefects in history. Hearing these words, a light lit up in the eyes of the guys. It was quite obvious that they would do anything to defeat their enemy. Rob attacked Mark again. He jumped back, and the ground under the man's fist began to crack deeply. Alice, who watched this, realized that the pills she had taken had finally begun to work. Having freed himself from the bonds, Marat again aimed at Mark, waiting for the right moment. He saw the guy having fun with Rob, beating him with a satisfied smile on his face. Throwing the robot aside, Mark disappeared from Marat's field of vision. The next moment, something flashed through his sight at high speed. Before he could understand what had happened, Marat fell to the ground with a sword blade stuck in his right eye. Alice shouted to Rob that she could detain Mark, and he should take the opportunity to attack. However, the next moment the hero found himself behind her and with a mockery in his voice said that they were too weak. This was not even enough for him to warm up. Alice's face showed animal horror and she began to slowly back away. The next moment Mark raised his hand up and clouds thickened in the sky, among which thunder was heard. The girl turned towards her comrades, shouting for help. However, no one had time to take a single step when she was struck by a powerful lightning strike. Mark immediately applied absorption to her and received a B-rank elemental control talent. The system tried to combine the elemental control talents, but it failed due to the absorbed talent being too low. Mark exhaled in disappointment as he read the system's message. Then he turned his gaze to Rob standing in front of him, who was struggling to cope with the fear of his enemy that overwhelmed him. In the end, he failed, and succumbing to fear, the man ran back as fast as he could, asking for help from the elder. As Luke watched, he couldn't believe that it only took Mark a couple of moments to defeat his most talented men, and he had a feeling that this young man wasn't even fighting at his full strength. His face showed bewilderment mixed with fear when the hero changed his stance. Mark put his left leg to the side, completely transferring his weight to his right, and clenched his right fist, concentrating his strength in it. As he punched the air, a powerful stream of flame erupted from his hand. The fiery fist overtook Rob in an instant. The next moment, there was an explosion. Everyone's faces were distorted in horror at what had happened. As the smoke began to clear, they saw Rob's headless body falling to his knees. Holding out his fan in front of him, Luke said that it was time for him to intervene in the game. Approaching the body of the man who had just died, Mark said that from the very beginning he suspected that Luke would not keep his promises. After applying the extraction to Rob, the hero smiled, saying that he was also not going to let his opponents go so easily. The next moment, many fireballs flew towards Mark. He turned to face his opponents and froze in place. When the fireballs were close enough, he took a deep breath. After that, he began hitting each of the balls with his bare hands at an incredibly high speed. The fireballs quickly flew back. No one could have expected something like this. So many fell from the balls that were returned to them. Watching his warriors die one after another, Luke thought that these were the necessary sacrifices to capture the village of Dragonpool. He decided to use his trump card, a skill that can be attributed to the divine. Only thanks to him, Luke remains on par with the strongest. Mark, who was fighting off the remaining fireballs, suddenly felt as if his body was paralyzed. The next moment, a terrifying explosion was heard. Having created a shield from his energy, the hero tried to move, but realized with horror that he could only move his head. The rest of his body was pierced by strange threads, paralyzing him. Mark grinned when he realized that these threads cling not to the flesh, but to the soul. This already reminded him of something. Luke shouted to his men that their enemy was now immobilized, and they needed to use this chance. Immediately after his words, many destructive attacks were directed towards the village wall. Residents became frightened when deep cracks began to appear along the wall. A few moments later, the wall was breached, and they realized. Meanwhile, Mark, freed from the effects of the paralyzing technique, attacked Luke, who had difficulty holding back his sword with his fan. He asked in bewilderment how the hero managed to free himself. Grinning, Mark asked if Luke really hoped that he would just reveal all his cards to him. After the battle with Violetta and her eye technique, the hero's soul has significantly hardened, and a couple of strings there will not be able to hold him back for long. Hearing explosions behind him, Luke noticed that his village was in full swing. The three leading clans had been planning this attack for a long time. According to the plan, while the pawns distract the village chief, his men use the Luo clan's stealth skill to destroy the wall from the rear and infiltrate the village. This way, the warriors will be able to mix with the locals, which will stop Mark from summoning the dragon. Mark swung his sword, intending to finish off his enemy. However, in the next moment, his sword sank to the ground under his feet, destroying the surface in the next couple of kilometers around. Immediately after this, Mark rushed towards his village. A malicious smile played on Luke's face. Everything went exactly as he thought. This guy is a responsible leader who immediately rushed to the aid of his subordinates as soon as their lives were in danger. Luke thought contentedly that all he had to do was wait until the challenger reached the village, then victory would be guaranteed to him. Watching Mark's retreating back, he looked forward to the moment when he would receive all the laurels and awards. Suddenly, the hero appeared in front of him, and putting the blade of his sword to his throat, said that Luke was just a terrible actor. The next moment, a blue flame flashed behind the collapsed wall of the village. Mark said that he had sent two creatures equal in strength to him to have fun with Luke's friends. The headman of the Luo clan was confused. He had not been informed that there were three beings with such monstrous power in this village. If this was really true, then he would never win. The next moment, he activated his skill again, and one of the threads stuck into Mark's bow holding the sword. Thinking that this would delay the hero, Luke turned around and ran as fast as he could from here, saving his life. Mark looked at the thread in his hand with interest, noticing that it was much stronger than the previous ones. However, this was not enough to stop him. Creating a hellish flame, he sent a powerful stream towards the fleeing Luke. He could not avoid this attack and fell dead. Approaching his corpse, Mark used extraction and received a new skill of the 8th level, the release of divine consciousness, the effect of which depended on the target. Mark looked at his hands in surprise, trying to understand what it meant when he said that the effect depended on the target. He decided not to rack his brains over it, but simply activated the skill by selecting a certain area, and the next moment the weapon in that area immediately flew up. In addition, extraction was carried out from all the corpses located in the area chosen by him. Mark smiled contentedly, looking at the tape in front of him, which is where the power of the skill lies. He guessed that if you change its shape, you can create threads that pierce the soul, and if you use this on an enemy, then perhaps he will be able to gain complete control over the enemy. The hero decided to check how far this ribbon can stretch. Pointing it towards the city, he could see everything that was happening there. One of his clones made short work of his enemies. Mark decided to help the clones a little by using his new skill on the enemies. When the coverage radius went beyond 30 kilometers, he was very surprised, and the thought even crossed his mind that this ability had no restrictions on the coverage of territories. Suddenly, a strong wind rose around. The next moment, the sound of approaching waves was heard. Residents did not understand what was happening when they felt the ground shaking under their feet. Mark stood opposite a giant wave, rapidly approaching him, towards which silhouettes of amazingly sized crabs could be seen. On the crest of the wave, he noticed a stranger with a small octopus on his shoulder. The next moment, the wave hit a wall that appeared from the ground. Killian looked down with interest. A high stone wall surrounded the village on all sides, preventing the water from flowing further. The villagers froze in horror when they saw a wall of earth suddenly grow. Captured, Philip shouted in bewilderment whether Killian was really going to warm his hands on someone else's victory. When the next moment, choice curses rained down towards the newly arrived elder Alicia standing nearby, covered Rio's ears. For a moment, Killian's face flashed with irritation. He replied that the powerful of the world should not mess around with the weak. Afterwards, he pointed towards the mark, telling his subordinate beasts that this was no ordinary person. He managed to awaken the power of heaven and earth and strengthen his techniques in just a couple of days and asked them to destroy the wall he created. Using the eye of true sight, Mark learned that Killian's combat power was not much different from his, only 1,800 stars. But even so, for some reason, he felt a lot of pressure, and the source of this pressure was very strange. Taking a closer look at the octopus on his shoulder, he suggested that he might be the source. Raising his head up, he noticed falling drops of water. He watched this in bewilderment, not understanding where the rain came from, however. The next moment he realized that the water was moving in the direction of Killian's servants. Their bellies began to rapidly increase in size as they absorbed water. Mark was surprised when he realized that these earth-level monsters were capable of drawing the power of heaven and earth for their own purposes. However, a few moments later, they emptied their bellies, directing a powerful stream of water to one point, and the hero realized that he had made a mistake in assessing their strength. Beasts of the heavenly level are capable of extracting the very essence of heaven and earth. Their power can reach 2,000 stars. Having merged into one point, the water took the shape of a huge hand. When it landed in the place where Mark stood, destroying his wall, the hero jumped up, avoiding the attack. Jumping onto this huge hand, he rolled down it. When he was close enough to his opponents, he jumped from his hand, raising his sword above his head. The next moment, he slashed his sword through the air, enhancing the attack with his energy release skill. The released energy instantly rushed towards his opponents. The animals watched with eyes wide open in horror as their comrade's head was separated from the body. The next moment, they suffered the same fate. When the gust of air cutting everything in its path overtook Killian, he simply put his palm out in front of him, stopping the attack. Mark watched this in bewilderment. Killian smiled, saying that the hero now has a very interesting expression on his face. Clenching his fist, he dispelled the attack aimed at him, saying that he had previously planned to give Mark a quick death, but he killed his subordinates. Therefore, he decided not to hold back and plunge the hero into the very real abyss of pain and suffering. The next moment, the water began to move, spinning like a whirlwind around him. At some point, she began to slowly penetrate his clothes. As soon as this happened, Mark felt his strength increase literally in an instant. His hands turned into water monsters that immediately rushed towards the hero. Dodging the attack, the hero saw that his strength became comparable to Violetta's. However, he is no longer the same as he was then. The next moment, swinging his sword, he cut the monster in half. Mark activated his second form of divine consciousness release, thinking that the abilities and rewards he received for defeating the Guardians had already made him strong enough to stand up to Violet. A few moments later, many threads appeared from the sky. They pierced the bodies of the water monsters, taking control of them. With a sadistic smile, Mark said that it was time to dance a little. Killian at this time was horrified, realizing that he could not get out. This skill reminded him greatly of the one possessed by the elder of the Law clan, but this one was many times stronger. Mark was pleased that his hypothesis was confirmed. He could control the captured victim like a puppet. Killian terribly did not like the expression on his face that this boy, who thought too much of himself, was looking at him. The next moment, the water monsters began to move, echoing the hero's movements. First, their bodies were tied in a bow. Afterwards, this bow was replaced by a tight knot. Killian was furious that he was dared to be controlled by some pathetic pretender who had not even been in this world for a week. He decided to release all his power, and the next moment, the small octopus latched onto the guy's neck, absorbing his strength. As he absorbed his power, the octopus increased in size. Mark watched this with disgust, trying to understand what was happening now. The fusion skill, or this, was the true essence of his opponent. A few moments later, a huge octopus tentacle emerged from the water. Then he himself appeared, completely consuming Killian's body. Looking up at us, he said that now he could destroy Mark and his village with just one movement. after which he asked if the hero had anything final to say. The hero looked attentively at the octopus. He felt that the pressure he exerted was many times stronger than that of Killian, but something about it did not give him peace. The next moment, scratching the back of his head, he excitedly asked how an octopus manages to talk if its mouth does not move. At his words, the animal went berserk. The head of a small octopus appeared under one of his eyes, and he shouted out in displeasure that if Mark wanted to anger him, then he succeeded very well, and now he would definitely make sure that the hero died the most painful death. Mark smiled contentedly and thanked his enemy for revealing his location himself and saving him from having to look for a needle in a haystack. These words made Killian even angrier. Shocked residents were numb with horror when a huge monster appeared outside the walls of their village. The bound Khan's face showed doom. As if hypnotized, he constantly repeated the words that now it's all over. This is the end of everything. When Philip, sitting next to him, asked what Khan was talking about, he looked at him and replied that they would all die. He reminded Philip of Luke's words that someone is behind Killian. In fact, behind him is just a terrifying creature that can turn a heavenly-level master into a demigod in an instant, and no matter how talented Mark is, he will never win demi-deity. Hearing such words about her master, Rio hit the man on the cheek with all her might. Afterwards, she froze in front of the elders and angrily shouted that they should not dare to doubt her master, because he would never lose. The beaten men were stunned by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Rio continued, saying that whether it was a celestial level or a semi-divine level, none of that mattered. Her master would be victorious no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Mark was rapidly approaching the octopus's body. He tried several times to attack the animal's tentacles, but they were too slippery and elastic, so every time he was about to strike, his sword immediately jumped to the side. Thinking about how to damage him, Mark came to the conclusion that there was a weak spot where Killian was sitting. He understood that it would be quite difficult to get there while his tentacles were everywhere. He began to go through various options and immediately rejected the ice storm, because seawater would be quite difficult to freeze, and the appearance of a dragon would cause huge waves that would immediately flood the entire village. In an instant, approaching the animal's muzzle, he decided to try the method that seemed to him the most effective. In an instant, clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by strong peals of thunder. The next moment, lightning struck the octopus. Having used this skill, Mark immediately moved away from the enemy to a safe distance, trying to understand whether it worked or not. Suddenly, Killian's voice was heard, who said that this attack gave him rather pleasant tingling sensations throughout his body. Rising from the water, he attacked Mark with one of his tentacles. Killian laughed maliciously, saying that at sea he was on his own territory and no one could defeat him here. The next moment, the hero was attacked again, and he thought that if everything continued like this, sooner or later he would simply die from exhaustion. When the octopus again wanted to strike him again, he blocked this attack with his sword, turning over all his most powerful skills in his head. Suddenly, a woman came to him. Turning towards the village, Mark called Rio. She instantly appeared next to him, and for a couple of seconds the hero was confused, not understanding where she got her new outfit. Remembering more important things, he said in a serious tone that he wanted to try soul fusion to take advantage of her power, but the catch was that he did not know how it would affect her in the future. There was a look of surprise on his face when Rio said he didn't have to continue. Touching his palm, she said with a smile on her face that she believed him and would always follow him, and would even give her life for him without the slightest regret. The next moment, a bright flash lit up the sky. Mark began to slowly transform, his hair turning a yellow-orange color and a phoenix mark appearing on his forehead. The octopus carefully watched the transforming enemy. A few moments later, among the clouds of smoke, he saw Mark in front of him, who had grown several times in size. With a satisfied grin, he said that it was rather unfair that they used to have such a huge difference in size. After these words, he immediately struck the enemy with a strong blow with his fist, but he defended himself with one of the tentacles. When Mark pulled his fist back, a huge burn was left on the tentacle. Noticing this, the octopus growled with rage, randomly striking the surface of the water with its tentacles. He shouted that he would not stand on ceremony with Mark and would simply strangle him. Immediately after this, its tentacles rushed towards the hero. He intercepted them, squeezing them in his palms. Smiling contentedly, Mark thanked his enemy for the opportunity he had been given, which he had no right not to use. The next moment, the flames surrounding him spread to the octopus's tentacles held by the hero. The animal's eyes widened in surprise and horror. He did not understand what kind of flame it was that had deprived him of 2 tentacles. However, it was not difficult for him to restore his lost limbs in a couple of moments. Mark wasn't surprised by this because he assumed that as long as the octopus was in the water, it could regenerate indefinitely. Therefore, he decided to simply dry up the sea by summoning hellfire. It quickly filled almost the entire space with lightning speed. Feeling the scalding hot air, the residents hurried to move as far away from the wall as possible. Watching everything from the porch of his house, Sean thought that this was truly a war of the gods, and Mark was not a bit inferior to Killian, who had been the leader of the Yuan clan for a millennium. Everyone admired the strength of their elder, rejoicing that such a strong person was on their side. Meanwhile, Mark struck the octopus's body with lightning-fast blows. He enjoyed beating his opponent to his heart's content. His final blow sent the octopus flying several meters back. A few moments later, he fell back into the water, sending a lot of splashes into the air. Mark was not going to stop there and immediately created water whirlwinds that immediately rushed towards the octopus. Every moment there were more and more of them, completely cutting off the routes of retreat. Suddenly, a huge fire phoenix dressed in armor appeared behind Mark. Mark smiled contentedly, noticing that his opponent was on his last legs. With a wave of his hand, the fiery phoenix rushed towards the octopus. A few moments later, fire and water collided with each other. The octopus, hiding under the water, joyfully thought that it had managed to avoid this blow. Mark rushed towards his opponent, intending to attack him again. Having approached a sufficient distance, he raised the sword above his head, enveloping its blade in flames. The next moment, he cut the octopus's body with one swing. Having dropped to the ground next to the enemy's corpse, Mark sighed with relief. Thinking that it was finally over, the system window that appeared reported that as a reward for victory, he received 5,200 stat points and 90,980 experience points. The hero immediately deactivated the fusion and began to rapidly transform back. Having returned to the form of a chick, Rio wearily said that it was quite dangerous, but fortunately, they managed to kill the enemy before he went through the stage of the final unification of souls. Mark smiled tenderly and stroked her. He thanked her for helping him. Activating the 3-dimensional space, he said that Rio had better go back there and regain his strength using the pills he made. Afterwards, he turned back to the dead body of his opponent, thinking that the power of demigods that can move mountains and dry up seas is truly impressive. But unfortunately for him, he can only have such power during a fusion. Pointing his palm at the octopus's body, Mark used extraction on it. A few moments later, the system reported that he had gained a new level 8 skill, Octopus Demigod. She also reported that the hero's skills were found to be compatible. After the merger, he received another new ability of the 8th level, Shadow Octopus. From the description of this skill, Mark learned that the Shadow Octopus hides in the darkness and stretches out its hands containing the power of a demigod at the request of the owner. The number of hands depends on the strength of the owner. As soon as he used the new skill, the hero immediately noticed how much the shadow he cast had increased. The next moment, fingertips slowly began to emerge from the ground. When the hand fully appeared, Mark was shocked by its size. He withdrew the technique, thinking that he had now used half of his power and was only able to summon one hand. Turning around, Mark headed towards the village, thinking that this skill would be best used in case of retreat. As soon as he was a sufficient distance away, the surviving Killian crawled out from under the octopus's carcass. He thought irritably that as soon as he returned to the god of beasts, he would definitely ask him to wash this village with blood. However, his dreams were not destined to come true, because the next moment he was crushed by a huge purple hand. Turning around, Mark grinned, saying that within 30 kilometers, no one and nothing could hide from his divine sense. Returning to the village, he immediately used soul-piercing threads on the captives, taking control of the elders. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he tried to count their memories. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing information that shocked him. At the same moment, the elders of the Yi and Mo clans fell dead. Turning around, Mark commanded that low-level residents kill captives in order to raise their level. but he himself thought that if the memory of these men does not lie and he manages to get that thing, he can bring Linda back. The next moment, the hero said that he would activate the full right of movement, so the teleportation array from their village would be able to connect with all the Guardian arrays, after which he asked to gather the strongest warriors, and his clone would go with them to take trophies from the battlefield. Having said this, Mark laid out all the tokens in front of him, activating the land contract, after which the system reported that he became the owner of the territories of the Ye, Mo, Luo, and Yuan clans. For expanding the territory, he received 2,500 stat points, and he also moved to a new level, and its strength became equal to 3,000 stars. The hero sadly thought that he was still very far from reaching the rating of 10,000 stars, so now he needs to go to the lair of the Yuan clan, where he can increase his characteristics by killing the remaining guardians. Rumors about the outstanding contender spread quite quickly, and they managed to reach all members of the Yuan clan. The monster standing at the portal interrupted his conversation with his friend, noticing out of the corner of his eye a glow emanating from the portal behind him. However, when he turned around, he saw no one and assumed that the portal might have broken. Mark quietly crept up behind them. He smashed their heads together with all his might. When the hero let them go, the bodies of the monsters fell dead, and he thought that the learned skill of the Mo clan turned out to be incredibly useful. Turning around, he activated the skill of releasing divine consciousness. With his help, Mark learned that there were almost 100,000 people here, of which there were 60,000 of the human level, 30,000 of the earthly level, and 10,000 of the heavenly level. He thought contentedly that if he killed them all, he would definitely move to a new level, and his combat power would reach 4,000 stars. As soon as he snapped his fingers, thousands of lives ended in an instant. Mark deactivated the stealth skill, and walking through the streets of the village, he received continuous messages from the system about the successful extraction, which was carried out automatically using the skill of releasing divine consciousness. Suddenly, a god-level mission window appeared in front of him, the goal of which was to kill 100,000 ferocious monsters and obtain the seal of the beast god. Mark brushed away this window and stopped after walking a few steps forward. In front of him were many bloodthirsty monsters. Looking at them, the hero said that a miracle capable of resurrecting Linda should be somewhere here. Remembering the contents of the task, he assumed that the number of ferocious beasts here was at least 100,000. Although it was a mission with a time limit of 24 hours, the hero was confident in his abilities. The next moment, he jumped high into the sky. The monsters opened their mouths, concentrating their power and preparing to attack. Mark stubbornly moved forward, making his way through them. Sometime later, he concluded that the monsters located here can be divided into 9 species, the first of which were voracious frogs. Next came the ape-like ones, which the hero dealt with just as easily. Having defeated them, he then came across winged snakes and phoenixes. This list also includes tigers, unicorns, and spiders. The last to complete the list were the golden crows. When fighting monsters, he immediately learned skills from them. Thus, he acquired several more new skills: Feather Arrow, Lucky, and Great Light. In addition, his level 4 Thunder Calamity skills had been upgraded to level 5-9 Heaven's Thunder Calamity. In the Temple of the Ancestors, which was guarded by animals for thousands of years, there was a coffin on a high altar. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin lifted and moved to the side. The man lying there slowly rose to a sitting position. Soaring into the air, he flew towards the guard standing nearby, saying that he could no longer feel the aura of the 9 beast emperors. He already knew that an intruder had entered his lands. Ernest guessed that this person must have at least a 3rd stage of the heavenly level if he was able to beat 9 emperors. The next moment, an ancient artifact materialized in front of him. Using the beast god seal, Ernest could create countless different beasts. When he activated the seal, many shadows slipped out of the hall. As they walked, these shadows transformed into animals. Having finished extracting the animals from the corpses, Mark spread hellish flames around, burning the bodies. Finding himself in the very center of the raging flames, he sank to the ground, deciding that first he needed to rest a little and regain his strength, and only then he would go to the god of beasts. Chewing the recovery pills, he called up the system window. He had managed to extract one very unusual B-rank talent, arbitrary skill fusion, and he wanted to test it. He chose level 2 armor and level 3 energy release skill to combine. Disappointment flashed across the hero's face when the system reported that the combination of skills had failed. Suddenly, another new skill caught his eye. Lucky, in the explanation it was written that the user's luck would increase significantly by 5 seconds. The recharge time was 1 hour. Mark decided to try combining the skills again, and choosing the skills Feathered Arrow of the 6th level and Pillar of Sunlight of the 7th level, he used the skill Lucky. The next moment, the system reported that the merger was successful, and he received a new skill, the 8th level Solar Arrow. Mark was very happy about this. Checking the system's information window about himself, he smiled contentedly. At the same moment, several animals jumped out from behind him. Mark managed to jump away in time, avoiding the surprise attack. Feeling strong energy from a tower nearby, he realized that the god of beasts had already woken up. Smiling contentedly, he looked at the monster attacking him. The next moment, he used the lightning disaster skill on him. When several more monsters appeared from behind the wall of fire, the hero decided to use the release of divine consciousness. He directed this skill towards the tower. Mark was going to use it to attack the god of beasts. However, this invasion did not go unnoticed by Ernest. Blood gushed from the hero's mouth as he felt that the god of beasts had interrupted his ability with his intervention. After analyzing what he saw, he assumed that that seal controls all these animals, in which case there is no point in him dealing with all of them. When 3 beasts simultaneously attacked Mark, he jumped into the air, avoiding the attack. He managed to cover the distance to the tower in one jump and fly into one of the windows, breaking the glass with his body. Thus, he entered the abode of the god of beasts. Using the Eye of True Sight, the hero saw that his opponent had a combat power of 6,500 stars. In addition, he had many A-rank elemental talents and a true dragon-rank talent. The next moment, the walls of the tower began to become covered with deep cracks. Mark took decisive steps towards Ernest, not paying attention to the stones falling down. All his thoughts were occupied with the fact that if his opponent was on the divine level, whose masters are capable of setting fire to the skies, boiling the sea, and changing the essence of things, then he would be difficult to deal with. But fortunately for him, the opponent was at a heavenly level. Watching the challenger approaching him, the god of beasts said that he felt from him the energy of many laws that control all the elements, and now he understands why the 9 kings could not cope with the hero. The next moment, new animals appeared from the slipping shadows. They immediately surrounded Mark. Without moving, the hero used his new skill, Solar Arrows. A seal began to appear under his feet, emitting a dazzling radiance. It spread around in an instant. As soon as all the animals were in the seal's area of effect, a wall of light began to form around them, not allowing anyone to escape from this trap. A few moments later, numerous shots were heard inside the resulting dome. With a wry smile on his face, Mark asked if the god of animals really didn't care if all his pets were dead. He answered in a calm voice that broken tools were useless to him. Ernest didn't take his eyes off Mark. In order to return back to the kingdom of the gods, he spent centuries conducting continuous experiments on people and animals, as a result of one of which he got an octopus with the power of a demigod. However, all this was not enough. If he really wanted to return, then he needed to get the body of the 9, and if he managed to get the body of this challenger, then he would finally be able to return. Mark tensed and took a defensive stance, watching the actions of the god of beasts. Suddenly, the seal in front of him glowed red. Behind the enemy, Mark noticed 3 spheres floating in the air. With the help of the Eye of True Vision, he learned that these were the essences of the patron spirits of the south. The white tiger and the phoenix screamed. Scalding currents of air began to emanate from his body. The unicorn stayed away. Protecting himself from the effects of the phoenix's power, Mark used the ice-brown skill and created an ice wall of many arrows. He decided that he would deal with the phoenix first, and then with everyone else. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. As soon as the phoenix approached him, Mark felt as if time around him had slowed down, and the speed of building the ice wall also noticeably decreased. Mark extended his palm forward using his shadow octopus skill. The octopus's paw slowly stretched towards the phoenix, and with his free hand the hero put his sword forward, realizing that the shadow octopus might simply not have time to stop the phoenix. The next moment the bird flew straight at his sword. The tiger, which had remained on the sidelines until this time, let out a furious roar and ran towards Mark. The hero managed to get out from under the body of the phoenix he killed. One of the octopus's tentacles blocked the tiger's path. However, he easily dealt with him and jumped straight at Mark. The hero managed to jump to the side at the last moment. Kneeling down, the hero tried to determine the source of the strange pressing energy that was greatly slowing down his movements and techniques. Looking up, he saw a unicorn hovering there from which a strange glow emanated. Mark realized that he was the source. The next moment, the hero saw that the phoenix he had killed had risen. Having created more tentacles, Mark rushed forward, realizing that these beasts would resurrect until he died, so he needed to get rid of all three in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the white tiger decided to launch a long-range attack. Swinging its clawed paw, it created many powerful gusts of wind, destroying everything in its path. Noticing a green glow rapidly approaching him, Mark looked to the side, checking what it was. The next moment, wings appeared behind him and he flew into the air, avoiding the attack. Having immobilized the tiger and phoenix with his tentacles, Mark rushed towards the unicorn. As he approached him, he realized that the beast had been motionless all this time due to the fact that the ability that slowed down time had been activated. Raising his sword to attack, the hero smiled contentedly. The next moment, the unicorn's body was cut to pieces. As soon as he got rid of it, he felt his speed return. Mark immediately rushed towards the god of beasts. Suddenly, a huge clawed hand of a monster appeared in front of him. Ernest said that, contrary to all his expectations, the hero never ceases to amaze him, and he wants to find out what else Mark is capable of. Lightning instantly appeared in the hero's hand. He attacked the huge hand to paralyze it for a few moments. As soon as he succeeded, Mark tore further. He smiled contentedly, thinking that a little more and the seal would be his. The beast god's face contorted in horror as he saw Mark approaching his seal. On the contrary, Mark's face showed confidence in his victory. The next moment, the eye on Ernest's chest began to suck the seal into itself. When the hero was about to grab her, his hand buried himself in the enemy's chest. Gripping the sword with both hands, he raised it above his head to strike, activating the sword's secondary skill, Heavenly Strike, and shouted that since the god of beasts did not want to give him the seal, he would have to rip open his stomach and tear out the seal from there. Ashton had already completely absorbed the beast god seal. The next moment, his body was engulfed in a radiance that instantly rushed high into the sky. Mark was thrown aside. Having flown with his back into one of the columns, he carefully looked at where his opponent was, trying to understand what had just happened. A few moments later, a huge silhouette of someone began to appear through the clouds of dust. With a wave of its paw, the monster scattered the dust around. Having discovered Mark, Ernest said that he would now show him his strongest form. The hero was amazed by the simply colossal size of the enemy. The next moment, the monster raised a clawed paw, which clearly belonged to a tiger, and began to concentrate energy there. The hero's face showed confusion. The next moment, he was surrounded by a wall of fire on three sides. The god of beasts said in a satisfied voice that Mark should like his next technique. Horror was reflected on the hero's face. He realized that he was completely immobilized. The next moment, Ernest waved his paw down. Immediately after this, clouds gathered in the sky and a silver chain with a sharp tip appeared from there. Mark immediately looked up. He realized with horror that he could not dodge this attack due to the fact that he was completely immobilized. The next moment, the chain rushed near him, tearing off one of his wings. The god of beasts smiled contentedly as he watched what was happening. Having regained the ability to move, Mark immediately activated regeneration, thinking with regret that his glider was now completely disabled. He realized that if he wanted to take control of the course of this battle, he could no longer be in a dangerous position and needed to go on the offensive. Looking at Mark approaching him, Ernest asked with mockery in his voice if he really wanted to play some more. The next moment, he swung the tiger's clawed paw, creating several powerful gusts of wind. Mark avoided all enemy attacks by jumping from side to side. Once close enough, he held the blade of his sword between his teeth and summoned a shadow octopus. The tentacles that appeared pulled two huge boulders out of the ground. Immediately after that, they rushed towards the beast god, attacking him. Mark covered his eyes with his hands from the dust flying towards him. Unfortunately for him, this attack had no effect and the tentacles disappeared. But Mark did not give up, and the next moment he used the ice storm skill. A huge block of ice, created from many ice arrows, instantly appeared in front of him. Still holding his sword in his teeth, he jumped onto the ice block. The next moment, several powerful streams of fire burst out of the ground, thanks to which Mark instantly managed to be on the same level with the enemy. He rose to his feet and swung his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. However, the god of beasts disappeared as soon as he took a step towards him. Mark froze in place with a look of bewilderment on his face. Moving behind the hero, Ernest raised his fist to attack. The unsuspecting Mark was unable to dodge such a sudden blow. He was immediately thrown down. Lying on the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness, Mark wondered if this was where he would meet his end. Looking at this, the god of beasts displeasedly shouted for the hero to stand up, because this was not all. The next moment, clouds thickened in the sky again, and a golden chain appeared from there. Mark began to actively think about how he could avoid this attack. At the last moment, he wrapped a tentacle around someone standing nearby and pulled himself to the side, saving his life. Once safe, the hero immediately activated regeneration, holding his previously wounded left hand. The paw of the god of beasts rushed towards Mark, who was hiding behind a column. Having attacked him, Ernest asked how long the hero intended to hide. Nothing could be changed by simply not wanting to acknowledge the obvious outcome of this battle. Mark managed to emerge from under the enemy's paw, jumping onto it. Climbing up to his forearm, he jumped, appearing in the face of the god of beasts with a sword raised above his head. As he swung, delivering a slashing attack, his opponent vanished into thin air once again. Having moved behind Mark, Ernest wanted to once again carry out his surprise attack from the rear. This time, the hero was ready for something like this, so he wasn't surprised at all. Turning around, he countered the attack with his leg. The next moment, the enemy's paw was thrown aside. Ernest couldn't let Mark go so easily and summoned the golden chain again. The hero looked up at the danger approaching him. The next moment, he extended his hand forward, summoning the shadow octopus. The tentacle instantly rushed towards the stone wall, wrapping itself around one of the sharp protrusions. Thanks to this, Mark managed to avoid the destructive attack of the chain. Fury flashed in the eyes of the animal god. The next moment, he attacked the hero with a paw belonging to a unicorn. Mark immediately dispelled the shadow octopus technique. Thanks to this, he managed to dodge the monster's paw in time. A few moments later, he sank back to the ground. The beast god shouted furiously that Mark was finished. Immediately after this, he raised his paws up and suddenly many tongues of flame erupted around him. The hero carefully watched what was happening, trying to predict what would happen next. The next moment, many golden chains simultaneously burst out from the flames. They all immediately rushed towards our hero. The next moment, they connected at one point where Mark stood. However, the hero managed to avoid the attack and was now running up the chains. The beast god watched his opponent carefully. Suddenly, Mark heard the sound of chains behind him and glanced sideways. He was pursued by dozens of chains, rapidly approaching their goal. The hero had to speed up. A few moments later, he simply jumped towards the monster's locked paws. The monster's face showed bewilderment. Mark was rapidly approaching his paws, and the chain inexorably followed him. Having dropped onto one of his paws, the hero stopped. He took a step back, and the chain rushed further without hitting him at all. As soon as it pierced through the closed labia of the god of beasts, Mark immediately jumped back. Ernest immediately fell on his side, and his eyes widened in horror when he realized that all the chains were rapidly approaching him. Using the shadow octopus, Mark wrapped his tentacle around one of the chains. Landing on her, he created a flame in his right hand. The next moment, he put his palm out in front of him, activating the Emperor Dragon skill. The golden dragon that appeared opened its mouth and exhaled a powerful stream of fire. This attack achieved its goal, and the monster fell dead. As soon as the fire went out, Mark saw the molten body of the god of beasts, taking the form of a cube. Seeing what his opponent had become, the hero's face frowned. Swinging his sword, he cut it, saying that it was simply disgusting. In the very center, he noticed a seal glowing red and approached it, studying it with an attentive gaze. The seal separated from the remains of the body of the previous owner and slowly flew up to Mark. When she was in his hand, a strange glow began to emanate from her. Mark felt as if he was being sucked inside. When he opened his eyes, he did not immediately understand where he was, only heard an unfamiliar voice calling him. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of him, surrounded by two golden dragons. Mark looked carefully at the stranger for several moments. He already had some guesses as to his identity, so he asked if this man was the same Vincent that Violetta so desperately wanted to find. Smiling, he replied that his name was indeed Vincent. Pointing to Mark, he said that the hero is also Vincent, because the same blood flows in them. He also added that Violetta is just a pawn who does not deserve his attention. In the future, Mark will have to face stronger enemies, so he needs grow up and become stronger as soon as possible. Vincent explained that the stronger a hero becomes, the more of his powers he can use. When Mark asked what enemies he was talking about and whether Vincent was talking about those involved in his death, surprise flashed in the man's eyes. Smiling, he put his palm out in front of him, saying that Mark shouldn't worry about that. The next moment, a powerful stream threw him back, and Vincent said that the flow of time here is very different from what is familiar in the outside world, so the hero needs to go before it is too late. Mark fell into a deep hole and could hardly hear the man's last words. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Rio's worried face in front of him. Taking a sitting position, the hero asked in surprise why she was here and what happened to the remaining guardians. The girl replied that everything had already been settled. She had been unsuccessfully trying to connect with him for a long time and found him only with the help of their mental connection. When he asked why she was looking for him, Rio replied that the Punisher was about to appear. Mark's eyes widened in shock when he realized that tomorrow had already arrived. Rio confirmed his guess, saying that he had not regained consciousness for a whole day. Looking up at the rapidly gathering clouds, he realized that Linda's resurrection would have to wait. Now he needed to return to the village as soon as possible in order to protect the inhabitants from the impending disaster. Meanwhile, all the residents gathered together, not taking their eyes off the sky. Sean calmed everyone down, saying that they have a chance to win, because all the residents have reached the 10th level. In addition, they have a reliable defender who will come to their aid. The next moment, everyone saw a pentagram appear in the bloody dawn sky. A golden ray of light emerged from it and fell to the ground. Immediately after this, the Punisher slowly began to emerge from the portal. It only took a couple of seconds for Violet to go through the portal completely. By this time, Mark had managed to return to the village. Looking at the enemy hovering in the air, he noticed that she also did not waste time and became much stronger. Suddenly, her voice rang out over the village like thunder, and she said that everyone who could not complete the beginner's task must accept punishment. Hearing this, some plunged into despair and sank to the ground, accepting the fact of their imminent death. Some, on the contrary, only clutched their weapons tighter, intending to protect their lives. The village was instantly engulfed in raging flames, taking the lives of its inhabitants with it. The system reported that the death toll in the first district was 57,000 people. Some used their abilities to stop the flames and save their comrades. Violetta's voice rang out again. She said that all the villages that did not have time to develop during the newcomer evaluation period would be destroyed. Those residents who decided to take refuge in their homes watched in horror as the roof and walls of their houses simply dissolved into thin air. Violetta put her palm out in front of her. Immediately after this, many portals appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Mark activated a shield over his village. The next moment, many fiery rays descended from the sky. The shield was broken literally in an instant by one of the rays. Many houses were destroyed. All this time, Mark stood at the village gate, watching everything. Looking up, he waved his hand, creating a technique to prevent the next attack on the village. The next moment, his power met the Punisher's fiery beam and a loud explosion was heard. Jumping into the air, Mark decisively headed towards Violetta. Having caught up with her, he immediately attacked, but she dodged his fist. Inflicting attack after attack, the hero gradually forced her closer to the ground. And then a few moments later, Violetta found herself on the ground as Mark swung for another blow. Smiling, she also concentrated the power in her fist, and the next moment their fists collided with each other. The force they exerted to oppose each other caused the ground within the nearest kilometer to crack. With a smile on her face, Punisher said that this is the first time Mark has seen her in her perfect form, and this will be more than enough to suppress that immature dragon contained within him. However, the next moment she was thrown aside by a tentacle that suddenly appeared. Violetta knelt down and helped herself with her hand, trying to slow down. Looking up, she asked in bewilderment how Mark managed to acquire a semi-divine level skill. Of course, there was no answer to her question. Instead, several more tentacles grew from the ground, surrounding her on all sides. Mark joined his palms together, hoping to kill his opponent with this technique. Immediately after this, the tentacles closed tightly, trapping Violet. But it was not possible to keep her there for long. As soon as she released her power, the tentacles scattered into small pieces. Looking at Mark, she said with irritation in her voice that even if he managed to get this power, it would not help him defeat her. Mark, who approached her, replied that he did not want to defeat her but to kill her. Immediately after these words, he struck her with a powerful blow to the head. Violetta flew high into the air. In one jump, the hero overtook her, preparing to attack again. Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on Violetta's face. The next moment, her mask opened and the hero's gaze revealed 4 pairs of eyes looking at him. Mark immediately felt a colossal pressure that paralyzed his entire body. Violetta descended back to Earth. The hero, frozen in the air, watched her in horror. A few moments later, Violetta emerged from the clouds of dust with a pebble in her hand. Throwing it in the air, she said that this is the second form of her demonic eye. Now she has no restrictions on the radius of action, and she can stop absolutely everything in this world. Immediately after these words, she threw a pebble at Mark. Mark realized with horror that he would not be able to dodge the stone flying at him. When the rock hit his stomach, his eyes widened in shock and pain. Smiling contentedly, Violetta said that he had overestimated his strength, after which she straightened the fallen strand of her golden hair. Suddenly, Mark's body began to dissolve into thin air, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Violet was shocked when she realized that she had killed a clone. The real Mark reached out of the ground and grabbed his opponent's ankles. The next moment, there was a strong explosion and a huge column of dust rose from the ground. Mark managed to drag Violetta underground. He immediately activated the Divine Consciousness Release skill. Thus, for some time, they descended deep underground along a previously created tunnel. With each new turn, Violetta hit her head on solid ledges. She tried to take control of the situation by activating the magic gaze shot, but each new blow took away her eye, and she could not activate this technique. Suddenly, Mark stopped and threw her down. Violetta continued to fall into the abyss until she reached the bottom of this bottomless pit. The hero landed after her. Rising to his feet, he said that her abilities would be useless where there was no fiery light, which is why he specially dug this arena for their final battle. Standing in front of him, Violet asked with a smirk if he really thought he could defeat her just by relying on that. Mark replied that of course not, after which he put his palm with the seal in front of him and activated the power of the god of...
Я иду вперед, напрягая цели, знаю, как светлый взгляд. Достигаю высот, без границ. Каждый день это новый бит, словно гром, разрываю тишину. Каждое мгновение ценю. В моем сердце огонь не угас, ведь я знаю, что весь мир для нас. All in one, я в игре, словно звезда на экране. All in one, жизнь как мечта, я в ней главный герой, да-да. All in one, свет в глазах, лечу к мечте, словно в облаках. All in one, весь мир мой, иду вперед с открытой душой. Время идет, не стоим на месте, мы все здесь, на одной орбите. Каждый миг это шанс, бери, вместе с нами к мечте лети. Я не боюсь новых высот, мир в руках, мой полет. Все, что хочу, достижимо, жизнь моя непобедима. Моя дорога полна огней, с каждым шагом я сильней. С верой сердца, в душе огонь, я иду вперед, не стой на месте, бро. All in one, я в игре, словно звезда на экране. All in one, жизнь как мечта, я в ней главный герой, да-да. All in one, свет в глазах, лечу к мечте, словно в облаках. All in one, весь мир мой, иду вперед с открытой душой. All in one, моя жизнь, каждый день новый приз.
she began to rush from side to side, avoiding the endless attacks of the enemy. Suddenly, tentacles wrapped around her arms and legs, preventing her from moving. Mark, who appeared next to her at the same moment, hit her in the face with all his might, shouting out what kind of death Linda was. Violetta was stunned by the force with which she was hit. Suddenly, the hero cupped her face in his hands. With a look full of hatred, he said that he had long dreamed of doing this. The next moment, he tore the feathers forming the mask from her face. As soon as he did this, Violet's heartbreaking cry of pain was immediately heard. Without taking his eyes off her, Mark said that he wanted to see the true face of his opponent during the battle. Throwing the plumage to the side, he sank as close to the ground as possible, saying that now everything will be over. Immediately after these words, he hit Violetta with all his might. She immediately flew upward, breaking through the ceiling with her body. A few moments later, she flew to the surface, and immediately fell to the ground with a roar. Violetta showed no signs of life, lying motionless on the ground. Mark, approaching her, said that he would not have tormented her so much if at that time she had only mocked him, but his comrade was killed, so she is now paying for it. In the next moment, he summoned the golden dragon, showing her the power that Violet had been chasing all this time. The next moment, golden flames engulfed her body, burning her alive. Mark watched this with an indifferent expression on his face as a robot appeared next to him, informing him that the Dragonpool village had resisted the punishment and destroyed the Guardian, and the hero's reward would be counted in the coming moments. When the robot wanted to say something else, Mark glanced at him and he immediately cowered in fear. Turning back to Violet's burning corpse, he activated the extraction skill. A few moments later, the system reported that the extraction had resulted in a divine essence. Mark immediately retrieved the seal of the beast god and began to resurrect Linda. Several incredibly long moments later, the pentagram began to glow and expand, and the divine essence and seal were enveloped in golden light. The tense atmosphere around Mark was visible even to the naked eye. The beast god seal began to merge with the divine essence. A few moments later, Linda's body began to appear in their place. Mark watched the resurrection process in disbelief. When everything was completed, the pentagram disappeared and the girl began to fall down. Mark got scared watching this picture. Therefore, activating his wings, he took off and caught the unconscious Linda. Having dropped to the ground, the hero called the girl's name in an excited voice, trying to bring her to consciousness. However, no matter how much he shouted her name, she did not wake up. Turning to the robot, Mark asked in bewilderment why Linda did not open her eyes. The robot explained that in the memory of the person he killed, the hero found an incomplete method of resurrection. The seal of the god of beasts can call upon the soul of the deceased, and his bone marrow can reconstruct the body. However, it is quite difficult to cross the border between life and death. Linda needs help in this. Only after that she can be fully revived. When Mark asked what was needed for this, the robot replied that he needed the divine pearl of Nirvana. The hero immediately asked where it could be found. The robot said that according to legend, this pearl is the greatest treasure of the Fire Spirit tribe. The robot also added that upon completion of the newcomer testing mission, all restrictions will be lifted, and Mark will be able to find this tribe. A little later, the hero returned to his village and organized a meeting at which he said that now all restrictions have been lifted, but they do not know what the situation is outside, so he appointed people who will stay here and protect the village, and people who will form a detachment and go explore the entire first area. Suddenly, one of the men raised his hand and asked if the work of mining and lumbering should be delegated to others. Faced with incomprehensible glances, he explained that in the entire district, not a single village except theirs had survived heavenly punishment. Therefore, it will be very difficult for people who have lost their home to survive in the wild. The village could provide these people with shelter in exchange for their labor, and the villagers can engage in hunting and leveling up. Everyone liked this idea. Smiling, Mark praised him and put him in charge. Afterwards, the hero said that he would need to leave the village for a while to study the situation in other areas, and after he was convinced that it was safe there, he would allow the residents to go there. Looking at them, he said that at this time they should take care of the tasks assigned to them. He set a new goal for everyone: victory in the next War of the Worlds. Having finished the meeting, Mark immediately went to the teleporter and, applying the stone, named the location he wanted to go to. The next moment, the circle under the hero's feet shone, and the system reported that a search was underway for the location of the Fire Spirit tribe. However, the next message from the system left Mark confused. Due to the fact that the system was unable to obtain permission to teleport, the hero will be sent to the Temple of the Thousand Directions of the region 1257. Disappearing into the portal, Mark thoughtfully scratched the back of his head. Not far from the temple where the system sent our hero there was a spacious forest filled with various inhabitants. One such animal found a fruit in the grass and leisurely ate it. Suddenly he heard someone approaching him, causing the baby to get scared and drop his treat from his paws. Turning around, he saw a huge lizard ready to devour him. The orc walking next to the lizard immediately reined in his pet. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure appeared ahead. The orc immediately realized that this was an applicant from another area. As Mark walked past them, Duke realized that he was incredibly strong because he couldn't even sense his presence. He was happy about this because if he killed this guy, he would get a lot of useful things. Suddenly, Max stopped, grabbing one of the bars of the cage that the orcs were transporting. Taking advantage of the moment, they attacked the hero from behind, who, without turning around, activated three-dimensional space. The next moment, a sword appeared in his hand. He swung his sword around, saying that trafficking in women is illegal. With this blow, he not only got rid of the monsters, but also cut the wooden cage in which the young girl was kept. She covered her mouth with her hands, holding back her screams as the lizard in front of her collapsed dead on the ground. Suddenly, Mark turned to her, saying that he wanted to ask something. She immediately turned her frightened gaze to the guy. Mark was about to ask his question when a girl appeared on the giant mushroom under which he was standing, and releasing an arrow, demanded that he release her sister. The hero's gaze immediately changed, showing a clear intention to kill the enemy. Patricia noticed this immediately, and when he turned towards her sister, she tried to stop him. However, due to her clumsiness, she only pushed him towards the arrow. Having pulled out an arrow from his armor, Mark looked at the girl hanging on his waist and asked irritably whether this is really how they should thank their savior. A few moments later, Mark, sitting on the cut stem of a huge mushroom, listened to the apology of the girl, who turned out to be the princess of the Phoenix Clan, and the girl standing next to her was her sister, who mistook the hero for one of the Kingu clan who kidnapped her sister. When Mark asked if their temple was the guardian of this place, Patricia actively waved her hands, saying that it was not. She explained that the Phoenix clan was abandoned by heaven long ago, so they are neither guardians nor applicants. After listening to her, he asked if she knew where the Fire Spirit tribe was. The sisters exchanged surprised glances. Turning her gaze back to Mark, Patricia replied that if he was looking for guardians from District 1257, then he was too late. When the girl said that they were all destroyed by the King clan, Mark's face showed bewilderment. She said that in each region there are usually from 5 to 10 clans of guardians who function independently, holding each other back. But 1,000 years ago, a new clan called the Kingu appeared in the region of 1257. In a fairly short time, he absorbed the remaining guardian clans, subjugating the entire region. She then said that a week ago, when new applicants arrived, the Kingu clan learned about the location of the remaining villages, so after the Punisher left, they began to personally exterminate the applicants. Mark, with surprise in his voice, asked how the Phoenix clan managed to survive. Ignoring her sister's alarmed look, Patricia replied that their clan was hidden from the outside world and protected by magical law, so for 1,000 years they managed to hide their existence. But in the end, they were discovered by Kingu, and she and her sister were the only survivors of the clan. After listening to the girl's story, Mark became very interested in this clan. He assumed that the Kingu clan had all the treasures of the clans it conquered, and therefore the divine pearl should be among them. Standing up and activating the seal of the King of Beasts, Mark asked the sisters to tell him everything they knew about this clan. Suddenly, several monsters came into the clearing. The girls froze in horror, but the hero said that they should not worry. He would deal with them. Sometime later, they reached the city where the Kingu clan settled. Taking on the appearance of an orc and a lizard killed by the hero, they entered unhindered. Suddenly, Patricia noticed that someone was following them. The next moment, the pursuing orc came around the corner, asking what area they were from, and asked to see their identification tags. Using the shadow octopus, Mark got rid of this orc and his friends without attracting too much noise. The whole situation with this clan seemed too strange to the hero. The orcs were not that strong, but they somehow managed to kill all the guardians and challengers in the area. Sighing, Mark moved on. They continued on their way and carefully looked around, and the hero thought that the circulating pills that he bought from Charlotte turned out to be really very effective. All this time, they were watched by one pair of attentive eyes. Nick immediately identified our heroes as outsiders. The next moment, the seal underneath them suddenly activated. Immediately after this, a purple beam descended from the sky on them. Nick grinned, thinking that these strangers were quite interesting. As soon as the columns of dust cleared, tentacles appeared, covering our heroes. When Mark recalled the octopus, Patricia thanked him for saving them again. The hero did not answer anything, not taking his eyes off the enemy. The next moment, Nick's voice was heard, and Patricia only now paid attention to him. After analyzing Mark's ability, the orc said that it is suitable for both attack and defense. Such an Earth-level attack can stop even a Ninth-Order Yang destruction formation, after which he said that the hero can join their clan if he gives him the princess. However, in the next moment, his face distorted in bewilderment. Mark, who found himself behind him, put the blade of his sword to his throat and said that he had a better proposal. If he does not want to die, then the orc must obey him. Looking sideways at where the hero had been a moment ago, Nick thought that this guy was unusually fast. Turning his head in his direction, the orc with a smile on his face said that Mark should not be in such a hurry. He is the young master of the King clan, and can give him even more than the hero could wish for. Hearing his words, Patricia shouted that this orc should not be trusted, because he provoked a huge number of guardians to go against each other. Without reacting to her words, Nick asked if Mark liked women. Without waiting for his answer, he said that he personally did not, because they made too much noise. The next moment, his hand, tied to his body with chains, was disconnected from his body. She quickly walked towards the girls. Patricia stepped forward, shielding her sister. The princess closed her eyes, preparing for the fact that she was about to be hit, however. This did not happen. As soon as the brush reached her, she fell limply to the ground. At the same moment, Nick's severed head landed not far from her. Mark got rid of the enemy without hesitation. However, this attack did not kill the orc, and he remained alive. The hero was not surprised by this. He had already faced immortal opponents more than once. Nick smiled contentedly without taking his eyes off Mark. The next moment, many tentacles, similar to the tentacles of an octopus, began to grow from his head at a frantic speed. Many tentacles also appeared from the neck in an instant, at the sight of which Mark winced in distaste at the sight of it. A few moments later, the tentacles of the torso began to intertwine with the tentacles growing from the severed head of the orc. Meanwhile, Nick said that he liked Mark more and more and promised to make him his confidant if the hero joins him. When the orc's head returned to its place, Mark asked if he knew anything about the Pearl of Nirvana. He turned to the hero and, holding out his hand, said that if he followed him, he would give Mark this trinket. When the hero accepted Nick's hand and agreed to this proposal, the faces of the girls standing below were distorted with horror. Smiling, the orc said that he is always generous towards those who can benefit him. The next moment, his smile became more gloating, and he activated the Thunderflame skill in his hand. Thinking that this kid was too naive, people from the Kingu clan would never cooperate with outsiders. Mark didn't even wince when powerful electrical discharges began to pass through his hand. The next moment, an octopus tentacle appeared from behind him and threw Nick off the roof. As soon as the orc was on the ground, 3 more tentacles pinned him to the ground. Watching how his tentacles carved up the enemy, Mark said that he was very interested in Nick's ability to revive and he really wanted to get it. When the orc said something barely audible, the hero leaned closer to better hear his words. However, in the next moment, Mark's face was distorted with bewilderment when Nick shouted, calling his father for help. Patricia, who ran up to the hero, said that they needed to leave as soon as possible, because now the head of the clan would appear here. A few moments later, the hero turned around as Nick was glad that his father had come to save him and extended his hand in his direction. The next moment, powerful gusts of wind picked up the orc, lifting him from the ground. Above them was a powerful whirlwind that sucked the orc into itself. Nick's face was distorted with horror, and with a plea in his voice, he asked his father to have mercy not to do this. However, his father did not heed his prayers, and his body was quickly swallowed up by a whirlwind. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice said that the disobedient son would be reborn again, but in the body of his father. As soon as Nick was completely absorbed, the vortex immediately disappeared, and our heroes saw a four-armed orc in a robe soaring in the sky. Mark looked at him with a searching gaze, while Patricia sank to the ground, feeling the terrifying pressure coming from the head of the King clan. Suddenly, Simon turned to the hero, saying that he had already heard a lot about him and invited him to transfer his place as head of the clan to Mark if he could defeat him. The hero was suspicious of this proposal and asked why he should believe him, because just a couple of moments ago Nick had already tried to deceive him. The orc was silent for several moments, considering his answer, after which, in front of all his people who came to the square, he gave his word, swearing on behalf of all members of the Kingu clan. Patricia shouted that Mark should not agree to this, because this orc was at the level of a deity, and there was no way he could defeat him. Ignoring her words and summoning a shadow octopus along with a phoenix, the hero replied that he accepted this challenge. The orc patiently watched the hero's transformation. A few moments later, the hero appeared before him in a new form. Smiling broadly, the orc said that combining 3 semi-divine level abilities into one ability is quite a risky step. You need to be either crazy or a genius to decide on this. Having attacked the enemy with a tentacle engulfed in flames, Mark replied that now they would check who he really was. The orc also did not hesitate and created a green sphere. The next moment, a powerful green beam attacked the tentacle. But he did not limit himself to one tentacle. Like a laser, the beam passed throughout the city, attacking the remaining tentacles. Mark, who watched this, was surprised at how calmly his enemy destroyed his city. In addition, the clan members themselves seemed very strange to him. Everything around was engulfed in fire, but no one even moved. The thought even flashed through his mind that these might not be real clan members, but dolls. He didn't understand at all what was happening here, and he didn't like it very much. When he clenched his fist, the tentacles repeated the movement behind him, curling into a huge ball engulfed in flames. The next moment, he waved his hand as if throwing something. The ball immediately flew towards the orc. He did nothing, but simply watched the ball of tentacles rapidly approaching him. At the very last moment, his eyes flashed dangerously. The ball was instantly cut into 2 halves, barely reaching the orc. Mark was rushing towards his opponent when a wave of air blade flew towards him, which he did not have time to dodge. The next moment, an explosion was heard in the air. Patricia's face, holding her sister close, showed horror. The next moment, Mark realized that he had returned to the past. As the hero had foreseen, a few moments later, the air blade cut the tentacles in half. The remaining tentacle pulled Mark aside. However, this attack managed to graze him, leaving a deep cut on his right arm. But the hero immediately healed this wound, rejoicing that he had previously used the Eye of the Future, which allows him to see the near future. When the orc said that Mark has a very useful ability that allows him to see the future, the hero was horrified, thinking that his opponent was reading his thoughts, watching his reaction. The orc replied that the more he lives, the wiser he becomes, and he cannot read the thoughts of others at all necessary to understand what they are thinking. The next moment, he squeezed the divine consciousness release skill ribbon that had enveloped him, saying that the hero should not use this ability by interfering with his affairs. Due to the sudden interruption of his ability, Mark immediately felt the impact, and his mouth was filled with the taste of his own blood. Meanwhile, the orc continued, saying that the first stage of testing was over, and now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. The next moment, he flapped his huge wings, and many golden rays rained down from them. They quickly descended on the city, attacking Mark. But he dodged them quite easily, floating in the air. Suddenly, one of the beams enveloped the tentacle. Mark froze in place, feeling his strength begin to drain. Turning around, he saw that the orc had grabbed his octopus and his powers were being absorbed by these rays. Mark immediately approached the octopus. The next moment, he cut his body, breaking the connection between them. Immediately after, he used a feathered arrow formation, exposing a protective dome over the city. The orc attacked again, and a powerful green beam rushed into the center of the dome created by Mark. Not even a couple of moments passed before it was broken through, letting the beam inside. At some point, the orc's attacks became more intense. Dodging one of them, Mark tried to understand where his opponent gets the strength for such powerful attacks that must consume a huge amount of energy. Suddenly, one of the beams wrapped around his leg. Mark didn't have time to do anything before his entire body was enveloped in rays, turning him into a doll. When the hero opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was in a strange place, suspended upside down. Looking around, he saw many orcs. Looking at their withered faces, Mark realized that the head of the clan was using his own people to feed himself. He began to sway from side to side, trying to figure out how to get out of these bonds. However, the more he swayed, the more the bonds squeezed him, causing the hero to cry out in pain. At the same time, the orc switched to Patricia. He asked her to give him an ancient relic of her clan. From her face, the head of the clan realized that she would not give him this thing so easily, and said that if he did not receive the relic, he would have to kill the girl standing next to her. The girl whispered to her sister that she had put her mark on Mark, and in a moment she would move to him, but before they returned back, they needed to stall for time. Taking a step forward, Patricia began to make seals, shouting that the orc did not deserve to receive this divine artifact. The curse placed on him was his fate, and he would never get rid of it. Her words angered Okra. He decided that there was no longer any point in standing on ceremony with her and waved his palm. The next moment the orc attacked the girl, however, she had already moved to our hero. Climbing onto the roof of the house, Alexa jumped straight at the orc, aiming her bow at his left eye. At the same time, Mark did not stop his attempts to get out of the cocoon. He was surprised when Patricia suddenly appeared in front of him. Having created a light flame in her palm, she ran it across the cocoon, freeing the hero. A few moments later, most of the cocoon was destroyed and Mark managed to get out. He thanked the girl for her help. However, she excitedly said that now was not the time for thanks and asked him to use her. The hero's face reflected true bewilderment. Meanwhile, Alexa fought with all her might against a much larger opponent. Towering over the girl lying on the ground, the orc asked where the princess had gone. However, he did not have time to get an answer to his question. Suddenly, his body was cut in half. Mark managed to break out with the help of a bow, which Patricia turned into. Having flown to a safe distance, he turned around, looking at the chopped body of his enemy. Suddenly, the orc let out a heart-rending roar. All the orcs in the city immediately rushed towards him. Their bodies were sucked into a dark purple vortex. A few moments later, a huge monster emerged from the vortex. It immediately rushed at the hero, opening its mouth. However, Mark managed to jump away, avoiding the enemy's attack. The next moment, he raised his bow, aiming for the monster's chest. He did not have time to dodge, and his body was pierced through by a golden arrow. Wasting no time, Mark grabbed his opponent by the tail. He began to spin the monster's body with all his might, rapidly picking up speed. Sometime later, he released his opponent's tail from his hands, throwing him to the side. Such an attack did not harm the monster much, and a moment later he again appeared before the hero. Suddenly, many tormented faces of the orcs that had been consumed by him began to appear on his back. Opening their mouths, they all simultaneously released many fiery rays, incinerating everything around them. Dodging the rays, Mark took 8 arrows at once and aimed at the monster. Finding the right moment, he fired, enveloping the arrows in his flame. All the arrows hit the target, causing the monster to roar furiously. When the arrows dissipated, severe burns were visible on the monster's back. The immobilized enemy collapsed to the ground. Mark did not take his eyes off him, trying to understand whether the monster was dead or not. Suddenly, his huge tail suddenly appeared in front of the hero. The next moment, an explosion was heard in the air. After firing a bow, Mark said that it was too stupid to try to carry out a sneak attack with such a huge body. The monster bared its teeth in displeasure after his words. The next moment, it opened its mouth wide, creating a purple sphere. Mark watched the rapidly expanding sphere. He understood perfectly well that his enemy had absorbed all members of the clan at once, and that he no longer had potential sources to replenish his energy. Mark decided to take a risk and aimed his bow at the monster again. After waiting a couple of seconds, he fired, putting all his power into this attack. The arrow covered the distance, separating them with lightning speed, approaching its target. At the same moment, the monster also attacked. Not even a couple of seconds passed before their attacks met each other. Immediately after this happened, there was a powerful explosion that was visible even outside the city. Mark's arrow destroyed the monster. Looking ahead, the hero breathed out a sigh of relief, realizing his victory.